essence of the topic that we're talking about. And so I invite you today to look out on these fields and sort of keep that in your mind and thought. As a group worker myself, who does a lot of activity-based group work, sports has been something I've used in every part of my career for a long time. I can't imagine doing work with adolescents without playing basketball. My personal background is in adventure work, rock climbing and backpacking and those pieces, which are also a sport. And so my background is in adventure therapy. So I really, when Emmett approached us, it resonated with me in terms of this connection and the need for this. I also knew that some of my faculty and had been involved in this area. And so I saw this as a nice opportunity for us to be a part of something groundbreaking and innovative. So I want to say whatever we can do to make your stay happy here in Denver, let us know. We're hosting a nice welcome reception on Friday night. Hope you'll all come and join us for that. And whatever you need, let us know. We're here to support you and make this conference work for you as well. So thank you so much.
My name is Natalie Graves, and I'm based out of Chicago. I have a private practice. I exclusively work with athletes, and I also formed an organization called the 1 in 4 Project. And a lot of people approach me and say, how did you put social work and sports together? And for me, I wasn't necessarily an athlete. I did try out for some teams and played a little bit, but wasn't good and didn't last. But I was a big sports fan. And growing up in Chicago, watching the Bulls and the Bears, that was what our family did. And as my clinical eye grew and as my experience grew, I began to look at sports and athletes differently. And I identified that I really felt that they were a vulnerable population. And so as I started pursuing how could I combine my love of helping people in sports, I started trying to figure out, are there other people out here that are doing the same things? And 5 years ago, I didn't find very much going on. Dr. Gill, Greg Harden, but not too much happening. And for me, the thrill today, fast forward to today, to see all of you all and the organizations that are forming and the people that are coming together that have the same interests as that I've had for such a long time is just a thrill for me. So I really believe that the sports community is screaming for our services. They really need us. We can look at every day on the news, whether it's a university or an organization or an athlete, something's going on that really requires our services. So today, I want to just really state that social work in sports is an emerging field. Make no mistake about that. And the community needs us. So I really want to encourage you today to network, communicate, exchange numbers, get to know people that you don't know, because we have to grow this community because we have a lot of work to do, right? So a couple housekeeping issues. When we go out the door here, the washrooms, or when you leave out totally, they're all the way at the end. If we asking that you silence your phones. Please, we are using the hashtag social work and sports. So if you are taking pictures or you're hearing things that you like, please tweet that, put that out there. We really want to get that going. With that, I think we're going to get started. All right. Oh, was I supposed to? Okay. Well, I'll just bring up our first presentee, Jerry Reynolds, if you want to come up and get us started. I'm very excited to hear about it. All right, thanks so much.
Everybody.
Good morning.
Can the mics hear me okay? Am I okay? My name is Jerry Reynolds, and I'm a first-year PhD student at the University of South Carolina in the College of Social Work. I feel very fortunate to be here. But also, I guess, a good way to get started in this program, to be the first one to kick things off. So I'm very excited about that opportunity. Today I'm going to talk to you about the settlement house movement and how basically we can trace the origins of our work to the settlement house movement. And I'm just going to offer you a few insights concerning that. In my background, I've been in social work for a long time, about 12 years as practice, and also, but I started this PhD program because this was my passion. I've loved sports. I was an athlete, a coach, all these different things, but this is my passion. And honestly, I was amazed that so much of what we do can be traced to the settlement house movement. But first, and I want you to think about what you can do. I want you to take a look at your shoes. Take a look down at them. You might see some fancy dress shoes. You might see some athletic shoes. You might see some high heels from some of y'all. But basically, I'm asking you to look at your soles, your SOLES, because when we go out there to these fields, we have to use our souls to do our work. Whether that's we're hitting the ground running in an academic capacity, whether it's meeting student athletes where they're at on the field to talk to them, whether it's going to the sandlot to do programming in a community. Your feet might get a little dusty and dirty. But just remember this question for the day. What do your souls look like? Well, just so you know, just speaking of our souls as social workers, our first athletic director, Jane Adams. She's our first athletic director. And she set the tone for the reason we're here today, whether we know it or not. And one of the things that's actually has a lot of very limited literature is the origins of sport through social work. Also, too, just if you need any more evidence of that, Hull House had a women's basketball team in 1907. And if you need further proof, you can actually see there's an H on her on the one lady's shirt. But as you can see, these ladies had different kinds of soles on their shoes, and definitely some different uniforms when they competed. But these ladies were part of a group that went out and served the immigrants of Chicago because sport was a way to draw them in to the settlement house movement. And really, basically on three main levels, this is how sport got going. The settlement house was a clinical intervention because it acculturated immigrants to the United States. German, Irish, the Slavics nationalities, Greeks as well. It drew them in and got them out of the slums. Also at that time, we were dealing with the change of leisure and work culture in the United States. So these children were actually being allowed to play. So that was a clinical intervention. In a group setting, it actually helped them build bridges with their community because they were part of teams. They were able to compete against other teams throughout the community. So it was actually a community building tool. On a policy level, I would argue that this is where Jane Addams had the greatest impact. And that was because from 1906 to 1917, as part of the National Playground Movement, Jane Addams helped establish recreation. In 1906, there were 10 communities that had recreation departments. By 1917, there were 517 throughout the United States. So as you can see, we've very much been involved with this for a very long time. And on a global note, Pierre de Coubertin, who started the modern Olympic movement, he studied at Toynbee Hall in London, which is one of the original settlement houses from 1886 to 1887. 10 years later, you have the modern Olympic movement. Now today, you're going to learn about different topics, but we have a large call to answer. On a clinical level, we're focused on character development and youth development. At the group level, we're about making connections for people and using sport as a way to connect to others. Despite today's technological advances throughout the world, children and adults need those genuine connections to people. And also that, but they need to be rooted in interventions that are research-based, that work. And also, on a policy level, sport is in trouble in the United States. Read the Aspen Play literature. It will tell you that sport is in trouble in the United States because we do not have facilities for young, low-income children. And that is who we are here to serve. And we cannot expect, until we meet the needs of these young people, that we are going to see improvements in our society, and not just through their outcomes, but through sport. Also, as a last closing note, I want to welcome you. We talked a little bit about the sole of your shoes. Well, I'm going to give you my journey. It's called Social Work from the Soul. It's a blog that I've started. I actually wrote it when I was applying to PhD programs, but I will be updating it periodically. And I want to just invite you to my blog so you can learn more about my journey as a PhD student who's very passionate in this area. And I hope you enjoyed my presentation concerning the origins of the Settlement House movement and how sport has played out through that. So with that being said, thank you very much, and I look forward to working with you all the rest of the day. Sure. Oh.
Vermillion.
Yep.
You good? All right. Morning, everyone. Great to be here. This is a great opportunity. Already learned once, and we're only one presentation into it, so hopefully you'll get a little bit out of what we're doing too. My name's Jeff Noble, as you know, and this is Mark Vermillion. We both work for the Sport Management Department at Wichita State University, and so far I kind of feel like an outsider because we're in sport management. But hopefully some of the things that we're addressing today, we feel that they relate heavily to the discipline as well. So as you can see, we're going to talk about some research that I've emphasized during my time at Wichita State, and we're going to emphasize, youth sport coaches and administrators' perceptions of organizational child maltreatment policies and training. That's a mouthful, I know. So, like most of us probably know, youth sports is one of the biggest segments of the sport industry out there. And by large, when you look at all the different segments of the sport industry, things such as travel, just professional sports, so on and so forth, youth sports is about the third overall, bringing in multi-billions dollars to the economy. Because we also have a lot of participants as well, you can imagine. Hundreds of millions of children, and mainly from ages 4 to 18, participate in youth sports at least to some degree. So it's very popular, to say the least. As a result of this, youth sports provide a fairly attractive setting for maltreatment to occur. So this brings up the question, okay, well, what exactly do we mean by child maltreatment? Well, we're talking about all types of abuse to begin with. A lot of these have gotten more attention than others, particularly sexual abuse, but we're also looking at physical abuse, emotional abuse, as well as neglect. And all those together are what we kind of combine to call child maltreatment. And youth sport organizations, they're in a unique position, as it says here, to observe and address those who may have the potential to engage in maltreatment. We've heard the horror stories, particularly from Penn State. We hear it happens quite a bit with swimming, youth swimming, gymnastics, things like that. And as a parent myself, with a couple of kids involved in youth sports, as I was trying to find my niche as Dr. Vermillion, who's our department chair and my boss, and making sure I don't drop the ball on this presentation.
What about boss?
Yeah, he doesn't like the title of boss, but that's what he is. But as I was trying to find that niche, I thought about the situation with Penn State arose, and I thought, God, what if this happens to my kids? What can I do? And so I started to look into, this avenue, and I found out there really isn't a whole lot there. So hopefully through what we talk about today, we'll provide a little bit more insight, and we kind of build on it from there.
One of the things that we've just started this symposium. One of the things that sort of seems to already stand out is this whole idea of interdisciplinary thought. We come from sport management, obviously, and we have our unique specific backgrounds. My background's in sociology and criminology. And so anytime you're starting to deal with the social sciences, as many of you all know, working within the realm of social work, you start looking at this whole idea of public health concern. And so as you start trying to identify issues, one of the things that we found in terms of neglect or abuse, anything like that, now you're talking about a safety issue. And traditionally, from a criminological point of view or kind of a public health point of view, the lines between all these things are very, very blurred. And we find that to actually be a good thing, maybe frustrating for students at times as they're trying to memorize, regurgitate for the exams and move on to a different class. But in terms of trying to have a tangible impact in communities and with children and adolescents and then moving up into college and professional athletes, this whole idea of this interdisciplinary becomes very important. And so one of the things that we tried to do is we just wanted to kind of framework all this information. As Dr. Noble said, we were looking at youth sport coaches and youth recreation administrators. Well, as you're starting to deal with that, we kind of wanted to have some sort of framework to embed all of these findings and things like that. And the health belief model, in recent years, it's become a little bit more complicated. There's been more, if you're talking about cues to awareness and action, things like that. But going back to the 1950s, this is one of the oldest sort of public health models that's been used. And it's very, very simple, and it's talking about changing health safety-related behaviors. And for us, this whole idea of understanding abuse, neglect, and maltreatment, this becomes a very, very nice framework because it's so simple. The likelihood that you're going to engage in some sort of change of behavior is predicated basically upon two things. One, the belief in the severity of the issue, and then the belief that the recommended solutions provided by whatever exogenous entity are going to be impactful to not only you, but also to that particular problem in general. And so as we start going through and summarizing some of the research that Dr. Noble's really taken lead on, this becomes just a nice little framework for trying to understand and hopefully implement education and awareness programs moving forward.
So some of the research that we've done have focused on youth sport coaches and administrators of these sport programs, and done a couple of studies that basically ask them, okay, well, what do you know about child maltreatment to begin with? Are you able to identify someone if they have any, or if they display any symptoms of child maltreatment, physical abuse, emotional abuse, and so on and so forth? And we asked just a number of simple questions on surveys. Some of the results here, at least as they pertain to the administrators, the majority of administrators, they are aware of their organization's policies on child maltreatment. Well, that's good. You want your administrators to know the policies and procedures. However, most of them, roughly 64% of those surveyed, they didn't believe their organization's abuse training was adequate. And that's kind of caught my attention a little bit. On the coaches' side, a little bit different. It indicates that coaches do have confidence in their abilities to identify most forms of maltreatment, particularly the ones that are really highly visible, sexual abuse, physical abuse, and even the various forms of neglect, which includes physical neglect, so on and so forth. Ironically, the most common type of abuse in sport is emotional neglect, and that's the one where coaches felt they lacked the least amount of training. Coaches also didn't believe their organizations provided adequate training or awareness of their own policies that pertain to maltreatment as well. While many organizations do have policies in place, a lot of them just assume their coaches know how to identify these issues. So a little bit more work needs to be done there. And so while nearly 2/3 of the respondents that we had on the coaches' side indicate they were confident in handling issues that related to maltreatment, it's important to note that the remaining third was not confident with their abilities. So because you have this setting in youth sports, all the news has related to coaches who've kind of been the perpetrators in those settings. But what can coaches do to help identify possible victims of maltreatment, abuse, and neglect, so on and so forth? So from that, there are a number of implications we can make from those.
One of the big things that Dr. Noble was talking about is you have coaches in these rec administrators, youth sport administrators that recognize the problem. They understand what their organization would like to do, but there is a gap in terms of translating information, education, and awareness from this whole idea of an organizational policy to the individuals, and then being able to apply that on a day-to-day basis. And kind of what we're advocating for then is some sort of intervention within that. We teach teachers how to teach. We teach social workers how to be social workers. We teach, professionals to be professional in a particular area, but you generally don't have a lot of explicit organized educational programming for coaches and these youth sport administrators. Within the realm of sport management, we teach people how to set up an event. We teach people about the risk and the liability, but what about that impact in terms of the individual and learning how to address some of these types of issues? So one of the things that we'd be advocating for is this sort of increased partnering between people in the social services infrastructure that have an opportunity to bring their knowledge, work with these youth sport in particular coaches and recreation departments, and try to develop this holistic understanding of exactly what this problem is. And one of the things, going back to the health belief model, is that trying to the individuals understanding that this is how we're supposed to implement a solution. And then these are the cues to action. These are the social awareness campaigns. And so what some of the modern research on the health belief model is advocating is that you need to have another form of awareness coming into and helping to sort of support and undergird some of these policies and the people that are out there, kind of in terms of what Jerry was talking about, the people that they're souls and they're out there working within these organizations.
Okay. So with this, one of the reasons that when this opportunity arose, we were really excited about this because, this is a way to get the word out. And we're excited to learn more from people, particularly in the social work discipline, to help assist us with continuing the research in this area. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. So I'm going to be speaking with Jerry Reynolds, who's going to be talking a little bit more about the settlement house movement and social work in sports. So Jerry, can you tell me real quick again how we can use sports as a social work intervention?
Sure. Well, if you look back at the history of the settlement house movement, there were a lot of, basically it was a way to connect young people, and sport was the way that they engaged the immigrant populations out of the slums and helped them build community and compete against others. Also, in addition to that, a lot of policy initiatives came out of the settlement house movement, where basically a lot of the recreation and youth standard policies and procedures that we have today originate in the settlement house movement and Jane Addams' work. So we're very much tied into it, which is awesome. So going forward, we definitely have an emphasis. If we just got to look backward to go forward, I guess.
Well, we'll get that collaboration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, take care. Thank you.
My name is Kayla. I am a incoming Master's in Social Work student at the University of Michigan. I also did my undergrad and graduated this past May with a major in communications and psychology. So during my 4 years working on my undergrad, I never saw myself pursuing social work, and now I can't imagine life any different. So I was a student athlete for 4 years. I was a swimmer. So sports has always been close to my heart, and I can't see life without it. So I'm so excited to be here.
And when he was around 10, 11 years old, he was kind of uprooted from his whole family, had to move over to the States, lived on a little ranch in the middle of Arizona, didn't have a father, and there was a ranch hand who was a retired Air Force officer, and he took my father to a USC football game when he was about 11 years old, and it was the first time he'd ever seen, an American football game, walking into the LA Coliseum and the marching band and the whiteboards, and in that moment and that exposure to a university setting, kind of set a dream in his mind that he was going to go pursue college athletics one day, and it was very pivotal age. That 10 to 14 years old, where he felt like that's really when kids are on a path of moving in a particular direction. And so fast forward after he played in the NFL for a decade and went through some challenging transitions, leaving the NFL and having to restart his life. Ended up coaching high school at T.C. Williams, which many of you may know is Remember the Titans School, and still having a lot of issues with desegregation and having to work with a lot of at-risk youth in that Alexandria, Virginia area. And basically decided, there's something missing with this population, and football is a catalyst to get these kids on a university campus, get them exposed, and provide mentorship from our student athletes. So created the program at USC with Coach Carroll at the time, also partnered with our U.S. Marines in the tip area. So many years later, it's really special for me, the public school district, that as his daughter and also, athletics really influenced my life, that I was able to implement this program for the first time ever at my alma mater with Coach Harbaugh as he entered the turnaround of Michigan football, which if any of you are following, we're pretty proud of our team, and to know that Yip was a part of that culture change. So going into that, I think what the foundation and why this program was so successful was it was built around trust. Trust among the kids. We had about 100 at-risk kids from the Detroit public school system. We had 26 student athletes, so our entire sophomore football class participated as mentors. And so they were with the kids every day, Monday through Friday, for 10 days, in the classroom, on the field, everything. Then we had 6 U.S. Marines, so each U.S. Marine was partnered with a team, essentially, and then 4 Detroit public school teachers who are community. No. I don't know if this actually plays or not. Oh no, it's okay. It does. Just a little, I like this because this is, I don't know if the horn is working.
Yep, exactly.
We can pause.
Yep.
Well, it's Jack Harbaugh is speaking to the group, just on the value of education. And what I like to bring this up is that when we asked the kids at the end of the program what their favorite parts of the program were, not one kid said it was the football component. Kids were talking about, I love learning new vocabulary. It was the first time I had ever finished a book cover to cover. I learned how to be a man. I made new friends. And I think Jack Harbaugh reiterates that message of really the only guaranteed happiness is that education and getting these kids to think about how do I make the right decisions at the right times in the right place, but utilizing kind of the allure of football is what got those kids there, knowing that they're going to be playing in the big house, and you're using the team locker room, they're spending every day with our student athletes, but in reality, really only an hour to 90 minutes each day was consumed by football, and if you talk to the kids afterwards, their reflection was really more about the academic, personal, and leadership development they experienced. Just kind of brief overview, some of the reflections that, after the program finished, Coach Harbaugh went into the community and shared a lot about what we did, and he got standing ovations all throughout Southwest Michigan, and this is really the first time Michigan athletics has made a footprint in Detroit. We've never really expanded beyond that Ann Arbor, and it's a place of major need. And so we're really excited that we're part of building that outreach. So just keep kind of going through some, kind of running through this quickly. Kayla's going to talk a little about our academic results.
took away from the program was we had 100 boys who really, when they walked in there, didn't really care to be there for school. The only thing they wanted to focus on was playing football and getting to be in the big house with all these student athletes. And I mean, you know, as a student athlete myself, I can understand why that would be so awesome, especially in the summer times when I have to focus on school. But I think they all really surprised themselves when at the end of the 2 weeks, they finished a book, which is not a common thing in this community. They read it together, they enjoyed it, they learned the different vocabulary that was used, and it was a novel that was very applicable to them. I don't know if you've ever heard of the book Crash, but that's the book they read. So they were able to relate and learn a lot from that and have a lot of discussion with the players, the football players, the student athletes about their experience. So as you can see, some of our scores up here were pretty drastic, but I think after we compiled everything together and we found that there was 105 or 100.5% growth overall across all the subjects, it was extremely, extremely impressive. So,
and Kayla, do you want to just quickly, so you kind of understand, on day one, we basically had a draft, and it was kind of like a combine. So all the kids came in, they did an academic baseline test in math, reading, language arts, life skills, and then they went on the field and did basically what we have as an NFL combine, but for the kids. And then our student athletes sat in the room, and that was really fun for them, and they handpicked each kid, and that was their cohort for the 10 days. But that's where we're getting, and then at the very end of the program, we did a post-test, which is how we see the results.
So we had a really great response rate on this because we had on average 92 kids there every single day, which, you know, with truancy being what it is amongst this population, it was very, very impressive that we were able to get that many kids to be there every day. So on the final day, when we did our closing ceremonies, we welcomed all of the families of the children to come and kind of see what the program was all about. And this is just some feedback we got from the parents on how moved they were by how we really took their boys in and changed them in only 2 weeks. It was very, very emotional, I think, for a lot of them watching their sons, you know, really be engaged and also have this incredible opportunity to further themselves.
Yeah, and I think just to highlight, you know, we had, of the 100 participants, 57 kids had some parent or guardian represented at that closing ceremonies, which you talk to the Detroit public school teachers who are with us, and they were like, we can't even get a parent at a, you know, teacher conference, and to have that kind of support was really powerful. And as we expand and we continue this program, you know, it's working, how do we stay connected with that population as well and bring them into this community. So the team. You guys all know our coach, Schembeckler, but that's really the philosophy of Michigan athletics, and I think it applies to this program because this was successful because of the buy-in across multi-layer, coming from the athletic director to the School of Social Work, which we'll go into a little bit, to our student athletes, to the Detroit Public School System. We actually had the Detroit Lions participate, and it wouldn't have been successful had we not had that buy-in, and it started from the top, and I give Jim Harbaugh huge praise because he believed in this. He believed that it was part of our student-athlete leadership development, which is also why he selected the sophomore class, because he felt like that's the class they're rising into a leadership role on their team. This is part of their growth, and it wouldn't have happened without his vision of giving back to Detroit.
So these are our 4 teachers that we had in our program this year, and they are all local Detroit public school teachers who teach many of the 100 boys that were there, and will continue to teach them, you know, this fall. They really had the experience of a lifetime because for the first time in their teaching career, they were able to focus on just teaching and not disciplining the kids and worrying about, you know, keeping kids in line because we had the Marines there to take care of that. Yeah. So, and, you know, and they were, you know, disciplining, but teaching them why discipline is important and really instilling those life skills that they are probably not getting at home. So the teachers really felt very, you know, rejuvenated after this experience because they were like, yeah, this is why I teach every day. And we really saw that not only the teachers, but the student athletes, everyone involved all the way down to the participants, was affected and impacted so positively, which is very unique to us. So.
And then,
And this is one of our social workers from the program last year. This is what I will be doing next year. But he helped a lot with implementing the different program, like curriculum, and how we were going to run the whole structure. And moving forward now, I think that having this program build and just improve, and having the support of the School of Social Work and the Social Work and Sports Association, that's very, very powerful at the University of Michigan, we're going to be able to really establish a standardized framework of how to implement a program like this in other sports for other, populations, and it can really become something unique that can be used as a protective factor for a lot of these kids who are at risk.
so the other unique part, in which we talked about, is the partnership we have with our U.S. Marines. So we worked with our 23rd District in Detroit. These men rode the buses with the kids in every day. They were part of this family. So really, teaching these kids accountability, responsibility, being part of a team. And what was very powerful for me to observe over the 2 weeks is, week one, it was just first 2 days, chaos. Kids are doing push-ups, doing stairs, they're, being yelled at. It was just so intense. And then by the end of that first week and beginning of the second week, the kids they wanted that discipline.
Yeah, they were asking
march. Staff sergeant, can we march? They were, and they wanted to spend time with these men. And I think the other piece that was really unique was the dynamic between the Marines and our student athletes. Because I kind of saw it as like the big brother were the student athletes, and the Marines were kind of the father figure. And they worked in tangent together to really provide that complete mentorship of these kids.
And really quickly, another thing to mention, our kids were divided into teams. So they stayed with their Marine and their student athletes and their teacher they were assigned for this whole 2-week period. So they really got that the team atmosphere, and were able to have a family.
So here are fabulous student athletes who, again, I think were the big heart of this program, who, I think you talk to folks, Jabril Peppers even, shared with me, that he was that kid in growing up in inner city New Jersey, and he saw himself in those kids and wished that he had something like that would have provided that mentorship and that support, because he saw a lot of his peers who went down the other path and didn't, end up where he is at the University of Michigan. And the other, one of the activities we did that I thought, again, going back to this theme of trust, was what we called Stand Up. And I don't know if anyone's done this activity before, but essentially we had this safe space where we brought the kids, usually after lunch, as a time to reflect and speak, and just share with one another. And what I found, what we did is we kind of led the conversation with, statements like, stand up if you come from a single-parent home. Kids would stand up and they'd see, other people in the room, including our student athletes, who are coming from the same background, and stand up if you have a parent incarcerated, stand up if you've gone to bed hungry before. And it was very powerful, because by the end, the kids wanted to grab the mic and share. And that, again, what I loved about our student athletes is then the kids felt comfortable going to them and saying, you've had that experience, let's talk about it. But here's some just captures of the visit. This is just kind of operationally what it costs for us to fund this annually. Right now we rely on philanthropic individual donors. We're hoping to look at more national scope and where we can get support from grants and other areas, because the reality is that we kind of set the bar at Michigan, and now we're getting approached by other universities and other football programs that want to build this, which is awesome, but we're kind of a father-daughter shop right now. So he and I have a full-time job, but that's where we're really looking at how do we work with school social work and other partners on these university campuses to make this happen. So I just want to end, because I love this. This is Coach Harbaugh and the final kind of rally with these kids. You got to turn it up because you got to hear him,
Is
and
there
then
a
I'll
way
let
to
it
turn
go.
up the volume on this? In the room.
It may have to be the pause it. Maybe right there on the. But so places we're looking at expanding next year: UC Berkeley and Oakland, UCLA, and working in some of the Los Angeles school districts. And then the other next step for us is really looking at how do we expand this to young females and looking at that population. As Kayla and I are both female student athletes, and that really truly transformed our lives. And how do we build a similar program for young women? Is the volume working? I don't know.
You hit volume on the side, I think. The volume up, down one, I think. Okay, thank you.
And then the other thing is, take a look around still. I mean, the football players that are here, and the Marines, check out these guys. Big they are. Big they are. They do a lot of push-ups. They do a lot of running. They are
Keep going.
Oh, you can keep going?
Oh yeah, let's finish it.
good to be physically fit. So when somebody says, Travis,
Okay.
be excited about getting fit. You're not going to get stronger. You'll look like one of these guys. Like one of these guys. That's the thing to say. Travis, look at us. All right, let's bring it up. Let's bring it up. Right now.
They're saying their team names. So with that, thank you guys, and go Blue.
Thank you.
Snuggle in there.
Ready? Okay, so I'm here right now with Dr. Jeff Noble and Dr. Mark Vermeulen from Wichita State University. They're both presenting on the administrator's perspective as well as youth sports. And I wanted to ask them, can you tell me a little bit about the research that you've done as how it pertains to the organizational standpoint?
Well, a lot of the stuff that we've done, we went out and actually sent surveys to administrators of youth sports programs and as well as coaches of those programs. And we basically wanted to find out, how aware they were of their own organization's policies that related to child abuse and neglect and things like that. And some of the things we found out were, everyone's pretty much aware of, their policies within the organization, but from the results of our surveys, we found out that they weren't really confident with the training that they've had. So I think one of the big things to take from that is that a lot more needs to be done on that area to make them more aware of those types of issues.
And one of the things, too, is that when you have a policy that is developed, just like Dr. Noble was talking about, you have that policy, and once it's implemented, well, now there needs to be an effort to bridge that gap between the actual written policy and then individuals that are going to try to execute that policy and work with kids and be able to see these different types of abuse and neglect that are out there with kids.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Not a little long, but
No worries. It's the lights.
Good?
Oh, that's it.
Good. I should have practiced all these names, so I'm just going to use first name. We got Rebecca and Dawn coming up from the Ohio State University. Welcome, Dawn and Rebecca.
some good show from the Big Ten. Nonetheless, I'm Dawn, English major, and I just want to thank everybody for being here today. As somebody who was studied exercise physiology for many, many years and went into social work and have been doing this work for about 20 plus years, I'm really psyched that Emmett and Anna and others in our disciplines are starting to make some of these connections. So super happy to be here, and we're psyched to talk a little bit about Ohio State's Life Sports Initiative. So Jerry did a really nice job earlier on about sort of setting the stage for social work and sport and rooting this out in the early days of the founding of social work and Jane Addams. And we just want to call out, some great pictures in relationship to some of the work that went on in the settlement houses as families and kids from multiple backgrounds and perspectives and countries across the world moved to the cities, in the 1900s to try to figure out how to make it work in the Industrial Revolution. And so at that point in time, we had our first gymnasiums in the country put in settlement houses, and that's where a lot of people came, recreated, learned education, had childcare, had connections to healthcare, and all other kinds of social recreation that we know bonded communities together in our early cities. Nonetheless, today, it's, many, many years later, and our kids are struggling. And I think at the core of any discussion around social work is social injustices, and our children today are one of our most marginalized groups in our country and our world. And there are many, many indicators of need. So, 7,000 kids will drop out of school today. 1/3 of kids are overweight or obese, which will turn into 50% of our adult population having some kind of chronic illness as an adult that costs a lot in terms of healthcare expenditures. We also know we have significant issues with child abuse and neglect, and I really appreciate our folks from Wichita State bringing us information about our priorities in youth sport in relationship to that. The list goes on, and what we want to talk about today is sort of how does sport become an entity that addresses some of these different issues in partnership with our social work discipline. And so those of you that know risk and resilience literature, I won't go into too much detail, but we know that we want these healthy outcomes for kids. We know that there are many risk factors and protective factors in homes, communities, schools, individuals, peer systems that need to be either reduced or need to be improved. And it's our responsibility, our social responsibility as social workers, as sports scientists, as people who care about young people today, to do this. And we find that is our really, really important role that we have at Ohio State. So nonetheless, here we are today. Well, what can we do within sport? And these are just some great pictures that I love to share because sport is this mechanism, this social setting that can cross lots of different boundaries. And because of its gift of play that resides within it, when it's well organized and when it's intentionally designed in ways that create better outcomes, we can really, really make quite a big difference in different populations that we're serving. Sport is also huge in the United States, right? So we have 51 million youth participating each year. We know we have a ton in high school and extracurriculars at the secondary level. We also know there are opportunities for play in PE, recess, and also in some of our urban, poor, marginalized communities in these after-school programs, such as the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, After-School All-Stars, et cetera, et cetera. What we know, however, in the research in the sport world is that many of our opportunities through sport are squelched. Programs are often not organized in a way to produce positive developmental outcomes. They're designed to promote performance enhancement and better performers in terms of the skills and the application and the winning. We know specialization and competitiveness is also turning many of our young people away. And in fact, we know that about 60 to 75% of kids drop out of sport every year. Every year. So we're losing the majority of our youth who are suffering from many of these ill consequences that I noted before because we're not designing necessarily the setting in the way that's most beneficial for impact. We also know that sport opportunities are underrepresented in our communities that serve kids in poverty. We know that there are gender differences in who accesses sports and the kinds of sports that are available. And we certainly know that there are channeling and specialization kinds of things happening with some of our most risk key populations that we really need to think about. And age certainly is a factor as well. So at Ohio State, we have now been under this venture for, we just said, 9 years. This is a partnership between the College of Social Work, the Department of Athletics, and the Department of Rec Sports, and many other disciplines and departments and units on campus, as well as community partners in Central Ohio. And our main focus for life sports is to foster social competence, life skills, right, through sport, through kids' involvement in sport, fitness, and other types of recreational opportunities. We have a link here to a video, but I don't think we'll have time with our 12 minutes. But what we really want to do is sort of talk more specifically about our design of life sports, and what's central to this is this laboratory for learning and development that serves a pretty significant number of kids in Central Ohio on an annual basis and year-round. And Becky's going to share more about that.
Thanks. So I'm going to try to be brief because I could talk about life sports for probably hours on end. It's one of my pet projects and the reason I'm at Ohio State, I think, still, because I love it so much. Also, it's so fun watching these PowerPoints because I see kids that have been in our program. So this young man, Asa, is now going to be entering our Youth Leadership Academy. He's now 15 years old. And this was at a Buckeye football game a few years back. And also, I coach middle school girls soccer, and on one of the previous screens, there was actually a shot from the early days of life sports of one of my players out at the Boys and Girls Club with some of our life sports kids. So it was kind of a neat picture. So the primary objectives of life sports was built out of a national youth sport program. So back in the late 60s, there was a movement across the U.S. during race riots to create sports programs on campuses. Ohio State was one of the NUSC. Southern California was one of the primary schools. We were one of the largest. In the second Bush's second administration, that funding was cut from a federal line item, mainly because no one did research around it. So that program was cut. At Ohio State, what happened is we had been serving upwards of 600 to 1,000 kids every summer, and Gene Smith, our athletic director, decided to give us 1 year to kind of decide if we could make this program viable and continue it. So athletics actually reached out to social work, and that's how we got involved. We wanted to make something more than a sports program. There's lots of sports programs out there that are working with kids, summer camps, bringing them in, teaching them how to swim, teaching them how to run. So we decided we really wanted to focus on social competence and these soft life skills. So you can see our primary objectives are increased social competence. We really narrow that down to SETs. So if you remember the saying SETs, self-control, effort, teamwork, and social responsibility. If you see that at camp, you can go up to any one of our kids and say, what are you learning at life sports? If they don't answer SETs, you can send them to Don or I. Okay? No, they should be learning SETs. We also want them to have a sense of belonging. So one of the big things, we heard U of M talk about it, we want people to feel like they're Buckeyes. We want our kids to feel like they belong on campus, that they have a home on campus, that they know collegiate athletes, that they know college students, that they know caring community members. We have a lot of our staff. We have one coach, Livette, has been with the program for, I think, 20 years, who works every summer. She lives in the neighborhood with the kids, okay? Secondarily, we want to make kids believe they're better at sports so that hopefully when they go back and play in their community, they'll have the confidence to play. We teach a lot of sports our kids don't get in their home communities: lacrosse, swimming, tennis this year we offered for the first time. These are sports that aren't being offered inside of inner city Columbus for the most part. We also want to expose them to the university or college life. So a lot of our kids haven't been on campus, even though we're in central Columbus. A lot of them haven't ever been there. And then the idea of lifelong fitness and health we're hoping to hit. So how we do that is we teach self-control, effort, teamwork, and social responsibility over 19 days. So camp is 19 days long, which is 1 month basically. We have 15 lessons. So the kids every day will go to what we call Chalk Talk. They go there. That's a play-based social skills unit. It has 15 lessons broken down into these areas. We're actually revamping a little bit from this. We're making some revisions after years of implementation. And then from there, they play 9 different sports. Okay, so they'll play 9 different sports throughout camp. Each week, they get 3 sports. After a week, they switch to 3 new sports. But the key is that when you go to the sport, you're learning football, but you're also learning how to control one's emotions in football. So all of the curriculum was written with the idea of teaching the social skill first and the sport second. I'm a soccer coach. I always say this, I hope U.S. Soccer comes in and looks at the soccer curriculum and says this isn't the best way to teach soccer. Because my goal wasn't to teach soccer the best, it was to teach the social skill first and the soccer secondarily. Other strategies we have, all of our kids are, I think last year's data, the report you have is 1 year old at this point, but last year's data, I believe 78% of our kids were living at or below 200% of the poverty line of the kids we served at camp. one of the things we know is that a lot of those kids don't have primary care. Okay, they're not seeing a doctor on a regular basis. So every kid that signs up for camp gets a free physical. This is done through our team doctors at Ohio State. Along with some other partnerships through our College of Nursing. They bring nurse practitioner students in and help us get these physicals done. So we give usually about 300 physicals in the course of about 4 hours. We also have, we're going to rename it the Life Sports Games because Olympics is apparently trademarked. But we have an end kind of Olympic style competition, I guess I can say. This is where all the kids compete, and they compete as teams. So if you think of the World Cup, it's kind of modeled off that. Every competition, you get 3 points, 1 point, or 0 for a win, tie, or loss. And then at the end, we give medals to the winning team in an age bracket. But it's all team-based. There's no individual awards. We also give Camper of the Year inside. We have 24 groups of about 20 kids that come to camp. So we serve about 600 kids during this camp. So it's massive. And then after camp, one of the things we know for social skill development is we need to give kids boosters. We need to see them throughout the year. And so we've started this. Actually, the first shot where I mentioned my Grandview girl was there. One of our doc students, when we started this program, we would go out to the Boys and Girls Club and we'd have 12 kids show up for clinics. But we knew we needed to stay in touch with these 600 from the summer. We now average 100 kids per clinic every time. We're doing them in conjunction with our student athletes at Ohio State. So this month we have rugby. Our women's club rugby team is coming out and doing a rugby clinic for our kids. And then our women's gymnastics team is doing one in November for us with our female athletes. We're pretty excited. So these have been great ways to engage both our student athletes and our athletic department in the program, as well as have an impact on those student athletes and show them how sport impacts kids in the community. And then a final thing we just want to note is our kids started aging out. So we serve 9 to 15-year-olds in traditional camp, but about 15 you stop wanting to come to summer camp generally. So what we did is we created the Youth Leadership Academy. So we're now working with those kids that are freshmen to seniors in high school, working with them year-round on leadership development, and then they get to come back and work camp as a junior counselor. But they're doing things like getting ready for the workforce, doing leadership training, going on high ropes courses together. Going to Huntington National Bank is a great partner. They got to go there and interview with folks there to learn about the financial industry. And our kids wanted to stay involved.
So one of the interesting things about our statistics is 50% of our campers come back year after year. So we're with these adolescents who are typically dropping out of physical activity and sport and recreation, but they're joining and coming back year after year after year. So we had to create the Youth Leadership Academy because they didn't want to go away, right? So as a gift, and it's a fundraising challenge. But so we have kids that have been with us 7, 8, 9 years. It's really quite a gift, and they're turning into these really amazing young adults. So it's cool to watch.
So some of the benefits you can see, some of the benefits for our stamp consideration. The one thing I want to mention is Life Sports currently, the majority of our students are minority students. So about any given year, about 90% of our kids are African American or multiracial, and that is just because of the historic nature of NYSP when it was started in our community. Our students, so I love to point out this, we had 50 students last year from 9 different post-secondary institutions come to Ohio State to work with us in the summer. So we're bringing students from other areas in. We had Michigan State doctoral students come and do research studies with us, so that was great fun. 21 of those were student athletes, not necessarily all Ohio State student athletes. So we had local student athletes from other institutions come in and work at Ohio State with us. We don't make them wear scarlet and gray while they're there. We do bright camp colors, so they usually are okay with it. We have a couple U of M people, and they're okay with it. Students from 14 different departments on campus were involved with Life Sports, so it's not just social work students working with these kids. It's not just education students, but we had a communication student helping us do our social media for camp. So we've involved a lot of different areas. And then we also have kind of getting out into the field. We have 14 social work students currently in field placements in Central Ohio that are dealing with youth development agencies. So I actually do the licensure supervision for about 12 of them currently. So these are students working in the Boys and Girls Clubs, working in After School All-Stars, the Godman Guild, which is a local settlement house, trying to kind of get back to those roots of social work and think about, okay, how do we get people wanting to work in the field of youth development?
So can I add too, there are a couple things that we've done to tie to the curriculum at the university. So as part of the Life Sports Initiative, we partnered with 3 other colleges on campus and have an interdisciplinary youth development minor that is done by about 50 students currently enrolled. And it's majors like education, social work, sports sciences, public health, They're all over the place in terms of that particular minor on OSU campus. And so it's kind of a neat piece of the puzzle that feed into the Life Sports Initiative. We have some undergrad classes on youth development and prevention through sport, recreation, and play. We offer about 6 sections of those every year to over 120 students. Again, the majority of the students are actually not social work students. They're from all over campus. And we're trying to get kids and students comfortable playing, working, giving back, and being good citizens to our community. And then lastly, we have some graduate courses as well in like community youth development and electives in sport and research and internship opportunities as well. So Gene Smith charged us to make it more than a camp, more than one little program, one little initiative. He said it's got to be tied to the academic core for the university, and it has to be central to the academic mission and the outreach and engagement agenda that we have at Ohio State. We've really aspired to do that.
So the last thing is, we're constantly, there's been lots of dissertations and research, and Dawn and I, we always joke that this is our battle because I'm the program. I love the program, and I'm doing the program evaluation, and then she layers a research project on top of the program evaluation, and I cry, and I'm just kidding. And we make it happen. We've made it happen.
Collect lots of data.
We've been trying to take our model and use it in the community. And so this year we have Life Sports is actually being implemented in 8 after-school programs across the state. And they're taking our curriculum and tweaking it, kind of modifying the format of it for the after-school world. So that's something we're looking to expand the model to. You can see I'm just going to breeze through these because you have the annual report, but these are some of the results we have for the kids around social competence and athletic competence. The only sport, we always like to point this out, that we've never made our kids much better, believe they're much better at, is basketball, because they already come in so high. They're already so good at basketball. You can't make someone believe they're better if they're already so good.
You can go back to that later.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we do within our research is we're really in the youth sport literature is it's very unclear in a lot of our youth development organizations too what the mechanisms are that contribute to growth and outcomes. And so we do a lot of studies to try to figure out what's happening in the program, whether it's the relationship with peers, friendship building, skill building in terms of athletic skills versus social skills. And we try to tease that apart so we can get to better outcomes and then inform the broader research base in relationship to how to do the work.
This is generally what I cry about every year when we have to do the PACER with 600 kids. But this was one year where we did a sampling of the kids and we showed growth in their physical fitness as well through camp. And finally, these are the ways we kind of all mentioned. These are the different ways you can get involved in the initiative at Ohio State and ways we're proud of across the board. Again, just calling back to the Settlement House days and getting back into the community and working with kids through sport for public good. This is Dawn and I's contact information. You're welcome to reach out. We have our website up there, and then you can always follow us on Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram. So if you want to see photos of the kids.
Thank you. Follow us on Twitter.
I think we just leave it.
Ready? So I have Wesley from the University of Texas and Kayla from the University of Michigan, who were discussing One Team, which is a youth impact program. So I would like to ask you guys, or you ladies, how do you think that other universities would be able to take that model and possibly use it within their own communities?
Yeah, that's a great question. We've actually begun doing that. So currently the program exists at Northwestern University, West Point Academy, and we're looking at expanding to the University of California, Berkeley, University of California, Los Angeles, the Naval Academy, and really looking at where are the communities that need that support. So you look at Cal, you look at Oakland, and some of the needs that exist there, and also where there's buy-in from the athletic department and ultimately the football program in this case. And so you really need kind of the triangular support from all those partners to make it happen.
And I would also add to that, the academic institution being supportive of it, and with the School of Social Work at all these different universities having students that need field placement and credit for that, this is a great opportunity for them to get hands-on experience.
Okay, thank you very much.
Charles had some anxieties about speaking today, and unfortunately, when you have litigation, lawyers will oftentimes tell you that it's not in the best interest of things to talk about the litigation. So we're hoping that Charles will still come by today, but we IF is sponsoring one of our meals this afternoon. I think it's going to be an outstanding piece. And so once they finish up out in the hallway with their 1 minute elevator speech, we're going to bring the participants back in and allow them to take any questions. We haven't gotten any live stream, so the folks who are out there on YouTube, please send your questions to 917-297-8488 with your name and location. And then I think it would be great if we took about a 5-minute break so we can get the next presentations loaded. And I'm looking forward to those as well. But we're dealing with high school sports, so that's going to be an exciting piece. You know, it's interesting what we have going on right now with regard to high school athletics. 4 student athletes have died in the course of high school athletics this particular fall. And so, you know, I view high school athletics as an important area simply because, you know, that's the place where we can sort of catch them before they move on to college, or if they don't decide to go to college before they get out in the work world. And so this is going to be a very, very important piece. Of course, all of us know, though, who have teens, you know how difficult it can be, you know, to work with young people who are in high school. So as soon as they finish that up, we'll start with the questions, and thank you so much for your patience. But equally as important, thank you so much for the knowledge that you're passing on today. You know, I've been a big fan of what Dawn and the folks at Ohio State have been doing, TART, and all those folks, but I did not know, you know, about the expansiveness of the program. You know, so between, you know, what's going on here, what's going on at Michigan, it's very exciting, you know, the work that's going on. Okay? Okay. All right. So if the participants from this session could come up, and we'll do a quick Q&A, and then we'll move on.
My second tweet ever. I'm so excited to.
Hashtag tweet your picture. Sure. Okay.
I have a comment. First of all, I really appreciate all your presentations, but the comment I have relates to the coaching issues and how one goes about training or orienting coaches, because they have such a huge impact on kids from little to big around the issue of emotional abuse. And it was interesting to me to hear what you guys said in terms of they didn't feel well enough trained or oriented. But part of that is because I don't think they're being asked the right questions. And that one of the things that's very, very tricky, I work in Division I athletics, but one of the things that's very, very tricky is just within the culture of athletics, there are really different rules around what's acceptable, what's considered mistreatment, harassment, abuse. And so I think a lot of coaches don't even realize that their behavior actually might fall into a category of mistreating a child, and they don't even know it. So I think that's part of it, is really looking at design for the ways to think about behavior and the impact on other, and to help them maybe do a self-assessment as well as then collective brainstorming around how to have a different kind of orientation to their work, but that's just as effective.
Yeah, that's one of the things we found out, some of our research. Sport does provide a different environment than the other world. Physical abuse can probably fall in that category as well. Back in the day when you'd work out when it's 100 degrees and no salt tablets unless you did your 100 push-ups and those types of things. So, yeah, Sports Illustrated had an article a couple of weeks ago about some of the emotional abuse problems with women's basketball. So we're still scratching the surface as far as how do we define it, what's acceptable, what isn't acceptable. Yeah, it is a fine line, and I think it's always going to be a fine line when you have the issue of what's more important, the overall well-being of the student athlete or making money and winning. So that's one of the things that hopefully some future research, things that will come out of, things like this. Sure.
So when the Sandusky incident happened at Penn State, our athletic department called upon us through Life Sports to help prepare and train all of their coaches in their department, as well as all of those that come in on campus through Buckeye Sport Camps in the summertime. And so we developed a very short, concise, hour-long training session on what it is, what are the symptoms, how to prevent it, how to make sure you're not in a situation where you're vulnerable as an adult in relationship to it, and then what to do if you suspect or need it, and what are the protocols for who you call and when and under what circumstances. And so Becky was in charge of that. We have some great data, too, that were 6 months follow-ups. We did pre-post follow-up, and, like your data say, the majority of them said it was super helpful. We didn't know. We now know what to do. We're more likely to call, and now that we have this new knowledge.
And it was also, so Ohio State did a couple of things internally, relations to HR, is that all of our OSU employees are now all mandated reporters by the university. So not just based on your role in the university, but as taking any payment from the university, you become a mandated reporter. So anyone working at a Buckeye sports camp is deemed a mandated reporter. The other thing that I think was really interesting is, as a background in social work and a social worker going in there, it was really open arms, like you were saying, of please come share this with us. We want to know. We just don't know what we don't know. And so I kind of went in thinking these poor coaches. I'm a coach in a local school district, and I think of all the trainings I have to go to, and I went in there thinking they're going to be one more training, get out of here. But they were really interested in, and partly because of the political context at the time, but also because they said, we want to know how to report child abuse. No one's just ever told us. And if they didn't come from a field that had that background, they just didn't know.
And probably one of our most engaged participants in one of the trainings was Thad Mata, our head men's basketball coach, which was sort of funny sitting in the front, and he was just really, really excited about how this might be helpful to what they're doing. So the other thing that's happened is that the university has become much smarter across the board in terms of its HR policy. So it's not just in athletics; it's in the music department, and they have these private closed-door piano,
Lessons.
Voice lessons. I mean, there's all kinds of things happening. Right, that are putting employees at risk and kids at risk. And so it's a big, big issue, not just to sport, but to any kind of youth organization, right? Yeah. Thanks.
Another thing that we have that's kind of interesting is coming from the state of Kansas, the youth sport infrastructure is primarily staffed by entirely volunteers. And so the youth sport governing bodies or that provide these opportunities, they have a tough enough time getting coaches to fulfill all the needed positions. And so they're in their mind, they have a policy, which is good. You have the policy, but then from the organizational deviance literature, it becomes sort of a fantasy document where you have it and you're like, oh, we're good. We don't have to worry about it anymore. And it sort of gets left behind. And then what you find is that the organization, they have to be very, very careful about what type of requirements and training, additional credentials and things like that they mandate, because they'll see the volunteer rates start to decrease, and then you don't have the opportunities for the students to participate. And one of the things that, as we were kind of looking, sorry, as I hit the microphone there, apologies. One of the things, kind of stepping outside the university, looking at YMCA, Boys and Girls Club, and then the local municipal recreation opportunities, there are very few infrastructures. And so they rely entirely on the volunteers, and they don't want to put too much on them because they're afraid they then have to lose their sport programs because they don't have enough people to be involved as coaches. Yeah. So it's kind of walking that fine line between, we need to educate, but if we mandate that people are going to have additional hours of training and education, these people come from work, then they go and they coach whatever the local team is. They're worried that people are going to start pulling away. So kind of get stuck in this.
I'd like to thank Jerry for his history lesson
Oh, thank you.
Revisit the whole house and settlement house experience. You know, teaching, when I taught the intro to social work class, a lot of times trying to help my students understand the major part of that experience and how, yes, they did teach children how to play. And so thank you so much for giving us that.
Oh, thank you. And honestly, like, sort of what started this whole thing for me was I was reading I actually did read some of my books over the summer for class. And there was actually a quote in one of my books from Jane Addams in the progressive area. It was one quote, and it was loosely tied to athletics. And I just said, I'm going to just Google Settlement House, Google book search. And I came back with just a laundry list of books. And I couldn't believe it, that I just did one simple search, and there it was. So hopefully, again, now we can maybe get some sport history and social work into the curriculums, too. So maybe that'll be my job.
Yeah.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
A question for both of your programs that you all presented. You talked about the Marines, the involvement with the Marines. And so my interest with that, because in the area that I am, we've got less access probably to Marines, but more access to police officers, CJ, so forth. So I guess my question is, have y'all tried using any of that in your interdisciplinary, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, just kind of opening it up from there. Because I don't know where we find Marines, but I mean, we find a couple.
Well, there are Marines everywhere.
I know that, but we would have more access to police officers and
yeah, and it's interesting because we use Marines at Michigan. The West Point Academy used cadets, so they were current officers, and they actually got academic credit for that role. I mean, I don't see how it wouldn't be a good add. I think what they provide again is really that discipline, structure, and for us, it allowed our teachers to have an environment where they could really truly teach and not have to manage the disruption. And so, I mean, I think police officers could serve that same role. I think they also provide. Too, I think a lot of our kids, at least that we saw, I mean, we're working with 10 to 14-year-old boys, and you ask them what they want to be when they grow up, and everyone, I want to play professional football, and the reality that's not always is going to be the case, and so bringing in other, and I didn't mention that, but that's something we did is bringing in other members of the Detroit community who are in different fields to kind of expose them to different career paths. So I don't know.
So we have. One of the parts of campus, we have an annual career day, and so we've had both the Marines, so our ROTC and our Marines have both been involved with that. And then also the Columbus Police Department, so we actually took a group down to the Columbus Police Department. We've actually had about 50 different kind of career organizations of different, we've had the news channel come in and do a segment, we've had journalism come in. So we do that around career interest. Related to them working the program, we've never really done that. We hire about 60 to 80 staff every summer, and we do training with all of them, and our staff are predominantly pulled from Columbus City school teachers, like you guys were teachers, guidance counselors from there, and then as well as community members who are involved in some of the after-school programs. So one partner we have is After School All-Stars Ohio, where they are a school-based out-of-school time program, but they don't operate in the summer. So we've been exchanging staff with them. So one, to help them retain staff, as well as us getting some qualified staff to work with our kids. But we do put everybody that works camp through a 2-day training right now. We'd love for it to be 3 weeks long, but we have to be able to fund that.
Yeah.
So we do it.
That's the part that's the hardest, because all of these different people and their organizations have their own values around what they think your sport should look like. And so a Marine is going to come in a lot different than a youth development worker at the Boys and Girls Club, right? And then, the Columbus City Schools folks, have a different way of disciplining. And, so when we first started our work in life sports, it was like they were kicking kids out every day. So we started with 600. They ended the end of the year with 250 kids. And so now we kicked out, I think, 3 kids last summer, right, of the 650. So, it's a whole work in how we're going to design the sports setting to be conducive. And training is absolutely essential, as well as support and oversight and accountability when you're in the program. So, the staffing of it, we have behavioral support staff who oversee all of the staff, who monitor what they're doing, who know when they're doing drill sergeant, like things that are not conducive to kids wanting to continue participation in sport. So it's a real tricky thing to do.
Do you use CJ students? You said you use
We have some, yes. So yeah, I mean, we really sort of send out applications and we pick the best of the best. And we have had criminal justice students, sociology students, I think about 14 different disciplines at Ohio State have been involved in some capacity, like big college level disciplines, yeah.
one more question.
Go ahead.
Leslie, I am super interested in your youth impact program. It's something philosophically that I think I've always believed in, but have never seen it so structured in practice. I work as a learning specialist with the student athletes one-on-one, so I'm always looking at the perspective of how these kind of programming affect them and their growth and development. I was wondering, I know that you have results from the improvement in math scores and language arts with the youth, but have you seen growth in self-efficacy with student athletes? So maybe like some of your at-risk athletes. I know that I worked with student athletes trying to reframe some of their perspectives, how they view their tutoring appointments, how they view going to classes. Have you seen any growth in that area with the efficacy?
Yeah, and that's
how they treat
so.
classes?
Andrea's question was, did we see similar improvement in results in the student athletes that participated as mentors in the same way that our YIP participants did? And it's a great question. I think, I don't know if I shared with you, I actually started my career as an academic counselor for student athletes. So I worked with a lot of similar students that are coming from that same, learning challenges and having to, integrate into you talk about these universities. I mean, they're, top academic places. That's definitely a goal of ours. We didn't have, and I'll just be really frank. I mean, we basically, when Jim Harbaugh got there in late January, we were basically told in like April, get this together by June. And so it was in our plan, and it's something that we want to look at. And I know I've talked to Tark a few times, and how do we measure growth in our student athletes? Because I think anecdotally, I could speak to, yes, absolutely, we saw, and I think you can just see it in their performance on the field. And even just, I'll give Jabril Peppers as an example. Since very first day, I mean, he was just screaming at the refs, throwing a tantrum, and I'm like the program director, so I pull him aside. I'm like, you can't act like that. These kids are looking up to you, and they look at you as an exemplary of how you show good sportsmanship. And then you kind of saw him evolve. And I think that's where we kind of picked up on some anecdotal growth. But we are very open to kind of hearing from others on, how do we measure that population and whether this experience influenced them. But
the one place that has done the student athlete perspective in these kinds of programs like this is University of Pennsylvania. So they have a young Quaker program, and they haven't done longitudinal kind of work, but they have done retrospective sort of surveys with all the student athletes who have been involved in that initiative. It's typically lacrosse and track and field students, but they have some good sort of, because of this experience, I'm more likely to do this, or because of this experience, I learned X. And they have some great data to suggest that the students are reporting at post that it had some valuable impact on them. So you might check with them. Yeah.
Okay, last question. One more.
No, I was just back on the I've been impressed that usually swimmers have really high GPAs, and most of women's sports don't struggle with the GPA, where sometimes the men's football and men's basketball will struggle more. I'm just wondering, from your perspective, why do you think that is, that the women tend to do pretty well in their GPA as students?
Well, if you want me to be totally honest, I think it's because most female athletes know they're not going to become professional athletes. Well, yeah, and we're just smarter than boys. Duh. But no, I mean, I think going into your collegiate athletic career, you know that it's probably not going to go beyond that. And if you are lucky enough that it does, you're like the 1%. And you have to focus on school to be a contributing member of your team, because if you're someone that's bringing your team GPA down when everybody else is doing really well, then I mean, you're like toxic. So I don't think they emphasize that as much in those other sports like football and basketball for men when, you know, maybe academics is not what they're going to do the rest of their lives. Maybe they are going to make their whole life salary on their athletic career, but for girls, it's not realistic right now.
One thing you said, I like that you were saying you felt that part of your obligation as a swimmer was also to keep your GPA up.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think that's something that's instilled by our team culture a lot. And not saying it's not for, you know, the other teams and stuff, but I don't think that historically they have all of the tradition in having a really strong GPA presence.
And I would just add to that, I think it starts with the coach. And it doesn't matter women's or men's teams. I've seen very successful men's programs have strong GPAs, but it always starts with that head coach saying, this is important to me, and therefore it's important to the student athletes.
And we have one more question. It comes from Stephen. It's coming from Stephen. Stephen, what's up? Out at LSU. Go Tigers. I got a lot of stuff going on down there, Stephen. But the question is, and I'd like to open this up to Jeff and Mark as well with regard to their research, but it is, could you share with us some of the nuts and bolts with regard to getting the athletic departments involved in any of the issues that you talked about? You know, maybe if you could make 1 or 2 points about the important pieces there in terms of getting them involved.
Thank you, Steve. Well, one of the things for us, just as we were talking about earlier, how do you ignite the organization to get involved? And so the organization, whether it's a youth sport organization, a recreation organization, or an athletic department, there has to be kind of a want to seek out that information, and then the individuals that have that information, have that expertise, also need to approach them. There sort of has to be a symbiotic relationship with regards to identifying the issue, believing that this is indeed an issue, and that the individuals within that organization can somehow have a positive impact on the constituencies that they're a part of.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, you know, organizations need to think that they need to be more proactive as opposed to react. I mean, the whole issue with Penn State, you know, definitely the Big Ten schools have certainly reacted positively to that, and other schools are kind of, you know, like emphasized earlier, you know, they're adding policies. It has to be a little bit more than that, and it has to continue. Penn State was, I think it's almost 5 years ago, maybe a little bit more now. It's not really in everyone's mind, but can it happen again? Well, unfortunately, it probably can. So we always have to keep this, you know, in the forefront, and by doing so, that would probably encourage some of these organizations to take better steps to preventing these things from happening in the future.
Do you want to add? Go ahead.
I guess my perspective, having been in a few athletic departments in more of the athletic administration side, is really, again, coming from the leadership and looking at more interdisciplinary approaches to problems. I'll give you another example. In the last few years, and obviously Greg Harden was a big part of it, but you know, looking at mental health among our student athletes and partnering with our depression center, our School of Public Health, and athletics to combat and to find a solution to serve that population. And I think once you start looking at, you know, these issues that our student athletes have or are struggling with, and you look at who else on campus can help solve that problem, there's more, you know, that's when you get the athletic department to participate in some of these initiatives. And I think that's something I think we just got to encourage, that cross-disciplinary approach.
So at Ohio State, we have exemplar leadership in our athletic department. So Gene Smith, who's our AD and it's been there a long time, has been leading these efforts and is our number one visionary for what we're trying to do, and sees it as a valuable component of what the athletic department does, but what the overall institution does. And he prefaced that with his associate athletic directors and then also with his event management staff in particular, who contribute endless hours in terms of redeployment of time in the summer, athletic training staff, et cetera, to do this work that he finds valuable. And so I think that's one piece. The other piece, though, that we still continue to always try to hit on is the athletic department is about what? The 640 student athletes at Ohio State University, and they're about winning, especially in the Big Ten. And so, you know, as an initiative that is central to athletics and who plans for the future next AD or the changes in coaches that happens all the time. We have to be mindful of the vision and purpose of athletics and also work towards being accommodating to student athletes' schedules and flexibility, and knowing that the demands that are placed on student athletes are crazy and that we have to be supportive of them in negotiating times and flexibility and roles and responsibilities so that they can also be engaged in these particular opportunities, even if their coach isn't the one cheering them on to make it happen. So I think that's really, really key, is to make sure you remember that athletic departments on campuses, especially big ones like Ohio State, are driven with a particular purpose. And so whether does the initiative like at UPenn help recruit student athletes, because the parents and the youth want service experiences in the West Philadelphia schools, or whether it's because, of some other reason that they want to be involved, you have to kind of go at it from that approach. So.
We're going to take a little break while our panelists do their elevator speeches, but I want to give a shout out to Dr. Jennifer Hoffman out at the University of Washington. Yes, Jen, that is Wesley here. Say hi, Wesley. Dr. Hoffman. Wesley, Dr. Hoffman.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Right. And Andrea is also here. Andrea Patton, a graduate of the program. At the IAL program, that's right, Intercollegiate Athletic Leadership, led by Jennifer Hoffman out at the University of Washington. So Jennifer, thanks for tuning in. We're going to take a little bit of break in between time. We're going to have a couple of elevator speeches outside, and we're going to reconvene in about 5 minutes. We've got some water over here if you need it, and lunch will be coming after this session. Thank you.
Continue to tweet. Continue.
He's so visionary over time.
So that's where the Harbaugh. Well, a little bit, yeah. Well, it's interesting because one of the first original programs was at Stanford, and Jim was the coach.
Thank you.
Stanford.
Thank you so much.
So, and Jim has a huge, I don't know, he's got a big military, he just loves the military, and actually he hired his associate AD for football. He's a retired colonel, retired U.S. Marine. So there were a couple layers, and both Jack and Jackie Harbaugh, which we can really hear Jack, but both of them are Jackie worked as a learning specialist for years and years in college athletics, and the Harbaugh family has always cared about working with at-risk youth. And so we're actually going to work with John Harbaugh in implementing at the Naval Academy, and so the Baltimore Ravens are going to be part of it. But I think I talked to Tark a little bit this summer, is we just, we need that help with the training piece, because these student athletes show up and they're just unequipped to sometimes address.
You already know it? Okay. As long as you know. I got to check and make sure.
Trained in that either, and I think the other piece is just, you guys do such a great job of the touch points throughout the year, and creating sort of continuity so that, and I love that you guys work with everyone. Right now, we only have really that one, place to serve 100 kids.
100 is a lot more than.
Or I can swing it back.
You know what I mean? Because that's still
It
large.
So it's either 2 or 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we talked about that too, moving it to face out.
And then the life skills is actually taught us. So each day there's different life skills. And decide how they're going to teach that. They have an hour to do that. Then we had some field trips. We went to on campus. We did at the Natural History Museum. We tried to kind of build in some exposure to the university.
I'm taking pictures of all
They're there all.
We should
So
put something together.
we basically had the team total captains. 2 per team, so 8 of them were there all day. So they were there from 8 to 4:30, and then the rest of the student athletes showed up for the afternoon lunch and afternoon.
Which I think in future programs,
And actually,
just
I can
because
just
I think they should have them all there
I can just put
together,
it in.
because that's the only way that whole
Show me how to
class
football players can really get that full experience.
Well, the challenge is the workouts
Yeah,
and
scheduling
class
makes it tough.
and getting, and that's where, I'm sure you know how that is.
We have to put them in select.
So that's where, and I think the other piece thinking is that what we're proposing is that then those captains will now train the next sophomore class, so they'll be like the football directors, run the practices.
Make sure before we go, I get a shot.
Yeah.
And that's one piece I'm in
Your screen. Oh, this is the title page of everything. We can have that.
But yeah, Bill wants me to start tracking them and kind of like a standardized.
I know.
Well, so we can just be giving them stories and really making.
I thought you were talking about.
And put it across the board. So one thought I had open Marines.
How do you get
Very
from
sports.
there
Because I couldn't imagine.
last year?
No, and that's what I'm saying. But I couldn't imagine any other
So the
sort of
first 2 days,
space
I
there
had to like
for football.
It's perfect. Can't good. So there were a few moments where I'm like, okay, we gotta have a little.
We call it camouflage.
Yeah.
They would just say, you're 5 and
You're going home.
like, it's so good. Yeah, so it's hard. If you want ability and power to get out, you gotta get rid of the nonsense, right?
Well, we also found, and part of this for them is their civilian training, so they need to get this kind of civilian volunteer practice. And some of them were one of our staff sergeants is a counselor to he was kind of like, so what we're trying to figure out, what did we do that was so much, how can we build sort of more role definitions?
What's the connection system that's used?
Right. I mean, it all came together. The question I have for you guys too is kind of what do you guys do life skills wise with these student athletes?
Yeah.
That's something
Okay.
that
Do you have a connection for this?
Texas, and we have
For this? Well, that will up this program.
for that population. Yeah, and do you guys work with our population in the life skills?
Not in life. But like Jerry Davis is part of our student agent, like a little flyer from Academy to go to and then they're doing support.
Okay.
Some of that as well.
So I think all of these are okay.
So it's more tied into student athletes.
Yeah, no, I just forget. I mean, how do we extend?
And this is exactly what we need. Because, I'm in Belmont, which is on the way to Louisiana. Very diverse. And,
Long way to go.
how do you describe it? I mean, diverse, but not accepting of diversity. A lot of it is areas, but not access to facilities that you offer university there, but we don't have. We just got football back 8 years ago, and we have basketball, and then we have people sports.
So,
I mean, it's true, but you know, so that kind of interesting.
Are you still?
well, there's so it's called the Young Trainer.
Are you good?
It's one of the programs.
Yeah.
So like it's like
Is there somebody that's going to
He's committed to doing this with his student athletes, right? So,
Well, yeah, and that's again where I alluded to, like, we couldn't do what we did without having Coach Harbaugh, like, because we had, we talk about facility access, and we had the whole big, we turned the club area between these.
So this is your
Yeah.
The weather is beautiful outside. I can see the mountains. It's sunshiny. Good? Okay, thanks.
Okay.
This place called Dazbog. It's on the way. Huh? Yeah. You guys are nice.
Very last presentation. I'm gonna get over with, you know. Are you on next?
I'm on next.
All right.
Yeah.
It's good stuff, man. I know. I'm like, I wish I would have just kind of gotten it over with.
Yep.
Really, we're literally the last one.
We'll hang in there for you. They're all really great. Do it for the kids. We're doing it for the kids. I feel like I'm learning so much different
this is
stuff.
awesome.
Like all kinds of, from different perspectives and opinions, and yeah, it's really great.
Good stuff. This is good. When did you guys get in?
I got in yesterday. I came on the bus from Colorado Springs up around 12:30.
Colorado Springs.
Yeah. I was there with family vacation fun.
Yeah, it's nice
So,
out there.
yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful here too.
Yeah. I flew in last night.
Last night.
Easy flight.
Are they reasonable flights from Minnesota?
But typically, you can get.
I'm doing a one-way, obviously, tonight. It was $79 from here to Indy. Yeah.
Is it what?
Frontier?
Oh. Tonight.
Yeah, I actually, I didn't want to pay for a hotel for another night. And so my flight leaves at midnight, which is amazing. I had read on
Let me know when we're ready,
the
guys.
thing that there was going to be like a happy hour celebration afterwards. Yeah. So I'm sort of hopeful
Okay,
that
so
people will want
my
to
name
go
is
do
Joey,
something.
and I'm here speaking with
And then
Don
go back
and
to the
Rebecca
hotel and
from
get
The
myself.
Ohio State.
And then either
So
come
we're
back
speaking
downtown
about
and
the
catch Uber,
life
or I'm
sports that
gonna
you guys do
come
over
back
there,
downtown. I
or
don't
you
know what I'm
ladies.
gonna
I have
do,
a
but
question.
I plan
So
on being
my
there, like,
question is,
around
how do you get
9
so
or
much
so.
like
And just hanging out for a couple of
interdisciplinary
hours,
crossover?
like
Because it seems like
$79.
there's
I
all
can't
these
really.
different programs that
I'm
are all
willing to be
involved.
flexible
You know, I think a
because
lot of
I get
other
my
universities
flight's
might
like
want
at
to figure out
12:50
like what's the
a.m. or
secret
something,
to
so
getting
it's fine.
all these other departments
So I'm hoping that
involved
people will want to
on board.
do
So I
something.
think one piece
Yeah.
of the puzzle is that we have multiple different opportunities for students and faculty and people at Ohio State to be involved. So whether it be through working
people are
camp in the
saying
summer,
to roll into
taking
that?
courses that are tied
guessing
with our
probably a
curriculum
few
or
of them
youth
are,
development
yeah.
minor, being engaged in research, whether it be in the summertime or throughout the year, we can find different opportunities for students' engagement. I think that makes a difference. This is not just one-time limited period. There's lots of different creative ways that we can do it.
Don't forget anything.
A couple
Don't
examples. For
forget
example, we do
anything.
health
It will
physicals
be fine.
for
Just the
over
initial,
300 kids about every
Yep,
year.
it is
And
every time.
we have pre-med students and
That's
dental
sort of the
students who
element of
come in
competing,
and are involved
like when
in
the
that
kids are
capacity
like,
there,
"Oh,
getting
Coach, I'm so
experience
nervous.
doing
Why am I nervous? It's like our
screenings
fifth
and
meet." And I'm like,
tests and
you should be nervous
physiological
every single time.
administrations
Like,
with
that's-
kids of
that's
that,
yeah.
kids from different backgrounds that they wouldn't otherwise get that chance to do. We have other students who are communications or
I have some
marketing
friends that are
majors who
watching,
help us with like our
that are
Facebook
watching the
and our
live stream
Twitter
as
and
well.
writing
I'm a little bit like,
newsletters and being engaged in that way. We have faculty who are interested in the physiological component of what we're doing in terms of outcome measurement. So they want to come out and help with PACER, physical activity data collection and have their students do that. Where others might be interested in
we had this summer. Special educators, we had one that came out, Matt came out and really worked with some interventions that are done in the school. He tried to implement them in a summer camp setting.
Yes.
So we were able to provide him that setting, and then he was able to help us serve our kids with special needs
And
a little
I
bit
think,
better.
too,
So
if
it was
it
kind of
were
a
easy,
win-win for both of us.
Like it's
So, Rebecca, a question for you real quick is, having been a student now and
when it's
kind of
done
going
really
and kind of
well,
coming through the system right there, how have you seen the actual program grow?
really hard to make
So the
sure that
program-
it's
full-time staff. She's our director of
really well.
operations.
So, but I was a student at Ohio State, so I
But
was.
you were a student as well.
the life sports
Don't
program
age
is
me,
just
Don.
like, it's phenomenal.
So, I mean, really, the
I
program
actually
has grown immensely.
applied
So,
for a
like we
fellowship
said
from
when we
Lilly,
started, we
to
really
spend
were just
the
envisioning
next
this as
summer
helping.
with
We got
them.
involved with
I
athletics,
don't
really
think
just
Dawn
coming
knows
out
that
and
yet,
kind of
but I wanna
evaluating the
introduce
program,
myself
and it
to
kind
her
of
today
blossomed
and
from
let her
there.
know
So it was really all of us collectively working together. And so, we still serve the 600 kids that we served originally. We're still trying to serve 600 kids each summer. But what's grown is the student involvement. So now we have, more and more, we're getting more and more undergrads and masters to the point where we're getting so many asks, we're trying to create new and more ways for them to be involved. The other way we've seen it grow is as we're expanding the model out into the community. So one of the things we wanted to do is always try to serve more kids over the next 5 years, but we're not a nonprofit in the sense of a community nonprofit, where we want to serve them ourselves. So we're looking at how do we expand the model to other places like an After School All Stars Ohio that can take our model that already have kids in their programs but use it to reach more kids. So, like I said, when we started 9 years ago, we had 12 kids coming to clinics, and we have 100 plus coming to every clinic. And now we started offering 6, and we're now at 10 each summer. And this is in the off season from camp. So it's grown immensely over the years, and just even the contact with other universities, that's increased each year.
Would you like to add anything, Dawn? All right, thank you very much.
Yeah. just wanted to say hi. I have read a bunch of the stuff that you guys have done, and I have presented with TARC before at U of M. And so I actually wrote a fellowship application to come spend a month with you guys. You guys don't know this yet, but have a behavior system, a management system that's in place. So, I mean, I would be glad to explore any of that, but yeah. So,
what you're doing in your schools.
Yeah.
Because Columbus City doesn't have great strategies.
Yeah.
So,
well, and I don't know as a district that like we necessarily do, but because we're an alternative program, we are allowed. Yes.
Couple minutes. I just want to give you this.
Okay.
Fast forward.
Okay.
Tell me how do I pronounce your last name?
Monadero.
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 I was laughing because when you said I'm not pronouncing this, I was like, he's not saying my name because it's so difficult. But and I don't care.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one.
I don't care if it's mispronounced. I'm like, go ahead. It's my husband's. I always say. So it's like,
It's not really mine.
Mine was sweet. It was nice and short.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what. So my clinical placement when I was in social work was in. Terrible name, but in the district I was in, it was the emotionally disturbed unit. And so we had middle school kids that were kind of that 1%, lower than 1% of that district. It was a upper income district, so it was even more.
We're going to get started with our second round of presentations. Again, for our audiences here, for our live stream audience tuning in on YouTube, thanks for the questions. We just got one from the folks at USC, at Southern Cal. Giving a shout out to everybody, telling them telling us or sharing with us how great the content is. And so I also again want to thank our sponsors, University of South Carolina, College of Social Work, my school, University of Texas at San Antonio, Department of Social Work, and of course our host, Metropolitan State University at Denver. Not only the Department of Social Work and the Social Work Students Association, but also the athletic department, who's given us use of these wonderful facilities. So without further ado, we're going to start our component on high school sports. And I'd like to introduce to you Kelly Monteiro.
Very good. That's great.
From Indianapolis Public Schools. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me, Mr. Gill. I'm so excited. I have been my hands are sweaty, and I get all this, excited to share these things with you guys. So I'm literally, we've heard a lot of different things about statistics and a lot of different research that's been happening. And so I'm here to give you lots of really hands-on interventions for high school athletics. And I use social work stuff. All these pictures that you're going to see are pictures that I have taken, pictures that we have done at practice, at meets, and things like that. So I will try to contain my excitement and just share with you. So I'll just quickly, we do a lot of things, character building, thankfulness, team building, honesty. So down here at the bottom, we have, I was a basketball coach, and we had parents that would provide meals for us. And so we came up with any kind of food that had circles on it that you could put basketballs in. So we had like eggs and bacon, there's like a banana basketball, there's a pizza tree. The one that you can't see is like spaghetti and meatballs. The meatballs are basketballs. And it just was a really good way for the kids to understand thankfulness and also to be sort of silly and savvy. So the first thing that I ask myself at the beginning of each season, I'm a high school and middle school track coach, and I also have coached basketball, is how do I get the message to my students that will impact them, but then they will also throughout their lifetime think back and say oh yeah, Coach K did say that, or oh yeah, we did this at track practice or at basketball practice. So I currently am employed with a public school district, public urban, 6% African American, 15% white, 9% Hispanic. And this actually, the stat about the free and reduced lunch, we actually as a district are getting free and reduced lunch this year overall, whether they need it or not. And then there's lots of lack of parental engagement. So a lot of the kids that I have their senior year, I've never met their parents, which is really sad for me because I want to be involved as much as I can. So that's where I coach track and field. And then I have coached basketball at Cathedral High School. And it's just a much different animal. It's a private pay institute. The lunches are catered by a family whose child goes to the school. It's pretty outstanding. And I have parents hey, what did you have for breakfast this morning, Coach Monteiro? I'm like, So it's just a very drastic difference. And so the idea is that regardless of the demographics, regardless of the experiences, the emotional reactions and the feelings and the interventions are oftentimes the same for both populations, which I think is very beautiful. I think sometimes as humans we think, oh, they couldn't possibly need the things I have to offer because they come from a good home, they're well fed, they're all these things. And the truth is, as responsible adults, they need the things we have to offer them. It takes a community. So just a couple of different things. These are things that my athletes have said to me. Coach K, I'm not sure how to talk to my boyfriend about physical boundaries. Coach Monteiro, of course, Coach K, they can call me in my track and field world, they call me Coach K, and they have to be very professional and call me Coach Monteiro at Cathedral. So Coach Monteiro, should I go to the dance with my girlfriend or my boyfriend or with my group of friends? Coach K, Jackie's talking stuff when she has to run with me. What should I say to her? How should I approach that? Coach Monteiro, when we pick teams, Megan's making side comments. So again, very different environments, very similar reactions in athletics, which is part of the beauty of that. So I'm going to talk about some specific things that work, social work interventions that work in athletics. One of the things that we do at the beginning of every season, regardless of how many seasons you have been my athlete, is we set goals. I ask them their name, grade, how long they've played the sport, what they know about the sport, what they would like to learn more about, what they think they would like to run. Everyone, of course, wants to be like a 100, 200 runner. No one wants to do like the 800 or the 1600. And then I also asked them about academic strengths and academic weaknesses. And if there's anything that they think I can do to help with those academic strengths and weaknesses. And then I also asked them one thing that I would know about them if like we were cool. Like if we hung out outside of school, like what would I know about you? And you get some really great answers about nicknames or about favorite foods. And a lot of my returning athletes, you know, my seniors like, oh, Coach K, I've done this for you 3 years in a row. Like nothing's different. Like, actually, let's look back because things are very different. You're a senior now. Things need to look different. If they don't look different, I'm not doing my job. So I make them sit down and talk to me about those things. And then also they fill out a piece of paper that I keep on file with me throughout the year to talk about goals. At the beginning of the season, this was your goal. You've kind of gotten there. Should we reevaluate? Do we need to set new goals again? The other thing that we do are learning style inventories. I think that every human should have to do this. They're printable, so that's the website that you can go to, and they're actually specifically for athletes, which I find phenomenal. You can print them, or you can have your athletes take them online, and it's really neat because oftentimes I get kids who are 18, who are seniors, who have no idea how they learn. And so for me, as a coach, I do a learning styles inventory, and then I can understand, like, okay, so with Joe, I need to talk with him and tell him how to do this. And with Ayana, I need to like physically show her how to do it. I need to have her physically do it. And so it's really great just to sort of see what their learning styles are. Helps me be a better coach, helps them be better learners. So more social work interventions that work in athletics, strength-based approaches, all you glass half full people. So we acknowledge successes on my team for the boys team and the girls team. So we run them, on paper I'm the women's coach, but we sort of run collaboratively. We work together. So we do that in 3 ways, 3 very specific ways. One of the ways that we do that is by, they can earn socks. Another way is that they can earn the heart of the meet. And then the third way is just through the pyramid of success. So this is from last spring, and they get to pick their socks out, by the way. This has nothing to do with me. I like pull up the page, and then they get to choose like 4, and I have like some price limits. But so these girls actually earned these socks, not because of anything that they did on the track, but because of their leadership and because of them being responsible academic athletes in the school. They made my job a lot easier. I didn't have to stress about whether they were eligible, whether they were getting homework done, anything like that. And the lesson for me, and what I hope that they gathered from this, is that things aren't always mutually exclusive. So you can get rewarded on the track team because you're doing well academically. I mean, you get to be eligible. That's A, the biggest thing. But B, there are other things that you can do. And the other part of this that is really neat is that no one person can earn them. They have to earn them as a team. So it's not like so-and-so can come to me and say like, hey, Coach K, did you see that I did this and this and this? Can I have my socks? Like, you got 6 other people that have to earn socks. So you have earned yours, yes. But until the rest of your team does these things, you don't all get them. And we sit down, it's this big thing where everyone gets their socks, which is a really fun thing. And it's also really neat to hear other teams ask them about the socks. Like, how did you get those? Who gave you those? Like, we didn't get them, we earned them. You know, we don't get given things. So it's really neat to see kind of how that looks in every day, you know, when they wear them. And they tend to earn them at the end of the season. So we wear them for regionals and for sectionals and for the big meets, the big show-off meets that we want to look, you know, very nice running down the track. Heart of the meet literally is what it's called. I literally have a sheet of stickers that are hearts. And for all of you that are boys coaches, you might think that the boys have no interest in pink heart stickers. You're false. That's not true. This is actually one of my senior boys. And so they earn the heart of the meet. Usually the coaches decide on who that is, unless the kids have an overwhelming like urge to say, Coach, we really think so-and-so has earned this. The coaches decide, and we do it the next day after a track meet. We do it at practice the next day. and we acknowledge the specific things that they did to earn the heart of the meet. And this young man specifically, he's actually at Vincennes now, running track for them, which is amazing. He was one of my seniors. One of the kids I had from 6th grade all the way through his 12th grade year, which is like, ugh. So he said, I heard him say to one of his teammates, anytime you wonder, anytime you're unsure about what you're doing, you can look down at your heart and know that you're a heart of the team. And I was like, they're listening. So this is really great. Yeah. So, but that's just, it's one thing that you can do to help kids acknowledge what they're doing, and help them recognize that they're doing great things. And then this is the pyramid of success. This is not my original, I didn't come up with this. John Wooden is the sort of guy that did this. But so we would have a characteristic each week or each meet, depending on how many meets we had and depending on how many weeks were left. And as you can see, someone's heart of the meet ended up on the pyramid, which I think is all kinds of neat that they have integrated that. But so each week we would end practice about 15 minutes early. We'd all go in the building, boys and girls teams together, and we would talk about whatever the characteristic was. It just depended on kind of the week. The coaches kind of decided, we would kind of get a litmus test for the kids and say like, oh, we really should work on poise this week because we're getting stressed out a little bit during the meets. We're having a hard time holding it together. So then what I would do is I would find quotes, and I would cut them up in little strips, and I would hand them out to all the athletes. And everyone would be required to read one aloud. Now, the social worker in me was like, does everyone feel comfortable reading out loud? And then the coach in me was like, I don't really care. You're going to read it. So everyone would read one out loud. And we actually also read a book that was like a children's book. I'm big on using children's things for high school kids because I think a lot of my kids missed a lot of those childhood things. So it was really neat. So they each read a page of the book, and then we finished the book. The other thing that this is really a powerful tool for is we've all had athletes that have a really hard time hearing things that coaches say to them. This is a really effective way to get a message across that wouldn't otherwise be heard. So I had an athlete, and I was trying to think back on which characteristic it was, but I knew I had found this quote for him. He was being a little bit cocksure, and he was like boasting a little bit too much, and he wasn't winning that many races, and I was sort of like, this doesn't match. And so I had him read. I gave him very specifically one that I wanted him to read, and he read it aloud, and I asked him to read it again, and he read it again, and he was like, can I keep this, Coach Cat? I really like this. And in my mind, I was like, yes, you may keep that. Please feel free. So this is a really good way to just get the team together, get them talking about, enthusiasm looks different for me probably than it does for some of my athletes, and just to sort of get them communicating about some of those things. We also, during the week, when we broke it down, like as a team, we would do our word of the week. So on the third week, enthusiasm was our word, which is also really funny to hear. In a group of people, we've got lots of other, their school names, and we're doing things like enthusiasm, which I think is neat and sets us apart. So trust, lots of you have previously mentioned trust. So sort of I get strapped with the task of how do I teach kids to trust me in their team when they've never been taught to trust sort of within their households. So we do lots of fun things and probably lots of scary things to them at first that sort of talk about developing trust. So they have to trust me. They have to trust themselves. They have to recognize that they're part of a family. And they also have to trust their teammates. So we do push-ups for lots of things. We do push-ups if we drop a baton. It's bad baton juju for those of you who are track and field people. 10 push-ups. We also do 10 push-ups if we use inappropriate language. We're in good company. LeBron James' high school coach also used to make him do 10 push-ups. And if we need to work on social skills, which sounds really silly, but there was one girl who would suck her teeth every time she would talk to me. So every time she sucked her teeth, she had to do push-ups. She stopped sucking her teeth. So we get smarter or we get stronger. So that's sort of, they develop trust in each other because the relay team does the baton drop push-ups. And they also know that we're consistent. So if you do this, this is the consequence. Another way that I build trust with them is I do meet day cards, which I know is more easy for track and field because it has the order of events. But it allows me to be personal with each of the athletes and talk about, I recognize that you were working on this in practice this week. Don't forget to do this. We've been trying to, focus on this. And those things are nice to be able to tell them, and I'm not always able to pull them aside and say that at practice or on the bus on the way to a meet. Developing trust in themselves. I know this really sounds outrageous, but once someone throws up at practice, it's like the whole new world has opened up for them. So we have a shirt that they sign, and if they throw up at practice, they get to sign the shirt. And it's like this big ceremony, like everyone comes in the room and we could like lay the shirt out. And it's really interesting, but like after they sign the throw up shirt, it's like they never doubt themselves again. Like I've pushed my body so far past what it can do that like I can do anything now. So that's a really great way that they develop trust in themselves. It's really gross because I'm a sympathy vomiter. It's terrible. So these are paper plate awards. We do them at the end of each season. These are a really good litmus test. So it's sort of like that whole family thing. We all sit down and everyone gets one paper plate. And so it's the kids get to decide who gets what awards if we didn't, as adults, identify them. And it gives a good litmus test. You either really find out that you know your team well, or you discover a lot of things that you maybe didn't know about your team. Like I had no idea that he was such an encourager because he's not, in front of everyone he's not, but to certain people he's really great at that. And so, and the ones on the right are just ones that I got like a peanut butter and jelly I brought peanut butter and jelly every day. So it's just a really neat way for the kids to have an opportunity to provide awards to their peers. We do the trust run, which is really interesting. Did everyone bring workout clothes? We got some room right up here. Anybody wanna? No? Okay. So everyone lays down on their belly, elbow to elbow, and you have to run over each other's behinds. And initially it's a very selfish motivated activity because you're like, oh, don't step on me. But eventually you realize that I'm not going to step on you. You're not going to step on me. I have to hurry. Someone's behind me. So it becomes this whole big team bonding thing. And once it's actually really beautiful, probably in my sick track mind, to watch these kids run over each other and get down. And usually this is one of the ones that I get to do with them, which is really fun for me. And then it's the whole idea that once the kids know that people are invested, other teammates are invested, they sort of start to invest. Character traits that are developed at practice. And we have specific things at each practice that sort of develop all of those things. My favorite one is this one. It's personal accountability. This was a note that was sent home to the parents because their kids had left our classroom at disaster. And they had to read it aloud with their parents, and then they had to sign it with their parents. And it's just a silly one about peanut butter and jelly and having to bring their own food. And it just creates dialogue at home that might not exist previously. And it also connects parents with us. So this is my final charge to you all. Pat Summitt is one of my favorite humans in the entire world. Coaching isn't social work, but it's more than just a game. It's a heartfelt vocation in which you are powerfully bonded to students who need you. Often, they need you more than they know they need you. It's a job that engages your mind and muscle and your job and spirit. A job in which you grab kids by their arm and pull them out of their respective emotional fires, whatever fire it is, and show them what real self-worth looks like. Sometimes I almost want to say to a kid, I'm going to save you from yourself, and you don't even realize you need it. It's going to be tough love, and you're going to get it in heavy doses. And you won't like me at first, but at the end of the day, you will love me. I'm going to show you how to live. I am. I'm going to take it off.
That was great. I can just hold this, right? So how do you guys think it's going so far? Good? Good? Yeah, I think so too. Okay, this is a little commercial break. So we've heard today about with the programming and with funding. So
Hi, I'm here with Kelly, and she just gave an awesome presentation talking about how social work and sports are tied in together and talking about some great interventions. I loved seeing the trust run. Can you tell me a little bit more about how you think possibly that we can take some of those and start to implement them for maybe younger and older students?
So we use a lot of those interventions in our middle school program as well, where I am coaching. I think the important thing is, as a coach, we just have to ask ourselves, what are the messages that we want the kids to have? And there are all kinds of strategies and fun ways to get those messages across. And so I think that finding what the sort of the direction in which the coach wants to head, and the bigger lessons, not just I want you to be good at soccer, good at football, but what are the bigger lessons, and then developing interventions that are specific to those character traits.
Can I ask you, how many times have you done that trust run?
Oh gosh, I would say at least once a season for the last 7 seasons.
Once a season, last 7 seasons. More seasons to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, commercial break over. Thanks, guys.
All right, good morning and welcome to Denver, Colorado. First, I would like to thank Emmett and the University of Texas San Antonio Social Work Department, as well as Natalie and the 1 in 4 Project, the University of South Carolina Social Work Department, and my school, MSU Denver, and the MSU Denver Social Work Department. My name is Jamal Jackson. I am a school social worker here in Colorado with Aurora Public Schools. So what I'm going to present to you guys today may be familiar to some of you, but it's my hope that my perspective is valuable and that you guys take something away from it. So the purpose of today's presentation is for you all to have a deeper understanding of mental health aspects of student athleticism in order to fully support student athletes. And it is my hope that this understanding will help in supporting the student and not just the athlete. I'm going to be sharing with you guys part of my father's student athlete experience and how it impacted my life. In the 1960s, my father, Isaac, was a 15-year-old who was one of a handful of children that integrated the Macon, Georgia public school system. My father played sports from grade school on and became very well known across the city. Football is culture in the South. The excitement of football culture is compared to no other, with the exception of church. My father was gifted. He broke city and state rushing records. He also attained All-American status while in high school and was featured on a local Sunday news for the C. Isaac Run highlight. He also signed with the Southeastern Conference School. Unlike today's policies regarding privacy, my father's SAT scores were not high enough for him to qualify for a Southeastern Conference school, and his scores were actually published in newspapers across the state of Georgia. What made matters worse was that my grandfather passed away before my father could make his college selection. You all can imagine the humiliation of being thought of as not smart enough to attend a school in the South, and then leaving the South for a school in Kansas, a part of the country my dad knew nothing about. So this move isolated him from his support systems that were in Georgia. Oops. Not working too well. What's going on? Oh, there we go. The social backdrop to this common Friday Night Lights football story was the unrest and civil discord of the 1960s. My dad's and other student athletes' experiences of inequality, racism, and oppression, it makes me think about how society and the sports culture is out of sync. And this can have a negative impact on student athletes. These negative impacts, you can imagine the mental health challenges that go on for these student athletes alike. And that's kind of linked to anger, depression, low self-esteem. And I bet many of you all have heard a story like this before. Now I would like for all of you guys to imagine a football stadium, a basketball court, a baseball field, or a track, or a boxing ring in another town across America today, as well as integrated crowds cheering for the athletic prowess of athletes like my father, Isaac Jackson, in the 1960s and in present times. If we imagine these same children academically and socially isolated because of their experiences, this creates a huge challenge. Let's fast forward to 2001. In 2001, my father's dreams became my dreams. You all know the saying of putting all your eggs in one basket. In my opinion, that means that there's one influence, one dream, and that's to make it to the big leagues, the NFL or bust theory. My grades and my education were not my primary focus. I was lacking in an understanding of my direction. This resulted in my emotional roller coaster of finding purpose. And this is the story of many student athletes. So my father, along with other student athletes and my experiences, have informed my career direction. Let me show you some numbers. One mental health aspect that I spoke of was anger, which can be attributed to the culture and mental pressure of student athletics and also life experiences. And when we speak of anger in the sports culture, aggression comes to mind. This is the athletic aggression among NCAA student athlete statistics, which state that 42% of male student athletes feel that they've been trained to compete with aggression. 42%. 40% of male student athletes feel that being fiercely aggressive during competition is key to being a good athlete. 40%. These numbers are high. I think about how anger can transform into depression and how this can transfer into other aspects of life and relationships. Right here we're thinking Mike Tyson or Lamar Odom. The second set of data is that everyone doesn't make it to the college ranks or to the professional ranks. So if you guys see the statistics right here, 8.6% of college players are actually drafted. So those numbers are just going down and down. So it's not as easily attainable. But for an adolescent with the dream of making it, it seems so surreal. And a lot of them feel like they have a better chance at a career in sports than in getting a college degree. So when I think about this whole sports culture in education, I think about two interactions that I had with two students. The first one was a high schooler, and he said, "Coach Jackson," that's what they call me, "my home life is messed up. Football is all I got." The second student athlete is a third grader. He told his teacher, "I'm better at playing basketball than reading. And LeBron James doesn't read, so why should I?" In that instant, because the teacher actually told me about this story, I went online, I went to Google, and I found a picture of LeBron James reading. Who would have thunk? So I got that picture and I sent it to the teacher. She was ecstatic. She was like, "Oh, thank you. This is perfect." The next day I went into the classroom. She had printed off the picture and it was in that kid's binder. All right, so the singular focus of sport and the lack of emphasis on educational attainment is a burden on children. It's my opinion that student athletes' level of disappointment increases with this singular thought process. Oops, sorry. This is where student athlete counseling can contribute. There is a need for more student athlete counseling services as it relates to anger and depression. My goal as a student athlete counselor is to put the existing challenges at the forefront of secondary education in order to develop positive solutions. Specifically what that means is developing programming at the elementary and middle school levels in addition to the high school levels. My student athlete counseling program, which was established in 2011, focuses on social and emotional functioning, student athlete counseling guest speakers, so former student athletes that are guest speakers, case studies, and film clips, all centered around student athlete challenges. In conclusion, my hope is that I have reinforced your thoughts and given you some new perspectives in valuing the student, not just the athlete. And before I finish, I would like to thank my brother Jason and my sister Chandra for the support they've given me with this speech, as well as my mother for 32 years of unconditional love and helping me with this speech by going through every single letter in red ink with love. And lastly, I would like to thank my father, Isaac, for paving the way for student athletes and my vision for student athlete counseling. Do we have music? It's good to go.
He is a great running man, though. Well, obviously, I think Jackson did find the money.
Thank you. Like this right here? Do I need to keep this when I go out there? Okay. As I actually give it to this young lady here? Okay.
I'm gonna get ready. I need to get Jamal out here.
Clicker.
Yeah, sure. Audio for your presentation?
What now?
Do you need nerve shattering.
Great job.
Thank you.
So I'm here right now with Jamal Jackson. He's talking about student athlete counseling. So Jamal, I heard you, heartfelt speech, brother. Family very deeply, backing you up. So how much can you say that they were a part of this whole process for you to really, start talking about, student athlete counseling?
So my family?
Yeah. So your family, because I see your father, and just kind of growing up around athletics. I'm kind of wondering how that might have impacted you in terms to wanting to provide student athlete counseling.
Oh yeah, most definitely. So my father passed away when I was 16 years old. So I kind of was left kind of on my own to figure out what my life's path was going to be, and I took on that dream, and it was a struggle. I made a lot of mistakes, and it was tough. So I used the strength that I got from my family to help move me to the next level in developing student athlete counseling. It's been a long road, but I have a very supportive family, and I'm very thankful for the support that they've given me to get to this stage of my life.
So what would you like to see? SAC turn into in the next 5 years? If you look at the next 5 years, how would you like to see it develop and grow?
In the next 5 years, I'd like to be in a school district, working with multiple schools, providing that student athlete counseling in group sessions, in individual sessions, talking about the student athlete challenges that exist in society today, and relating them back to these experiences that these kids are having today. That's important, being able to relate to what's going on right now in the sports world. It means a lot. There's an influx of student athletic experiences that are going on that that are in the newspapers that people are reading, and people are like, well, what do we do with this? So it's important that the social work and sports merge together and provide those services. So that's what I see in the next 5 years.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Awesome, brother. Thanks. Yo, man. Hey,
More than that, but we also take into account the social, psychological, the spiritual, what I mean, all of them. We take them into account, and that's what we teach our students. I'm just so blessed that you've been here today. So like I said, 110 views on the YouTube channel, looking for more this afternoon. Enjoy your 1 minute elevator. Very speeches. You good? We're ready to go? All right then. Jessica, help me.
Yeah, Zembrowski, perfect.
Hey, bring it to the stage now. Jessica Zembrowski. Jessica has some travel challenges, as we all do sometimes, but she's here.
Catastrophes, but yeah, I'm here.
Looking forward to your presentation.
I'm here. I thought flying in from Atlanta this morning very, very early would be a good idea. Turns out it was not a good idea at all. But I am here and very, very excited. And I don't think it's fair that I should have to follow Jamal because his was absolutely amazing. But I will, and I'm happy to talk with you about something that's a little bit different, I think, than a lot of what our colleagues are presenting on today. Is certainly, it's pretty clear that there's a strong need and indication for social work professionals to engage in and provide services to all that are engaged in sports. And the applications are about almost endless, right? And indeed offering really a completely different approach than our colleagues in psychology and others in terms of really looking at the systems that people have been and are a part of really understanding and appreciating diversity, of really being able to make impact, of course, on the athletes, coaches, and others, but also I'm looking at it from sort of the other application from the other direction, right? How sport can add to the practice of social work, and also, like many of us who are doing social work education. We clearly, time and time again, impact the problems of daily living, that both those that are in sport often experience, but also, of course, much of which is common with the overall population. We don't have, unfortunately, any shortage of opportunities to work that connection between how social work can make entree into the world of sports and give our perspective and our interventions. Of course, we're all very familiar with the incidence of substance abuse, the incidence of psychological distress, if not mental illness. All too often hearing about incidents of intimate partner violence and family violence over the last couple of years, to be sure. Unfortunately, I think it's almost noteworthy, right? When a month or so would go by and we don't hear about the arrest of even just college or a professional athlete. Lots of opportunities for us to do some good work, okay? Just this week, of course, the name of Lamar Odom has already been spoken today with that terribly, terribly sad and unfortunate situation there. But we also have Steve Sarkisian at the coach of USC, who is the former coach of USC. Those are two examples from this week that not only prevention from a social work perspective, but engagement in the systems that both of those men were a part of over a long period of time. I can argue pretty comfortably, possibly could have made a difference, right? So we as social workers, as social work professionals with our systems approach, really kind of provide a good fit with some of what is the culture or cultures of sport, right? Some of the more positive aspects of the culture of sport we also own, right? Not own, but we like to say emphasizing autonomy, having folks make their own decisions, right? We like self-determination. We like people to determine their path with a support, right? We talk about an appreciation, as I did before, not just an appreciation, but a celebration of cultural identity, of people embracing being different. These all can work very well and do within the culture of sport. So, indeed, the argument is being made, at least by all of us today to some extent, that certainly with, certainly this time of year with college football, with baseball playoffs, with NFL, sport can capture attention. And those within sport, particularly athletes, really have a lot of gravitas and a lot of potential influence, reinforcing the legitimacy of what we in social work work towards. And also what I'm arguing today is really providing motivation, right, for all kinds of pro-social healthy behaviors, right? We know that to be an athlete at any level, but particularly as it rises up in terms of prestige, have to have a commitment to training, to nutrition, right? Meanwhile, we have a population in the United States that has relatively low levels of commitment to training and fitness and exercise. And so kind of from that opposite angle is where I'd like to take my talk from this point forward, okay? With my travel issues this morning, I wasn't completely sure that I would be able to produce a PowerPoint that was able to be shown. So I had some copies made. I apologize to the trees that suffered, but those are available if you would like to, of course, take those with you and share them. And we, of course, it is no newsflash to anyone else in the room that if we talk about overall population health, which is the kind of social work research that I do, it's absolutely well established that commitment to nutrition, commitment to physical activity yields health outcomes that are improved across all domains. It's really pretty indisputable, right? But unfortunately, we have many of us that in the general population do not engage regularly in physical activity. Exhibit A. Working on it. 51.6% engage. This is overall. This is BRFSS data from CDC. The 2011 data, which I'm going to talk about further. In regular aerobic activity, that is how they define it, as 150 minutes a week. And that's very liberally defined. I mean, house cleaning counts. So you get an idea that this is not necessarily just running and swimming and organized sports, right? And then we have 29.3 engage in regular muscle strengthening activities. And again, that's very widely defined. It's not just going to the gym and weight training. Gardening, lifting grocery bags, again, very liberally defined in terms of strengthening activities. But of course, this is applying to the population that is contained in the BRFSS data, which is adults essentially 18 and over. So, okay, so we have this situation where we have Americans often do not engage in activity and fitness and sport ourselves to as large of an extent as we would like, but it becomes, and clearly is, our number one celebrated activity to follow. So what I'd like to emphasize today is the use of sport to increase really the average health or the health of the average American. And doing this with what I see to be some collaboration between the world of sport to promote those kinds of activities with everyday folks. Okay. So what I'm looking at today is 2011 BRFSS data. The behavioral risk factor surveillance system is a large data collection effort that is not longitudinal in nature. It's not panel data, but it's as nationally representative as we can get by year, a cross-section over time. That has some pretty robust results in this area, right? To let the cat out of the bag, basically what we see is that relationship between those who really might most need creative interventions from us as social work practitioners and physical activity. Okay, all of us, whether we do social work education or whether we do social work practice, with any population, work with those who experience mental illness to some extent. A lot of times we're talking about chronic mental illness, and then of course the always hated partner of chronic and severe mental illness, to be sure, is substance abuse, right? So that is something that's common to all of us here in the room. And so what I thought may be going on is that there may be particular benefits in both of those areas of physical activity in terms of aerobic exercise and weight training. Because if those of us in the room have had the opportunity to work with those populations, our interventions are pretty limited. They're effective to some extent, but there's a lot of work to be done, right? So particularly if we talk about compliance with medication regimes being really a big one in terms of mitigating the effects of mental illness, looking at a pro-social, positive, healthy culture of sport, of investing in one's physical health in particular, and mental health as well, really may have some impacts, okay? So what the data shows, which I'll come to in a minute, is that in fact, when we look at those who report in this BRFSS data, that they have really what you could call chronicity in terms of mental illness is at least 14 days out of the month where they report having psychological distress. That's a lot of days out of the month, right? We show impact in terms of both aerobic exercise and weight training in that subset of the BRFSS sample, right? Then we also see those who are demonstrating what is at least arguable to be a substance abuse disorder. And the measure that I chose to really focus on today, and these effects are pretty stable across the different categories, is heavy drinking, right? So for both men and women, we see that both aerobic exercise and weight training yield some positive effects on heavy drinking of those who are reporting it. So I always like to have sort of a why do we care question, right? Well, we have these folks who are often pretty sick, not functioning very well, getting involved in violence, impacting other people. One of the things that we know about them that has yet been largely untapped in terms of potential interventions is they do tend to report being less active. I had some tables that I was going to put up here, but there's no time for that. If you're interested in hearing about the differences between some crosstabs of who is active, who has these kinds of disorders, and who isn't, that's pretty clear in the data. And that's also interesting that while we have those with chronic mental illness and potential substance abuse disorders, we also see with those folks being less active, actually more significant and robust effects of when they do engage in sport, defined in these particular data as aerobic exercise and weight training. Okay. Talked a little bit about that already. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at these numbers. It's not nearly as fun as Jamal's talk or talking about high school athletes, but this is what I do. I do secondary data analysis on large data sets and hopefully provide folks some really more than not sort of definitive conclusions about some of these relationships. So take that for what it's worth. Okay, so we really see that who is doing aerobic exercise. So if we look at this 2011 data, and over time, what I'd like to do is look at the prior years. The 2014 BRFSS data also just came out. So looking at what these patterns are over time. But in terms of the 2011 data, we have a pretty significant pattern of differences here, right? So we have non-heavy drinkers, those who are reporting much less alcohol use. Incidentally, it's 2 drinks a day for a woman and 1 drink a day for a man. Above that, the BRFSS defines as heavy drinking. There's some issues with that. But even those are pretty conservative estimates, right? A lot of people would say 1 drink a day or 2 drinks a day for a man is not heavy drinking, but you can take that up with the CDC. But we see that 3.7% of those who present overall in 2011 data report aerobic exercise with their essentially counterparts of non-heavy drinkers of 47.8, and then those with chronic mental illness in terms of exercise, we have those without chronic mental illness around 41%, around 7%, right? So folks are struggling, right? It's hard enough for any of us, myself first and foremost, to get that in. But folks who have many, many myriad of... Did I do that?
It wasn't me.
It's like the hook, you know, when they take it off. Gong. Okay. I will keep going. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. That's funny. Was I the first person that happened to? Okay. I can't do that. I don't think this has the power to do that. Maybe it does. Some added excitement. Could I have stepped on something? That's so strange. Oh, okay, yeah, then we can keep going. Oh, we're back in action. Yes. Okay, so we see the same patterns when we talk about engaging in weight training. So we see that, again, very liberally defined, not just hitting the weights in the gym, but in terms of weight-bearing, muscle strengthening is what they call it. Non-heavy drinkers, we have 48%, which is pretty high. These are things like raking leaves. These are things like loading, I said groceries before. And then heavy drinkers, 4.0. Those without chronic mental illness, around 26.5. And then those with chronic mental illness, 2.7, right? So really seeing some people that I argue, and my colleague argues, could benefit in terms of all the things we know that's good about exercise and sport, largely defined, in terms of stress reduction, in terms of a culture of a focus on wellness, caring for oneself and your own physical body, a support network. We see these folks who arguably could really use some of those things, not having them, okay? All right, so really what I talked about is, so what is the effect, essentially, of aerobic exercise? In this case, we're talking about heavy drinking, right? So really talking about, I looked at the odds ratio, really, but we're talking about here for expediency and for simplicity, really talking about what are some of the reductions in heavy drinking with the incidence of physical activity, aerobic exercise in this case, right? We have 12% reduction and 8% in terms of weight training. And then in terms of, we talk about poor mental health, we talk about 34% reduction and 25% in terms of mental health outcomes, right? So really what we're seeing here is really significant impact of largely defined sport. Those kind of measures aren't in the BRFSS, or I would have tested those as well. But more liberally defined in terms of just physical activity, in terms of aerobic exercise and weight training, having robust effects, right? We're talking about an N here of 400,000. So there's a lot of responses here, and the results are pretty suggestive. And also, those are controlling for other factors, right? Those are controlling for sort of the usual suspects of age, gender, race, education, and income, right? So we know all of those are major players in terms of whether one is experiencing chronic mental illness and or substance abuse. But even after controlling for those factors, we're seeing pretty robust effects of engaging in sport and physical activity for those most vulnerable, often most vulnerable in terms of who we work with in the adult population, right? In terms of who experiences chronic mental illness and substance abuse. And that's what I have for today. Thank you.
Aerobics when it deals with mental health?
Yes, so I looked at a large panel data set of the BRFSS, it's a CDC data set, and really looked at the fact that those who have chronic mental illness and substance abuse disorders are much less engaged in physical activity in terms of aerobic exercise and weight training, which is not necessarily surprising. But what is surprising is then when I looked at, well, possibly engaging in sport, largely defined, and in the data, measures of aerobic exercise and weight training, that those may actually have really significant effects on the mental health and substance abuse. And that's what we found, essentially, reductions in chronic mental illness symptoms and substance abuse symptoms if they engaged in those physical activities.
Thank you very much.
So I have a question for you besides that. So,
right.
Please purchase a bag. We're donating. They make lovely gifts. Okay. I put the bag. I got the two. And we got the side lunch, we got the bag. I've got more things planned, so. Just the Mary Not leave without your bags. Take a bag. Take a bag. You know, it doesn't matter.
Sure. How can I play tennis in a way that will help me practice the skills of optimism? And I think tennis gives me the chance at every single point that I can practice this. Every single point that I play, I can practice optimism. And let me give you an example. I'm going to use racquetball to start with. And this is on the permanent dimension. A couple of decades ago, my sister was dating a boy who played on a club racquetball team. And he invited me to come and play. So we went and played, and he beat me, I think, 21-2. And a permanent explanation of that would be, I suck at this game. You know, I'm never going to be able to do this. But I was able to say, you know what? This is temporary. I'm going to figure out a way. And so we started playing every week. And I don't think I won a game for 6 months. And that was pretty hard. That if I'd had the permanent thinking, I would have just quit. It's like, this is too difficult. I can't do that. So I had to set smaller goals. It was, okay, double digits. I'm going to make double digits. You know, I'm going to do this. I'm not going to let other affect other things. And I can figure out a way. I can figure out a way to do this. Make sense? Okay, I'm going to skip over a few of these we've talked about. So personal, pessimists blame themselves for the negative events that happen. So if I'm a pessimist and I'm in a relationship and it breaks up, my thought's going to be, this was my fault. I did something wrong. Okay, now we're just going to summarize here. So let's say we've broken up, we've just ended a relationship. Here would be what a pessimist would say. I'll never find someone who loves me. So that's permanent thinking. This will affect everything in my life. I may as well quit my job. I'm just going to stay in my room. And I think most of us may feel that initially. The optimists get over that very quickly and go, okay, I'm not going to let it affect everything. And it was my fault. Versus optimists explain the same events very differently. Temporary, specific, and non-personal. So if I take care of myself, I'll find someone I can love. Although the breakup is painful, a lot of things in life are going well. And it was bad. It was bad luck. It wasn't just me. Maybe I just wasn't the right fit with this person. Got that? We'll go on here. So positive events. Now this is interesting. This is where I think optimism has an advantage over CBT, in that CBT doesn't give you tools to talk about positive events, but optimism does. So when there's a positive event, so let's say that I've done well on an exam. I want to give an optimist would give the explanations that are permanent, that are pervasive, and that are personal. So I might say, if I've just aced an exam, I could look at it and say, you know what, I'm pretty smart. Smart's a permanent trait. Personal, I worked hard. I studied hard on this exam. Therefore, I did well. And pervasive, hey, I do a lot of things well in my life. Conversely, the pessimist would look at that and say, I was lucky, a temporary explanation, a specific, oh, this is the only thing that's going well for me, and the instructor gave an easy exam. I'll do this. Seligman talks about thinking of an external person talking to you with this. So when you do something wrong, imagine that voice in your head outside of yourself. So with me, the voice that says, oh, you suck at racquetball. And for me, I like to have a counter voice. So I have the image of this prosecuting attorney in my head that when I do something wrong, the attorney goes, you blew it. You suck at this game. That my defense attorney goes, whoa, objection. Okay? That's permanent thinking. And let me get back to this is temporary. With the example of the racquetball. Yeah, I'm losing. Hey, I got 5 points this time. Rather than I lost. Let's look at what I've done, and let's challenge those permanent, pervasive, and personal explanations on negative events, and let's push for permanent, pervasive, and personal explanations on positive events. These are a couple of other ways to look at it. And these are just tools. How do we decide what thoughts are helping us and what thoughts are hurting us? So is my thinking helping me achieve my goals? Does my thinking in this way help me feel the way that I want to feel? So if I say, oh, I suck at racquetball, that's not helping me feel the way that I want to feel, and it's not helping me move towards my goal. If I can answer yes to those, then I'm thinking optimistically. So if I ask myself, what can I learn from this? How can I improve? How can I help my partner do better? That's helpful. So when I'm playing tennis, my goal really is, how can I practice optimism? My goal isn't to win the tennis match, although I love winning. My goal really is to say, this is a chance for me to practice this. Whether I win or lose, each point gives me a chance to practice. And I can even practice before I go out and play. I can give myself, I can kind of visualize and imagine myself doing well and think of, hey, I'm a pretty good tennis player. I can do this. And I can get ready and then go play. And then after the match, win or lose, I can go over it and give myself some feedback that's optimistic. Now, as a coach, I think you want to move the player from win-win to observe, learn, and improve. And by observing, I think, how do we raise the awareness? And I like this. So on tennis, my opponent isn't the enemy. My opponent's there to bring out the best in me, to challenge me to bring out my best. And even the ball, I think, what's my relationship with the ball? One of the coaches was saying, talk to the ball like you would a lover. Here, come to daddy, do this. But it's a different perspective of the ball, that it's not the enemy. It's giving me the chance to play. If arousal's high, so if I'm playing or you're coaching some kids who they get really high and they start to not play as well, have them focus on the competition rather than the winning or the losing. Create an image of what you like to do. I really so Muhammad Ali, if you remember, had that image, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, and that helped him get out of his head and just remember that image. I'm moving around, and bam, I'm stinging like a bee. With me in tennis, it's the image of a jaguar. So I'm ready to pounce. Any weak point, I want to be able to pounce on that. And that keeps me, that keeps me more relaxed as I do that. So see effort as a path to mastery. I fought hard. Even if I lost, I can feel good about that. I can learn. I'm a work in progress. I'm improving. This is temporary. I'm finding ways that I can improve. I'm working on those. So I can do something personally to make a difference so the next time I play this person. And I like this. This is also helpful if I give myself simple instructions. And the instructions have to be positive. If I ever go, don't miss this serve, I'll generally miss the serve. But if it's like, okay, high toss, eye on the ball, those are simple instructions that I can follow. After a bad call, let me take a cleansing breath. Let me kind of center and say, okay, I'm going to get back to this. I'm going to be present for this next point. I remember James Blake, years ago, was playing in the Olympics, and there was a bad call. His opponent had ticked the ball, but denied that he had done that. And James Blake lost that point, but he lost many more points after that because he couldn't let that point go. So it cost him that victory. Does that make sense? So it wasn't that specific event, but it was allowing him to keep it, to pervade throughout the match. So you want to find a way, a little ritual to say, let it go. Sometimes I put an elastic band on my wrist and we'll flip it, and say, okay, let it go. I'm moving on. Attend to the tennis ball. So if I'm feeling nervous, I want to look at the tennis ball. I want to be as aware of it as possible. Is it spinning? How is it doing that? The more I focus, the more my awareness is focused on the ball, the less time I have to think negatively. And then if I'm feeling nervous, I say, okay, bounce, the ball's bouncing, and now hit. So that focus, the more you're focused, the less there is chance for this negative self-talk in your head. And again, and I go back also to say, okay, I'm the Panther. Not do this or that, but I'm the Panther, and that image helps me think, this is the way I want to play. I want to be smooth. I want to be aggressive. I want to jump on these things. The benefits of optimism, as you talk to yourself in more optimistic ways, you bounce back faster from adversity. You stay down less time. We're better at taking care of ourselves when we're optimistic. We're more likely to face problems directly. We're likely to persevere in finding solutions, and we're likely to learn lessons from negative experiences. And I just see tennis is a game that I enjoy, but being able to practice optimism on the tennis court is a great opportunity. And I think coaching, I haven't coached other than my kids, that also coaching them on that is not just a chance to teach them tennis, but to teach them some very important skills that optimists are able to do. So, thank you.
So what do I need to do? Audio visual people? I'm sorry? What do I need to do? Because there's no way, there's no pockets.
Okay. Get you over here. Let me know when we're ready, guys. Okay. So I'm here with Dr. Robert Blair from New Mexico State University, who just gave a very insightful presentation about optimistic style in sports. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I just think sports, for me it's tennis, but most sports offer an opportunity to practice some of these skills and to become more aware of, between our ears, what's going on there. And that's maybe the biggest game that we're playing.
Yeah. So the biggest, I mean, people talk about all the time when it comes to sports, like it's, what is it, like 80, 90% mental?
Right, absolutely in the head. But this, I think optimism gives you some tools to become more aware, to challenge some of the negative thoughts. As I was saying, you know, that I view kind of a prosecuting attorney and a defense attorney, that I can challenge some of those thoughts. And as I do it, I become more aware of other thoughts and challenge those, and then I can practice optimistic ways of doing. I can be not reactive but proactive in maybe visualizing before I go play a match, and then post that I can go through and say, what can I learn from this, rather than, oh man, I suck at tennis because I lost this match. What can I learn and what can I do better next time?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This thing is flipping around, is it? All right, so that. Okay, I will probably not take the whole time, so I should be okay. Okay, are we ready? This little thing's a little distracting. I'm going to be distracted a little. Okay, so hey y'all, I'm Ginger Gummelt. I am from Lamar University out in Beaumont, Texas. Whoops, I just went forward and didn't mean to. Let's go back. There we go. Okay, the technology may set me off a little bit. Anyhow, I'm from Lamar University out in Beaumont, Texas. We're about an hour and a half outside of Houston, out in the heart of football land, Friday night lights, Friday night football. Where I am from, when you say sports, football is what comes to mind. And yet, the research I did and am hoping to continue with is on gymnastics, because I have a real interest in this. I have a real unique perspective when it comes to athletics. I was a college athlete, a gymnast. I have children who are athletes. I have coached. I have taught in the middle schools and high schools, coached there. So I've kind of had a good opportunity to be at a lot of different levels in athletics. And when I got the email from Dr. Gill asking for abstracts, I thought, you know, this is the kind of research I want to be a part of. I have really enjoyed this conference so far today. It's been exciting, interesting. I've learned so much, and there's been so much said that kind of ties into what this research piece is about. So hopefully I can pull it back for everybody where it all, to me, pieces together. So I'm at this university, and I'm on this tenure track where they're saying, you know, research, publish. Oh my gosh. I really believe that some of us are teachers and some of us are researchers, and I kind of lean a little more towards the teaching side. I really enjoy that. I research because I keep hearing this tenure stuff that I'm supposed to follow through with. So this was probably the first time that research really excited me. When I started thinking about social work in sports, how does that tie together? This really lit a fire for me, and I knew it was something I wanted to be a part of, and I'm so excited I get to be a part of this. So looking at, particularly with college gymnasts, this is where I started, because I start with what I know, right? And I was a college athlete, and I thought, you know, I still have access to college athletes because I still know some coaches. I can probably get hold of some athletes. I'm going to go with what I know. And I wanted to look at the shame resilience within these college athletes. I think it's the kind of research that can be expanded. However, working with gymnasts who peak at, 14, it's much more difficult to get IRB approval when I'm working with kids. So I went with these college athletes and thought I'd start there. I have a lot of interest in women's athletics. We've heard a lot of the statistics, 200,000 female athletes in the NCAA, and less than 1% will go on to professional sports. So we know that there's not the future past the collegiate level. We know there are a lot of female athletes out there, and yet what do we think of when we think of athletics? I don't know about you, I still think football. I think football, I do. I know the North, we talked about it, the Yankees are a little more towards the basketball side. Us down south, we're more towards the football. And yet there's so many female athletes out there. Some of the statistics I found through NCAA about the number of female athletes, they say that there are actually more women's teams than there are men's teams, that there are more different types of sports. And the interesting thing about them,
Gymnastics is what's called an independent sport. It's where you compete independently for team progression, whereas basketball, football are interdependent sports where you're competing as a team. Now, women's soccer, men's soccer would be an interdependent. It's as a team. But with the women's sports, when you look at the top sports, according to the NCAA, in the top sports, 6 of those for women are independent sports: track and field, tennis, gymnastics. Whereas in the men's, only 2 sports are independent. So the women are competing at these independent sports more than the team sports, at least at the NCAA level. So I have a lot of interest in that. And then how does the shame resilience? What is the shame? If those of you that are familiar with our colleague Brene Brown, who does a lot of the shame research, incredible stuff. And that's where a lot of the research that I've done, Brene Brown, Tangi and Darling, and during all of that piece of how does shame play into our everyday experience, and what is shame, and then how do we develop shame resilience? Because as so many people have talked about today, it's all about the bouncing back, the resilience. We're going to be exposed to these things, and particularly with gymnasts, where shame is based on not being good enough. And in gymnastics, you're reaching towards the perfect 10 and never quite getting it, believe me, ever. I'm sorry, I keep bumping forward. The shame resilience is so key. So how do we improve the outcomes, and how does social work play in to all of this? And I think social work has a unique perspective and a very important perspective. My personal feeling on this is that it goes into the coaching. You know, if we all had Kelly as a coach, we would all bounce back. It would be fabulous. And I was just so inspired. I was like, yes, come coach me. But that's not the reality all the time at this point. And I know from my experience that the qualifications to be a coach, as we heard, you know, when the coaches are volunteers, the qualifications are very low. And even at club levels, the qualifications, there just isn't the monitoring of the qualifications, so we don't know what we're seeing. So I think social work has a big role in this. So once I hear about this conference, I said, all right, we're going to put together a pilot study real quickly. We're going to look at this shame resilience and the shame that is experienced, particularly within these college gymnasts. We're going to look at the shame, we're going to look at the guilt, and we're going to look at the self-efficacy. And self-efficacy, which we've talked about with athletes, is so key. There has been research in the past. Weiss and Weiss, if I pronounce them correctly, did some research on college athletes and how shame impacts their self-efficacy. And self-efficacy, of course, is the belief that I can and I will do well. And with a higher self-efficacy, we do see that athletes perform better. So do shame and do guilt play into that? So in this study that I did, I used the test of self-conscious affect. It's called the TSCA. And it basically looks at shame talk, guilt talk, and blaming others talk. And I'm really kind of focused on the shame and the guilt piece. And then I used the physical self-efficacy scale that was developed by Reichman, Robbins, and Thornton, and tried to look at what kind of relationship we saw there. So in this little study, again, pilot study here, athletes, these were gymnasts, college-level gymnasts. There were 11 gymnasts that participated. They ranged in age from 18 to 22. They were all Caucasian. Very interesting. After looking at this and having such a small group, I reached out to a group of college students to kind of do a little bit of comparison. What are we looking at with an average college student? And so I had 13 non-athletes, age range 18 to 28, and a little more diversity in that group as to where they were coming from, and they were actually at 2 different schools. So that may have a little impact on this research. So what did we see in this? When I administered the TSCA, the test of self-conscious and affect, what we saw, this is my obligatory table. I'll be all impressed because I am a qualitative researcher. I'm not really into the quantitative piece. However, I wanted to pull this in so we can see what we're looking at. When we compared the shame talk of the athletes versus the non-athletes, and these are the gymnasts, we do see a significant difference. When we compare the guilt talk, now the blame talk did not, and the relationship between the self-efficacy and the shame didn't show a significant difference. We're talking 11 athletes. It may have a difference if I have a bigger sample and a bigger study. But clearly, even with a small sample, we're seeing a difference here. So with that, where can we see this go? Where would I like to see this go? How about that? Because I'm the one doing the study. I would like to see it move more towards more women's, more girls' athletics, not only at the collegiate level, although, again, I think that's the easier sample to grab, but also at the club and the recreational level. When you're talking something like gymnastics where the girls peak at 14, you have to reach out to the younger groups. The quantitative versus the qualitative. In a study like this, particularly when we're talking about the shame and the shame resilience, I think the qualitative is very important. Like you talked about with the explanatory talk, the shame resilience, a big piece of that is the vulnerability, being aware of our vulnerabilities, and then our ability to talk about them and share them. Shame resilience is based on empathy and reaching out to others. The not good enough, the shame is based on isolation and being held within ourselves. And so from there, where do the practice implications come in? And that comes in, and how do we work with these coaches? How do we work with these parents who see the winning and the achieving and the reaching as the key and the ultimate and the place that they're working toward, as opposed to what's really happening with these female athletes? And what's happening with female athletes is they are growing up to be women in society. They're not generally growing up to be athletes. They're growing up to be women and mothers and daughters and wives and hopefully active members of society. And so with that, we have a big piece that as social workers, we can reach out to. So with that, I will be done. Thank you.
Thank you. You wanna?
Hi there, are you presenting next?
Yes.
A little bit more. I told everything I know.
Are you sure? Do you have one more thing you would like to say?
Let me think. Hold on. I got to come up with something. Nope, I'm done. No.
Okay. So, and let me make sure I got where you're from right. University. Are we ready? Okay, so I'm here with Ginger from Lamar University, who just gave a great presentation talking about shame and self-efficacy for gymnasts. So, is there anything else that we can add, talking about working with gymnasts? Because I know that at some of the universities I worked at, we've had gymnasts, and there is a lot of strife that they go through.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, I think particularly for gymnasts or any female athletes, it's about the resilience that they are able to develop. And the shame resilience particularly is based in how they own their stories, know their stories, and share that. It's about knowing where we don't measure up and learning that that's okay. And that we can share that with other, whether it's athletes, with our coaches, with other women.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick, can you fill in that dress? I think you're killing that dress.
Quicker this goes up. I think it's
definitely well deserved. Good.
Try clicking that one again. And then back here. Is that it?
Good.
Good afternoon. I'm very excited about this presentation. One of the reasons is because around this time of the year, I get kind of frustrated because when I turn on the TV, I see Alabama football. I see Auburn football. And of course, I have to check the stats from Florida State because that's where I got my master's. And then I look at my university, Tuskegee University, and, wanting them to win. And then when we're playing Clark Atlanta, and I went to Clark Atlanta for my PhD, you get frustrated there. But the other piece about it is that being a college instructor, being a professor, and having to provide services or having to teach athletes who do not get an opportunity to study because they're playing football or because they're playing basketball or they're involved in all of these extracurricular activities. It's very frustrating because when they come to my class, I expect for them to have read information. You do. Reasonable. I expect for them to have read. I also expect for them to have purchased a book. Reasonable. And I expect for them to be prepared for a test or to present a paper that they're required to present. And I get frustrated when that doesn't happen. And so when this opportunity came to present itself, I was so excited because I'm thinking, wow, someone is finally looking at this and pulling it out of the woodwork, if you would look at it from that perspective. And I entitled this The Education of the Miseducated Athlete, because I have been fortunate to been teaching in social work for about 30 years now. And at my different universities, I have found that there's always that jock who everyone holds up, everyone who exalts, if you will, and they do this in the fall of the year when football is at its highest, and then in the springtime, these people get let down. And especially when they have completed their eligibility requirements, then they're like a blurb on a big map. I'm looking at someone in my eye who came to my area and wanted to do social work. Very excited, the bravado, this, that, everybody see this, everybody see that. And then I presented an individual with an assignment, and I realized that this person could not write. When I say could not write, I mean they could not write. And not just when we talk about legible writing, I'm talking about could not write. And the issue behind it was we are supposed to be the miracle workers. When these kids come to us, and those disrespect kids, when they come to us, we're supposed to do miracles in the spring and the summer and then have them ready for the fall. And I see this young guy in my view who played for a good 2 years. And then after his time of play was up, he was thrust entirely in my department. And he could not handle the requirements of the department. And so what this young man did is he dropped out of school. To my embarrassment, one day I went to one of our community places to get something to eat. Sister got to eat. And I go into the place, and there he is flipping hamburgers. And he never got the opportunity to go back to school, because I want to tell you this, that he was not only out of his eligibility to play, he used up all of his financial aid. And it was very, very stressful to me. And so looking at how I deal with this issue, I heard about the statistics, and I know that my colleagues, thank you all very much, we're going to give the statistics, so I don't want to deal with that issue, okay? What I want to deal with is who are the players that help this miseducated individual come to the halls of the academic environments that you and I have to provide training for. Now, in my opinion, you may see others, but there are three major people that stand out, or three major groups that stand out. And the first is that of society. Social media. Social media pumps lies into our people, young people's heads, that they can go out and they can become that star.
because of their professional abilities, their sports, their prowess, that they can become their professional person, when in reality, you all know from your studies that less than 10% of individuals actually go out there and make it. So then what happens when they have completed their time and they're not able to go out and get a job because they can't even fill out a job application? Society gives us these lies. And, you know, we talked about various individuals this week who are in the limelight, but how can we tell a young person that they're going to be able to use their body to go out and make millions of dollars when in actuality, we don't have all of those millions of dollars to give all of those young people? And so society pumps up a lot and gives us false hopes, give them false hopes. Then you have the coaches, post and secondary coaches. I've had situations with dealing with coaches who would bring their young men to my area because social work is supposed to be an easy area. We're supposed to understand. But when we require the students to do whatever it is they're supposed to, then they realize we're not an easy group, so they switch and they take them to other areas. I'm not going to call any names. And they pump these young men up, young women up, making them think that they're going to be that next best NFL player. And basically all they're concerned about is keeping their teams running and winning, not looking at the lives of these young people after. And that's not everybody. But there's some that does that, okay? And then the athlete as well. The athlete is responsible, okay? Because they have to be responsible that when it's time to study, they need to study. Okay? When it's time to go to study hall, they need to go to study hall. And when we don't make them responsible, then the three of them together participate in how we get to that level, what I call the miseducated athlete. This is the athlete when they first come into our area, you know. Everybody's so excited, you know. Yeah, they come in, and I mean, it's party time, etc. But here's when I get them. Here's when I get that young man who's been thrown off the team or who has lost their eligibility. Here's where I get that female. You know women, we go in. We just go in. We just get frustrated. We just go in. When we realize that there's no more money left. And there's no assistant to help us. And so, as I look at it, what can I do to help? What can you do to help? First, you got to remember, shouting nor castigating these young people doesn't work. Because I had to learn for this one person. Because I used to tell him, go do this, do that. Go to the dollar store, get you some books on grammar. Go and ask students, your peers to help you. And they wouldn't listen. And so I had to get past that point. It's no sense of hollering at them because it doesn't help. It makes it worse. Okay? How do we educate the miseducated athlete? One, remain calm. You all laughing because you all must. Okay, you with me? Okay. You with me? Okay. Have an arsenal of resources available. Know where to send them. Force them to go. Okay. One good thing about being at a historically black college, a small historically black college, is we get an opportunity to just be in your face. You don't go such and such. I will talk to the coach. No, Dr. Gill. I will talk to the coach. Have the resources available. Talk to people in the community. All right? Use the community to help you as well. Make the coaches and the students accountable. If a coach comes to you and they say, well, you know, I need so-and-so to come and play because you know so-and-so is this great person, and if he doesn't come, then we're not going to win the game. So-and-so has to graduate. You choose. and I take myself out of the equation. You choose. Or you tell so-and-so person's mother or father that you want them to do such and such, and I'll back up. And I like to tell parents, I'm from the old school. My responsibility is you sent your child here. My responsibility is to get your child out. And so whatever I have to do, and that's what I do in order to get your child out of their area. All right? Go the extra mile. Sometimes you got to stay after school. Sometimes you got to give your notes. And sometimes you have to make yourself available to talk to them, because that go in line with the fourth from the last. Remember that you are a teacher, not a miracle worker. But if you teach, you're going to become a miracle worker. Because if you allow yourself to feel what that child is probably going through, because he or she has been pumped up by the world that they are this great person, and they are, but they forget what it is that they come here for. And it's our responsibility to make sure they do that. And finally, yes, you are on a mission, because it's your responsibility, it's my responsibility to make the everyone who's involved accountable. Because if we don't, then a lot of times you and I, we're the persons when they come and they need somebody to talk to, we're the ones who they come and hang out at our offices, because the coaches don't have time for them anymore. How do you miseducate? How do you educate the miseducated athlete? You got to be patient. Okay, thank you.
I just hold it right.
Yeah, you can put it in your...
Okay, so I'm here with Dr. Catherine Gale from Tuskegee University, who just dropped the knowledge right now about miseducated student athletes. So it was very riveting. As a professional in the field, I understand when you're talking about student athletes coming to our office, you know, because their coaches just don't have time. How do you think other professionals can spend their time educating those student athletes?
I think overall we have to remember that we're on a mission, and it's more than just looking at the curriculum, because a lot of the students can't follow the curriculum because they're not at the educational level that they need to be. And I think we as individuals who are out in the academy, we need to provide the teaching, we need to provide the counseling, but we also have to have patience to work with those individuals who really are not where we think they should be academically.
And let them all know that social work is not going to be an easy degree, right?
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I think it's funny when they say that.
So I'll get out of the way and let him do it.
Thank you. This is exciting for multiple reasons. One, we're like lone sheep when it comes to talking about social work and athletics, and to actually be in a room with like 30 people who don't look at me like I'm nuts is exciting. Many of us have presented at national conferences geared towards social work on this topic before, and you get like two people that come to your room and they leave the room, they don't ask you any questions, and they wonder on the way out, what the hell is this guy even talking about to begin with? So I'm thrilled. And this is like my audience. This is where I need to be. I need to do this like on a routine and regular basis. So my research predominantly focuses on how exactly do we get college athletes that are experiencing psychosocial risk to disclose that they actually have a psychosocial risk. So we know that a key part of being able to help somebody is actually them stepping up through that process of change, saying, hey, I've got this going on. I'm ready to step up to take accountability and control and to figure out what am I going to actually do with it. So I approach this topic from sort of three different perspectives. So I, like many individuals in here, I'm a former Division I college athlete. So I played 4 years of collegiate tennis. So my friend Robert and I are going to go to the tennis courts right there after my presentation and play a quick set. So I also have college coaching experience, and for the last 8 years I've coached at the varsity level for a competitive high school in the central Indiana area, both men's and women's tennis as well. So there's a coaching background and a coaching mindset that comes with it, but in my heart I'm a social worker. So there's a third piece of this puzzle that all factors together, but all three of them are so integral among each other to try to figure out how exactly do you go about helping these individuals that really do need help. So in the research literature is very clear in illustrating to us that there is a direct correlation between athletic participation and experiencing a variety of psychosocial risk, whether it be depression and anxiety, suicidal thought, illicit substance abuse, alcohol abuse, eating disorders, overall levels of well-being. Research is very clear that there is a correlation between that participation and some of the risk factors that athletes are actually experiencing and going through. So we know that it's out there. We cannot deny it. It's present. So now we got to figure out, well, what exactly are we going to be able to do about it? So there I am 10 years ago, the young face that my wife fell in love with. And now I'm like barely awake because I was up at 4 o'clock this morning flying here and I look like garbage. But at one point in my life, I didn't look too bad. So to start with, we had to figure out, well, what are the possible reasons for the development of psychosocial risk in college athletes? And college athletes are no different than non-athletes in the fact that they're faced with similar day-to-day challenges that all of us face throughout the course of time. So what I really like to focus on when talking about situations like this is what are the unique factors that are only in the life of an athlete that make them at even greater risk than maybe the standard college population that is out there. So up here you can see, I don't want to insult your intelligence, but performance measures established by coaches and by teammates. So balancing the sport-related time commitment with academics. So research says that if you're a Division I athlete, you spend between 25 and 40 hours every single week involved in your sport. It's a full-time job. In addition to the 20 hours plus that we expect for you to spend doing other student activities and organizations and trying to focus on your academics, and is it a lot for an 18 to 22, 24-year-old mind to try to figure out how am I going to manage and balance all these different things? Injury response to performance boosters is a reason that we see a lot of athletes turning to alcohol and substances. Method for impressing teammates or other students, that idea to try to fit in. Pressure to continue family legacies and traditions. I don't have anybody in my family that ever played college athletics, so it's not a case for me, but for a lot of individuals, it is, right? There's a pressure. My dad played, my mom played. Now I got to step in and continue this tradition of us being a sport-oriented family. A lot of athletes also feel that they're only respected for their athletic abilities or not respected for being an actual student at a college or a university. I'm not known as Matt, the student that's in a social work department. I'm known as Matt, the college tennis player for the team in which I competed, which is a bad mentality for individuals to have because they're student athletes. The word student comes in that equation first for a reason, because ideally that's what they're ultimately on a college university to be able to achieve. Lack of belongingness to the overall campus population, lack of self-confidence needed to be successful outside of athletic competition, lack of trust in actual helping professionals, and also lack of knowledge about what helping professionals actually can provide. So a lot of student athletes don't know what a counselor does or what a social worker does or what a sports psychologist do. They have a inappropriate understanding of exactly what it is that we can offer and what it is that we can contribute to their lives. So why do athletes not actually disclose their psychosocial risks? So as part of my dissertation research, there are questions that were asked to student athletes across the country at all 3 division levels. If you experience this, why are you not going to actually come out and tell us that you've got this problem going on in the first place? Lack of time to seek services was the #1 response. And not lack of time in that they don't have, it's a lack of time during their free time, right? So if I'm an athlete, I'm in class all day, I'm in practice in the afternoon, I have team functions and team dinners at night, then I've got travel requirements and homework, and campus services can't be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for student athletes to be able to walk in at their disposal. So not having services available to them is a shame to me, because there's probably a catchment there of athletes that actually go and seek those help and seek the services that don't do it because they don't have the ability to be able to do it. Lack of knowledge of available services. A lot of athletes noted that the quality of services on their campus just do not meet the intensive needs that they have, and that a lot of the universities are not making outside referrals to providers that might be able to provide boosted level of services. Stigma and personal pride, which certainly goes in. Athletes are not supposed to be weak individuals, right? We're supposed to be the cream of the crop. We're supposed to be strength-oriented, everything positive that you can think of. So for us to admit that I'm battling with an eating disorder, or I cannot stop drinking on an excessive basis day to day, is not something that we should step up and be able to say. And when individuals think about an athlete as having that, it goes against that stereotypical image that society has established, which goes directly to where Dr. Gale go. There you are. To what you were talking about earlier about the social media perceptions and the media perceptions of it. Fear of coaching staff and teammate response. So if I were to go to a coach and I were to tell him that I'm experiencing this, what exactly is that coach and what are my teammates going to think about me? The impact that it could have on my sports performance. Am I going to lose playing time as a result of not being able to, feel healthy and to do well? Loss of a scholarship, privacy is in there as well. All athletes fear being the next big media attention story. Whether you're at a Division III school or a Division I school, you don't want the press of being the next athlete that's going to be on the ESPN cover story for doing this or that. And then also just denial, no different than what a lot of other individuals that are experiencing psychosocial risk have. I just don't want to admit it. So, and if I don't admit it and I ignore it, it maybe will go away, maybe it won't, but at least I don't have to address it. All right, so drawing attention to the psychosocial risk of athletes is important mainly because we know that athletes are not going to do it themselves. So, or very few of them are going to do it. So the question becomes, who steps up and does it? Which is why it's a great segue from your presentation. It's got to be the coaches. It's got to be the college instructors. It's got to be the teammates, and it's got to be the support services and individuals that are around them. So in my opinion, the number one individual has to be the college coach. Here's my coaching picture. See, look, I got older all of a sudden. So from a coaching standpoint, though, and I can speak to this, not necessarily at the high school level, because I'm with Kelly in this, and Kelly's from the Indianapolis area. So, I mean, we're very close to each other location-wise, but the high school mentality is so different, right? I mean, like the pillars of our program are academic success, community involvement, effort, and if you do it, it'll equate to great things, whether it's a winning record or a losing record. The college level, it's completely different. That's why I don't want to coach college tennis anymore. I hated it. So because I felt every single day that the pressure was, if you don't win, you're going to get fired, and people are going to know that you're not a good coach, and what kind of impact is that actually going to have on you as a person? And that's a tough thing. I mean, even the social worker in me that loves the concept of social work, loves social work education, would find myself sitting as a coach thinking, God, I better win, and I better win at whatever cost it is. If it means playing somebody that shouldn't be playing, I'm going to put them in the lineup because I got to be able to produce the victory so that I'm able to maintain and that I'm able to keep my job. The other thing, and I'm unique in understanding this, but a lot of college coaches really just don't have an understanding of what psychosocial risks are to begin with. So to ask a college coach to say you got to be able to identify and to be able to recognize it without giving them proper education and proper training on what the warning signs are and what to look for is an unrealistic thing for us to do. So it's a major area of emphasis that I think the NCAA is doing a much better job on now, as well as trying to focus on how do we educate coaches on what the true risks are and how to identify them, because I don't want coaches to treat psychosocial risk. I want them to make referrals and to connect individuals with the resources that allow for people like Cindy at Oregon State to go about actually correcting the problems. And also the third thing to think about is the strength of the athlete and the coach relationship. So a lot of these sports teams, I'm fortunate in that in the world of college tennis, you're talking 12 to 15 players. Now, the high school level, I've got 90 athletes between my guys team and my girls team, so significantly more. But I don't know how Nick Saban at Alabama with 200 football players can, honest to God, make a strong athlete and coach relationship with each and every individual that is out there. So, I mean, how do you then booster with the assistant coaches or the position coaches to make sure that they're the ones that are forming those strong relationships? And I love assistant coaches, but assistant coaches, just like head coaches, are a mixed bag, right? So sometimes you get great ones, sometimes you get awful ones. So try to figure out how do we make sure that there is this strong connection between that athlete and that coach, and that if that relationship exists, athletes are more likely to say, hey, I've got a problem, or a coach is more likely to recognize that something is going on. All right, so from a social work perspective, I wanted to throw just a few statistics at you. So also as part of the dissertation research, I looked at the availability of a variety of different services on college campuses. This was asked of both athletic directors and to student athletes across the country. So you hear college athletic directors, you hear coaches, you hear athletes talk about how they really want to make sure that there's parity across the board from academic to athletic to psychosocial services. This tells you the exact opposite, right? The services that were least available on a college campuses were all the ones that social workers would ultimately provide, such as the mental health services, the substance abuse services, suicide prevention, things like that. This has to change if we want to see a good tide in trying to actually promote positive health for college athletes. Now, these statistics are even more disturbing. So this asks, how comfortable are you if you needed to receive one of these services? So all these different things. You see the bottom 4 services, again, the psychosocial-oriented services, and a significant difference from what you see in the athletic and the academic services that are up there. Now, this stat is even more disturbing. So this is showing you the breakdown of athletes that had no to little comfort receiving these types of services. 43% of the athletes that responded to this survey felt that they had little to no comfort with receiving suicide prevention services. 38% felt little to no comfort with substance abuse services. 33% alcohol, 28% mental health services. That's 1 in 4, up to almost 1 in 2 as you get to the suicide prevention that might be experiencing a problem that would not actually step up and say it because they don't feel comfortable doing it. So the question becomes, well, how do you get around that? So that needs to be, if you ask me, the focus of where social workers really have to play a role is how do we increase that acceptability factor to make sure that student athletes are getting the help that they actually need. So this is where the whole idea of an athletic social work model comes into play and why I think it's important to do certificate programs, to train and to educate master's level social workers to be prepared to go out and to work in this field because the jobs are going to start to become available. I think as the NCAA expands their understanding of psychosocial mental health needs, that they're going to have no choice but to branch out and to look for case management positions and other social work oriented jobs in college athletic departments to be able to meet the rising needs that athletes are actually having. So my push is for social workers to, one, provide ongoing outreach and education about the psychosocial risk, to make sure that they are actually encouraging athletes to go about seeking some of these services, to intervene when athletes are experiencing these types of things. And ultimately, we just need a social worker that sits on a sports performance team at a university that can provide an outlook as somebody outside of competition. And while competition is important and we want to win, I'm hard-pressed to believe that if you're really that depressed that you're able to give your best on an actual athletic field. I don't see it. So I mean, I don't get it. I don't think it's possible to be able to do that. So taking all this together really is the sort of foundation of what the dissertation led to. That was the development of a sports social work model. So how do we put together all the components that we as social workers offer? And this is just a snapshot, right? Ecological perspective, systems theory, self-efficacy theory, strength-based, trans-theoretical model, policy development, motivational interviewing. You've heard tons from other individuals throughout the day, as well as where social workers actually fit into this mold and what it is that we're going to be able to provide. So that concludes my presentation. Did I do my table proud?
I know, exactly. Oh my God.
Okay, so I'm here with is it Doctor?
Yes.
Dr. Matt Moore from Ball State, and he just gave a great presentation talking about social workers in the higher education. And something you had mentioned is that the trend may be going with the NCAA looking at expanding the people who are providing services, and you briefly touched on social workers, how they might get involved. Do you mind expanding a little bit on that?
So, I mean, we've seen a good push across the country right now of various universities starting to hire case management position, advising positions that really are focusing on mental health components for student athletes. So while sports psychologists are out there and campus counseling services are out there, it's tough for one sports psychologist to cover, 500, 600 student athletes at some of these universities. So you're going to start to ideally see more interprofessional collaboration with social workers and other professions that are going to be able to step in to maybe help athletes at a greater level.
Thank you.
Is that it? Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm Cindy Miller-Aaron, and I work in psychiatry at Samaritan Mental Health in Corvallis, Oregon. And I have had the opportunity to be a consultant to Oregon State Athletic Department for 16 years. And I'm someone who's a big proponent of taking clinical services out of the office and into non-traditional settings. And so I've been lucky enough to work in a variety of capacities in the universities with coaches, teams in crisis, but primarily, and what I'm doing now is mostly seeing individual student athletes in a mental health capacity. So what I'm going to be talking about today is the way depression, anxiety, and PTSD are not only huge issues with student athletes, but they're really under-recognized performance inhibitors. So I've titled my presentation, Running on Empty, the emotional developmental dilemmas of the student athlete, and what does this have to do with us as social workers? I think we're already clear about that, but we'll go on anyway. Okay, so college student athletes are an at-risk population for developing mental health struggles. This was firmly established in the literature 30 years ago, and yet continues to not get the attention it needs. Student athletes competing at the collegiate level are at a confluence of circumstances developmentally with limited preparation for the magnitude of the pressures that they will encounter. So why is this? Well, they have the same pressures as their peers, but with significantly increased demands. They have the same developmental challenges as peers, establishment of identity, autonomy, self-efficacy, and so on. And then it also, particularly the revenue-generating sports, have a significant number of socioeconomically less privileged individuals who have enormous adjustment challenges to the cultural differences as well as the academic demands. So what are some of the demands and stressors that student athletes face? And this will be very familiar to those of you who are athletes or coaches. Following the schedule, keeping up with expectations, the challenges of studying with limited time and increased fatigue, more controls, less self-sufficiency. I work at Division I level. Most of the students' schedules start at 5 or 6 in the morning. They go till 9 p.m. They have much less autonomy than they probably did in high school, which is the opposite of what all their peers have, which is more decision-making ability. The culture of athletics minimizes pain, fear, and self-doubt. There's the obvious, and then there's what lies underneath. And I work with unconscious process with student athletes, and often the less than conscious underlying areas of loss or sadness compound the intensity of the athletic experience. So this can propel an individual to experience their frustrations or disappointment as greater than the reality of what actually transpired. The emotional challenges, as I've said, are a normative part of the late adolescent, young adult experience. For student athletes, these challenges are greater as a result of the unusual combination of internal and external pressures and controls put upon them. This sets the stage for a perfect storm in which psychiatric symptoms develop and in some cases become life-threatening conditions. So at some point they're running on empty, though they don't look like they are. Emotional depletion can take the form of anxiety and or depression. And what I'm going to do is break down ways that anxiety and depression manifest themselves that aren't necessarily viewed as anxiety or depression. And for those of you who work, I think, with basically age 12 and up, that is true with adolescents, and then certainly with late adolescents. With kids, it looks differently. So with latency age kids, there's going to be a different set of criteria. But this is these are things to pay attention to for all of you that work with student athletes. An individual begins to be weighted down, and this affects functioning. So what are some of the signs? An individual seems more pensive or serious than usual. There's a loss of a sense of humor. They are sad or down more of the time than not. An inability to concentrate. So many kids come in and think they have ADD or ADHD, and that really isn't the issue. Anxiety in disguise, and what I mean by that is I do get performance-related referrals for balking, hitting a hurdle, for example, tight muscles, but really underneath that there's somatic complaints, but there's really a mental health condition underneath. More disguises, inability to pass a fitness test, missing balls, shots, cramping, fumbling, loss of interest or pleasure, irritability. This is a huge one for guys. They're not going to look sad like girls can cry. They're going to be very irritable. Smiles of success disguise sadness and emptiness. And this is a big deal. Parental family support, pressure from home weigh heavily on the heart of the student athlete. They experience a disproportionate amount of responsibility for the well-being of others. Performers are notorious for creating and maintaining a mask. Often the smiling people, pleasing persona belies the sadness within. Much more true with girls than boys, but true of boys too, because what it looks like in a boy is the joking guy, the life of the party, and then of course the people-pleasing girl. Then there are student athletes that come to us with a history of PTSD, history of trauma, and then I also have had a number of student athletes who have developed PTSD as a result of their experience in college athletics. Undeniably, the impact of coaches' behavior is enormous. Negative thought patterns, negative self-statements, maintained depressed mood, coaching feedback, unfortunately, can exacerbate this, deepening the depression. Pretty soon, the individual starts feeling worthless, helpless, hopeless. You think you're going to tell anybody this stuff? I don't think so. We heard some about guilt, and athletes in general feel an inappropriate amount of guilt. And when they're telling me about all these terrible things they've done, I often liken it to a metaphoric crime, because of course guilt implies you've committed a crime. There's no crime committed. Someone might be disappointed in you, you might be disappointed in yourself, but there's nothing to feel guilty about. There's a loss of energy, everything feels too hard. Ordinary demands begin to feel extraordinary. Increased frustration, there's quite a distortion in thinking, unrealistic performance expectations, self-deprecating statements, and so these, in a sense, were talked about in terms of the pessimists, but I think these need to start be looking, when you hear these in your kids, you need to start thinking about depression. What's causing this? Images of failure, helplessness, embarrassment, self-loathing, shame. Hypersomnia, excessive fatigue and lack of energy. Then hyposomnia, where you can't sleep at all. Diminished appetite. Emotional isolation. And no direction home. An inability to make decisions. People become paralyzed. They don't even know what to do anymore. Reckless behavior is another warning sign of poor coping strategies. Whoa, using substances, we did that fast. Anyway, we'll move on to impulsive behavior. My God. Anyway, fighting. Exceptionally vulnerable to losses in physical functioning, which remove them from athletic activity. Post-injury depression is to be expected. It's not some anomalous piece, and depending on how significant the injury is, it takes them often out of their sport, sometimes for a year. The degree of acuity with psychiatric symptoms has substantially increased in the last decade across the board in mental health clinics, but I cannot tell you how sick kids are coming in to see me. I used to, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, often the diagnosis might be an adjustment disorder of some kind. Now it's MDD, it's major depression. It's just unbelievable how sick kids are coming in. So what can we do? So, as Dr. Gill says, we need to get in the game, which obviously everyone here is already in the game with social work. Social work education with options to learn how to work with this targeted population, which is a nice follow-up to what Matt just talked about. And then there's Keep Calm, I'm a social worker. So clinical social work education provides a distinctly different perspective than that of sports psychologists and sports psychiatrists. Our additional focus upon cultural determinants, contextual behavior, distinguishes our training from these other disciplines. Social work education is uniquely well-suited to help this high-risk group, which Matt talked about, and other people. Who knows what happened with the next sentence? We'll just keep going. We all know this. That's why we're here. So what we need to do is answer the call, which we're all here. We've answered the call. And essentially what I think the next step is for us as social workers involved in sport is continuing the kind of platform we've had today. We don't have a power base, and we're all out there kind of isolated on our own. And so hopefully we can begin to develop a stronger power base for ourselves as practitioners. When you see the breadth of what's presented today, it's just impressive. I mean, we're covering everything. And so then we need to continue to develop our power base so we have a stronger voice, and then develop more clinicians and educators to continue with this work. So thank you.
Make sure that we're not waving the mic around. If you want us to actually wear them. Yeah, I guess that's seems to stay on. But it stays on.
I'll just give you a heads up.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah, I'm like, okay.
Okay, hi. So I'm here with Cindy right now, and she just gave a great presentation talking about different disorders that student athletes are going through. And the three that she had mentioned were depression, anxiety, and PTSD. So of the three, do you feel like there's one that's a little bit more prevalent among student athletes currently?
I think depression and anxiety are more commonplace because they cover the breadth of all human experience, where not everyone has a trauma history.
Right.
And so that's going to be a smaller population. The issue with those with a trauma history is they're going to unravel more quickly than the other students. But I would say depression and anxiety is easily quite a generalizable problem.
Okay. Thank you very much. Quick question. Thank you.
Going to talk about next. When I was a kid, I used to love to go to those parties where you did treasure hunts. Do you remember those where they gave you the clues and you'd go and there'd be candy and you'd go and there'd be a toy and all of that stuff? And I was the kid who hated not finding every single thing. And there was the unfortunate incident at Diane Flanagan's fifth year birthday party where I got kind of dragged kicking and screaming because I knew there was still treasure there. Well, the story I want to tell you today is about how I think social work has undiscovered treasure that we're leaving out there when it comes to people in our profession. And the treasure is college athletes that we're not calling to the profession. So how did this sort of come about for me? It came about through the confluence of a couple of different things. One is I was doing some reading on strength and resilience in student athletes, the things that they learn as athletes in college and how exciting that is for them. At the same time, I was doing a lot of reading about what happens particularly, and there was some eloquent talk about that today, in the transition post-college. Now, 20% of athletes after college suffer significant psychosocial distress, particularly around identity issues and around career. What are they going to do when they thought they were going to play in the NFL or run track in Europe or whatever? And then my own students. I kept talking to students who went, oh yeah, I ran track in college, or oh yeah, I played tennis in college. And I had a surprising number of my own social work students in the master's program who had been college athletes. So, I started wondering about what that phenomenon was about, and was it really a phenomenon, and could it be amplified? So what I did was a qualitative study where I recruited and interviewed 15 of our students, all women, surprisingly, in social work, about what was it that you learned and the strengths and the skills that you developed as a college athlete that you were using as a social worker, if anything. What's transferable? So 15 intensive qualitative interviews. I did all of the interviews. The students that we interviewed, they were about 27, predominantly Caucasian. Over half were from Division I schools. They had played athletics in college for 3.5 years on average, and most of them were full-time students in our program. The majors that they came from undergrad, because these were all master's students, were mostly psychology, social work, sociology, what you would expect. And they played a range of different sports, some of them playing more than one sport. So we did interviews, and I say we because my two co-investigators are former college athletes who are social workers, because I am the resident cream puff in this entire crowd. I will guarantee you, not an athlete in any sense of the word. So I had to have some member check. I had some legitimate college athletes. We coded the data line by line, axial coding, came up with 6 sort of core themes about what these young women told us about the transferability of their skills. The first theme that they talked about was that the time management skills and the discipline that they learned as college athletes were skills that they were using immediately and directly transferring to their social work practice. I kind of love this one. Social work is a lot about paperwork, more than people perceive it. So I think definitely having time management and organization and things like that were required as an athlete is helping me. And she talked about both in school and in the mounds of paperwork that she was doing in an agency as well. Some of the athletes talked about this in terms of discipline and coping. Certain requirements and expectations that you have as a student athlete, physical demands, emotional demands, you make a lot of sacrifices. I think that being a social worker and an athlete, you can be very effective because it better helps you cope. This idea that you've really got some rigor and some discipline, and that you're willing to make sacrifices for things that are important, were skills that they were pulling on as social workers. The second theme that people talked about a lot was goal-directedness and resilience, and that as athletes, they knew how to focus on a goal and be sturdy and keep moving forward with that. So as an athlete, you definitely have to be dedicated to the work you do. And I feel like as a social worker, I'll be dedicated in my full energy towards my social work. I was very focused in rowing, and I feel like that has kind of shifted into my schoolwork, which is good. And another one, very clearly, I'm taking the motivation and the passion that I had for my sport, and I'm implementing that in my passion to work with other people and help other populations. So this focus and this energy was directly being transferred from their athletics to their social work practice. This was another one, and I think this ties into some of the things you were talking about, Robert, in terms of being able to let go and move to the next shot. You have to have an off switch. And that as an athlete, you learned how to have an off switch. That's another thing that helps with social work. What happens at practice, you leave at practice. What happened 2 hours ago with one client, you have to turn off and you start with somebody else. And so that ability to compartmentalize, to move on to the next shot, was a skill that they were really using in their practice with clients. The third theme that folks talked about a great deal was this idea of I understand teams, which means I understand group work. And not only do I understand teams, but I can read group dynamics and team dynamics really well. I know when there's problems going on in my team. So you have to learn to think teamwork is an essential quality. As a social worker, even though it's very much individual, you have all these units working together. You have macro, micro, all together as a team. You have to focus on how the team's gonna do. That this woman was talking about how she always feels like she's part of the team, and that they can read the dynamics. For those of you who teach social work and you know how much students hate group projects, I love this next quote. The dynamics of a team, no matter how big or how small, they're always similar. You have people who don't pull their weight, and the people have to pull their weight more for them to get the finished product that you want. But then she went on to talk about how you navigate that and how being in a team had helped her learn how to pull in the people who weren't pulling their weight. Same thing, the coach's dynamics. Well, this one actually, the dynamics piece I thought was clear in here, that she learned how to look at and see that new members alter the practice or the team dynamics or the coach's dynamics with the player. All that stuff is something that I learned to do and I do now. Supporting and motivating. They were very clear that they felt very confident in their ability to support and motivate their teammates, and that they were transferring that skill to both their colleagues and to their clients. You learn how to interact with people and support them and encourage them. It has to do with the ability to encourage each other. We athletes know how to do that. We have a specific skill set in that area. Oops. And they talked a lot about coaches. And for many of them, coaches were their first role model as social workers. I've learned to build the person up so they can have their own resources and services and strengths. I know a handful of athletes that are in social work, and I think it's just you grow up with older coaches giving to you and teaching you and empowering you, and then you want to give it forward. Diversity. A lot of conversation around diversity, and that athletes feeling that I have been exposed to people from all over the world in athletics, and I am comfortable working in a world where people have different points of view from mine and different experiences of mine. Different girls and different backgrounds and different stories, and taking that all in, their point of view, coming to social work, growing up in a middle-class kind of mindset, but because of the athletic experience, learning how I have to see their point of view. And I kind of liked this one. Being able to get along with 60 different personalities, 50 different personalities. She actually also talked about 60 girls in one locker room. On my team alone has helped me get along with pretty much anyone and anything. And then finally, this real sense of leadership amongst these young women and advocacy, that they knew how to fight for their teammates and advocate, and that was something that they were doing with their clients. Having that leadership instilled in you and that voice and that ability to speak up. And you speak up for your team in some cases, or now you speak up for a section of society that doesn't have a very loud voice. I think that athletics prepared me for that. This woman talked about thinking of herself as a leader, came from being an athlete and from coaching, and that she was using that in the community, in her community organizing work. And then this idea that I can be the one that steps up to the plate. I can be the one change agent. Team-wise, maybe one time I'm the star player. In social work, I can be that one person who makes a difference. And how athletics made her comfortable with the idea of stepping up to the plate. So, in closing, what I think we've got here is a win-win situation. We have athletes who in many cases struggled with what they're going to do after college. And here's a wonderful new career path that plays to skills they've already got. For us in social work, what a wonderful pool of people to pull from, to recruit, to be the next generation of practitioners along with us, because we have people who are disciplined and goal-directed and understand team dynamics and are very motivating, comfortable with diversity, have strong leadership skills, and that's great in a social work career. So as a social work dean, I am running, not walking, to my athletics department to start recruiting for my master's program. Thank you very much.
Next coming up, we got the pros. We're going to be talking about the pros. So we're going to take 5 and come back in 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, so I have no idea. What,
Okay,
just tell me what we're doing.
So I'm going to ask you real quick. I'm going to ask you a question, and my question is going to be to you. On. Let me know when we're ready. Okay, so I'm with Dr. Anna Chayette from the University of South Carolina, and she just gave a great presentation about social workers and the possibility of bringing more student athletes to the field of social work. So as for me, I work at a university, and I meet a lot of freshmen and sophomores who are undeclared in their majors, and I would like to know what kind of tactics or what type of strategy should I use when talking to them about possibly coming into the field of social work.
Okay. Well, I know more and more freshmen and sophomores and undergraduates in general get involved in service learning and in service activities, and sometimes in their sports they're doing service. I'd invite somebody from the social work department to come and participate in that, see who's getting excited about it, and say, did you know? Like, you can do this for a living. The other place where I would look at is a lot of times you have people in athletics who know they're not going pro in anything, but they really see themselves as a coach, and they love children. And to have conversations with them about there's other ways to be a coach, and that you can be working with children and child-serving agencies and do the same kind of motivating and inspiring and empowering that a coach does in a slightly more therapeutic or a more community organizing way. So I think it's a matter of exposure and connecting the dots for them between what they already love and what social work does, which not a lot of people understand at an undergraduate level.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Oh, you're listening to our jokes right now? Our bad jokes?
Is that okay?
The problem is I couldn't hear anything, so no, that's okay. So, okay, he said it's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, check out, make sure.
Okay, so don't say anything, inappropriate right now. Don't say anything inappropriate. We're being taped. No, all of a sudden my throat feels weird.
Do you want like a mint?
Can I eat?
Trader Joe's?
Oh, that's the high spicy one, huh?
Huh?
Okay, I'll take one just in case I need it. You just have them like all in your pocket?
Yeah, because they come in a tin. Like, I can't.
Ew, they're just like loose in your pocket?
I make noise when I carry the
They
tin.
might have like lint on it.
Tobacco. Might have wacky tobacco.
Oh.
We know about the wacky.
You ready? You good?
I think so. Yeah, she was. Our audio was a little weird, but I think it's fine now. Yeah, we're good on audio, right?
My throat is all messed up all of a sudden. I'll just take this mint.
I know I had it too, man, because I was like wanting to cough. Here, this is all
You
you,
have
man.
a thing. I don't want to really put my thing
I'm
on
sorry?
there. Should I put this on there?
I just put mine in here.
See, you have a cool jacket like that.
Yeah, most people were like,
Holding
you
it.
could tuck it in, like your pants if you want. But yeah. Yeah.
Still working it out.
Oh, no. I was just trying to figure out, yeah.
You don't have like a little pocket or anything.
Oh. Do you want to do it?
I can do it.
Yeah. Do you want to do it for yours too, or do you want me to do yours?
Oh, I can do it for mine.
Okay.
Thanks. You know the
It's
piece.
not bad.
It's not bad. You know the piece that's good about it's about ours is that nobody's talked about the administrative. You know the administrative skills. So that's what we're doing. No, seriously. You know what I mean? It's like it's good that the soft skills.
I'm just gonna see folks outside.
How are you feeling now? Feeling a little better? I guess when Emmett comes back.
Started with our last TED Talk session of the day, and I appreciate everybody sitting with us. A lot of great information, but still, I know, I'll get some cookies outside. But we have Juan Marcias and Carrie Lou are going to talk to us about the intersection between Major League Baseball and field education. Outstanding presentation. I'll get out of the way and let them have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Those of you probably already heard we're looking for a head football coach right about now. So if you know of anybody, let us know. My colleague and I, Juan Macias, we're from the University of Southern California, USC. And we want to talk to you today about really kind of what we created, this internship, a social work internship with the LA Dodgers Foundation, but it's a piece of what we do on a larger scale. And we call it the Non-Traditional Social Work Internship Program as well. And it started as an employment development program, a vision from our dean, Marilyn Flynn. A lot of you have heard about her and her vision. And really, she said to me one day, let's create jobs. Let's create jobs in arenas where no one has been before, right? And then I think Juan took it off to like the Star Wars or what's the word chartered where no one's been done before, something like that. Star Trek, right? You could tell I don't watch that, right? And so she's like, oh, I said, okay, well, in what areas? And she's like, how about insurance and finance and managed care? And you know, this was in 2009, kind of at the height of the recession when thousands and thousands of jobs were being eliminated. So you don't say no to the dean. And I'm like, okay, let's try it. So we went out there and we tried it. And actually, we didn't ask people to create jobs. We thought about creating internships. And if they thought, you know, if it was a good match and the outcomes were good, we thought they would create jobs. And in fact, that's what happened. We were really fortunate, actually. Almost everyone we pitched it to, they really liked it. They bought on, right? And so since 2009, we met with over 200 employers, created 150 internships, and have about close to 800,000 in student stipends. So when we go out there with our employers, we pretty much ask/expect a stipend because we firmly believe that if people put money toward it, they're going to see value in it and want to keep going further. So really, it's high visibility, the goals, and exposure to senior leadership. We have some internships that kind of follow senior leadership, like we have one right now that we're doing with the Braille Institute, and they're going to follow the CEO president, who's an alum, and kind of go through marketing, through business development, and different areas, significant areas within the organization. And the job creation rate is 41%, and these are jobs that have never been created before, so that's pretty good. And higher salaries. That was one of the number one things that Dean Flynn wanted us to do. And in fact, we have. I think the average non-traditional internship is about 29% higher or so than our average MSW starting salary. So banking, entertainment, wealth management, community relations, insurance, managed care, and healthcare. These are some of the projects: program development and evaluation, fund development, process improvement, program management, corporate social responsibility, marketing and outreach, and organizational development. So this is our definition, and we call it NTSW, non-traditional social work internships. And these are jobs or internships held by MSWs in organizations or departments that don't ordinarily hire social workers, right? So sometimes we go out and we have to like introduce the whole concept of social work, right? We have to educate them. And sometimes we feel so successful, we come out, we're like high-fiving each other, you know? That was a good sales job, you know? But it's education, right? So these are just a sample of some of the organizations we've created. Wells Fargo, that's with their life management program. And Warner Brothers, we have tons of internships as well as graduates. They have like affinity groups within Wells Fargo and their employee relations department, on and on and on. What else? Pearson, the largest educational organization in the world, et cetera. And Orange County Ronald McDonald House is pretty cool. And transferable skills. We know that this is valuable, right? We know the MSW skill set is super valuable. We talk about all these kind of transferable skills, but this is really the definition that we got from the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. And our transferable skills, of course, you know, one of them, problem solving. We're super good at that. Strategic planning and collaboration. You know, sometimes some of the employers, like, they're amazed that we could pull the partnerships together to talk about different things, and they wouldn't think about it. And to us, it's second nature, right? We're like, why wouldn't you ask that department? When we went to Kaiser, and you know, a few years ago they rolled out their electronic medical records. They're like, oh, we could have used you to deliver the message, the whole communication issue, right? So change management, diversity, you know, we know the community and the components of the community like no other. Leveraging resources and relationships, you know, all these things that I'm preaching to the choir for the most part. Communication skills. One of our, I forgot Andy Ortiz's title, but he was a director of organizational effectiveness or something like that at Warner Brothers. He said that, broke that. What he liked best about it, about our social workers, is that we were high in emotional intelligence. And so I think that's a really awesome thing for us to kind of hold on to and utilize a lot. Okay. This part? Okay. He's on anyways.
We're good.
This is my colleague Juan.
Hi, everybody. We all know these transferable skills, right? Employers don't. So we're trying to educate employers on the transferable skills that we bring to them. If we get in the face, in the positive way, positive sense of the word, if we're able to get an audience with a decision maker in a corporation or even a senior decision maker in a nonprofit administrative division, we educate them on these transferable skills. Once we do that, they see the connection and they're like, wow, I've never interviewed a social worker in the past because I've never interviewed a social worker in the past, but it makes sense. So we're excited about this because once we educate other disciplines that really have a very limited view of what we do as social workers, they will open the door for us to bring social workers in, and that's the goal of our program here. Oh, and I can say one last thing about this slide. The one skill that I think makes us different from an MBA, from an MPA, from an MPH is our multidimensional assessment skills. It's that person and environment, micro, meso, macro level, looking at that and being able to connect that. Employers in the corporate world love that. So this is our internship with the Dodgers. We actually have an article that's online that you can look up. And we've had the privilege of developing this with the executive director of the foundation. And I want to mention that because when we are developing these field placements, they have to be done with senior decision makers, especially in corporations. The first thing they're going to want to do is they're like, well, we already have a summer internship program, go there. But we're talking about a 9-month field placement, so much more different. You need to connect with senior decision makers for that. So how many of you have heard of the RBI program? All right, we all know what an RBI is in the baseball term. In the RBI program, which is actually, bless you, an international major league initiative. So all 32 ball teams have an RBI program, and it stands for Reviving Baseball in Inner Cities. So you see the connection right away of social work, right? We see that vulnerable population. We see that ability to connect with young people. And it's basically a program for 5 to 18-year-olds where the baseball teams are actually teaming up with park and rec centers and creating these baseball leagues and providing all of the equipment and coordinating everything from the beginning of the season until the World Series that they all have. With different park and rec centers in the inner city. And then they're, in some instances, they're actually creating and revamping the fields in there, okay? All right, so our internship is going on as we speak. They wanted our intern to actually start in the summer, in May, because it's actually when the baseball season starts. They couldn't wait till September. The executive director cannot do anything but rant and rave about our intern, all right? And these are 3 different job bullets because we create an internship description that's very intentional, very detailed, and I'm highlighting the actual transferable skills so you can see how relevant, you can see that this is actually easy to do, all right? So the main thing that he's done is he's looked at past surveys from their RBI program last season that were collected and analyzed that information and took it to the next level. Are we good at interviewing and extracting information from people and building that relationship, building that rapport? Of course we are. So what he did early on, this is a couple of months ago, he went ahead and actually revamped their surveys and initiated focus groups with parents, with Park and Rec directors, with the players themselves, and actually had other interns, undergraduate interns, and he trained them on how to implement these focus groups. And the executive director basically said, wow, I see the social work lens. I see how the social worker, the intern, is able to really build relationships, with these young people, with the families, and is able to get information much easier and much more effectively than if it was a Dodger employee, because it's a social worker. We had a CEO of the second oldest Latino-owned bank where we created an internship, and he said, people don't really like bankers, right? But if I can send my social worker out as a community outreach coordinator who they got hired to, after the internship, they are going to build a relationship with the community. They know the community, they know the diversity, and they can bring that to the table. They also the second piece of what the intern is doing is developing relationships, going out into the community, and actually promoting the program and actually improving the image, the perception of RBI, because a lot of teams don't have a good perception or a good implementation of the program. All right, and you can see all the different transferable skills. All of our students are getting these skills. And even if it's counseling, we don't say they're doing counseling. Obviously, they're doing coaching, right? The market research, the business term, it's research and evaluation. It's community and needs assessment, right? It's that ability to navigate those interpersonal dynamics, et cetera. Okay, so the second piece I wanted to do in like a couple of minutes that I have left, literally 2 minutes, how do you generate one of these internships? Okay, all right. The first thing, of course, is generating that lead. It's important to be networking. I had the privilege of meeting the executive director as part of a brainstorming group that I belong to, but I will tell you, these may take a couple of years to develop. It took me a couple years before I met the director of community relations, drafted up an internship description, and it went nowhere. It wasn't until 2 years later that we were able to reconnect now with the executive director of the foundation to do that. Networking is very important. LinkedIn, decision makers, we already know all this stuff. Engaging the employer, very important. Return on investment. It's important for these internships and for me, while I'm reaching out, to prove that an internship can make money, can help them save money, can help them improve a product or a service, can help them reduce liability. Those 4 things we need as social workers to be able to articulate those things and talk a business language. Very important. We might think it's easy for us to get a $7,000 internship from the Dodgers because they make millions. It's not easy. Actually, it's a lot easier for me to get that from an executive director at a nonprofit than it is at a corporation oftentimes. Return on investment, very important. Pre-meeting prep, review your industry terminology. I don't know if any of you are even developing these internships, but it is important for you to be able to look at past projects, look at their website and be able to come to them with some ideas. When we reach out as a social worker and I say, we're social workers, we want to create an internship with you, they don't know what to do with that. They think, just counseling, they think maybe HR, maybe employee assistance, if that's advanced. Meeting, share what we do, and we have to make the connection. Those transferable skills, once I start telling people what those skills are, and I give them examples of what we've done, and even if you've never developed a non-traditional internship, you have administrative or macro-focused internships, you give examples, it's easily translatable, it gets the juices flowing, they start thinking of projects. The one question that we ask is, what is a project that you would love to have done in your department that would add value, but you don't have the bandwidth to complete? They'll start thinking, and you start connecting the dots of what social workers can do. We could be placing them at Warner Brothers, we could be placing them at Wells Fargo, working with high net worth individuals like we do at Life Management, all rich, older adults, the connection to social work, vulnerable older adults that have a lot of money. Post-meeting, create an internship description, then facilitate a meeting with what we call a daily task supervisor. Okay, and because we have an external field instructor, Dodgers don't have a social worker on staff, so we have to contract with an external field instructor. But it's very important to create that relationship, create that internship with the decision maker. In this case, it was the manager of RBI, who's actually not there anymore, and the executive director of the foundation, and bringing in the field instructor, having that communication. It's a great way to make sure that the internship is successful. You facilitate another meeting if you have to, et cetera. So that's how to develop an internship, non-traditional, in a couple of minutes. Join us online. This is our website, Non-Traditional Social Work. Our website address, we have a LinkedIn group for non-traditional social work. We believe that getting social workers in whichever way we can. The Dodgers, we're bringing them in on an administrative, less kind of threatening, more kind of, less intense project. But now, of course, now that this person's done well, I'm developing other ones. So now we can get access to maybe their players, but some of the ideas that we were talking about today. So we're very excited about this, and we hope that the social work community and all of you can bring this back to your field departments, and we see more non-traditional internships. Thank you. What am I?
Dr. Gill, we have time to ask questions.
We do right now.
And taking that methodology because it's the same thing. So we can't get.
Oh, take my mic off. Okay. Oh.
Harry from the University of Southern California, who just gave a great presentation about non-traditional social work internships. So if another higher ed social work department wanted to create one similar, so like let's just say there was another RBI program, how would you recommend them to reach out to, let's just say, another baseball team?
Well, I think it's important for them to reach out to a decision maker. So it could be the executive director of the foundation, or sometimes it's out of the community relations department. So going to the community relations director. So one of the points I was making in the presentation is the importance of being able to connect with a decision maker, because our field placements, our internships are out of the box, and they require a different type of commitment from the organization. That's at least 9 months. Okay. So because of that, it needs to be highly customized, and they're the ones that can make it happen. So reach out to them first, and then the second thing I would recommend is for them to really understand what the transferable skills are that we bring to the table as social workers. And number 3, understand what that program is. Research, do a little assessment on what the goals of those different programs are, like the RBI program, for example, and then find a connection on how a social worker can bring those transferable skills and add value to that division.
Would you like to add anything, Karen?
One thing that you always talk about is the return on investment, saving money, not costing money, helping to improve a product or service. So those are things I think that the organization feels important.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to say that I'm very thrilled to be doing this presentation. What I'm going to be presenting to you came out of my dissertation research. And originally, I just had an interest in the topic. But 2 incidents happened during my data collection period that made me very passionate about this. The first incident that happened at the very beginning of the data collection period, an athlete called me. He was an NFL player. He called to tell me that he didn't want to participate in the study itself, but that he wanted references or resources to some type of mental health services because he was afraid he had chronic traumatic encephalopathy. And at that moment, it became excruciatingly real that these are true people who, despite what we see on the television and what perceptions have been formed about them, they really have real needs. And then the second thing that happens, I did a mixed method study. During the qualitative portion, my computer crashed. So all of my interviews were lost. Needless to say, I was devastated. And I prayed, I'm like, Lord God, what do I do? This is so valuable, the information, in my opinion. And I called them all back, the interviewees, and they all agreed to redo the qualitative portion, the interviews. It was a wonderful thing because for some of them, 3 of them told me, it was 5 participants, so I'll go over the results with those 5 in this presentation. But 3 of them said that they were thankful to have to do it again because I think we've all kind of had this experience. After you talk to somebody, you think about what you could have said, and you wish you could have had the opportunity to say it, and you know you can't, so you just kind of move right along. Well, they were able to say what they had to say again, and so it was wonderful. So that's what I'll be presenting to you today. The purpose of this research is to look at perceived barriers and facilitators to mental health service utilization by NFL players. It was a qualitative study that explored their viewpoints. And so there are a number of barriers that are seen in the literature as it relates to why athletes don't seek out mental health service. One of them is problem defining. When it comes to the way that they identify themselves and the problems that they have, they struggle because there's a disconnect with how mental service providers define the actual problems. Another issue is the perceptions of weakness, and that's been talked about a little bit, and that seeking out mental health services are deemed by many people to be a source of weakness, mainly because you're looking for help. But on top of that, it's for help regarding mental illness, which is highly stigmatized. They feel the need to protect their athletic identity. So having to seek out help, it kind of takes away the strength and the machismo that's seen with athletes. And so feeling the need to protect that contrasts seeking out help. Forced deselection, if athletes are in a position where they have to be ejected from the sport, mainly because of an injury, they tend to have a disconnect with mental health services if there is a need as a result of the forced deselection or the injury itself, because kind of going back to that identity formation, there's not a willingness to accept that new identity. Gender roles, socialization, again, kind of what has been talked about. Hypermasculinity is revered in sports and valued, whereas help seeking isn't. And of course, stigma. So stigma is still very, very, very prevalent in the athletics. So while there were a number of barriers, I thought about, well, what happens if we look at some of the facilitators? What are some of the protective factors, or what would promote them to seeking out help if they actually do? So from the quantitative portion of, right. Don't know what to do. Let me see. I wonder if I pushed a button. what should I do? You think? Let's see. Oh, this is up. No, it's up. Oh, okay.
There we go.
Okay, so while that's coming back up, the quantitative portion of the study was conducted first. And contrary to what I found in the literature, the athletes, it was 122 athletes, they had positive, overall, generally speaking, they had positive viewpoints about seeking out help. But there are some facilitators that are not seen in the literature, or not explored in the literature, that would that could lead to why in that particular sample there was this viewpoint of, or this positive attitude towards seeking out help. What I found here from the literature as it relates to the qualitative portion was that a few things which would contribute to help seeking and service utilization include having positive past experiences. So if they had a good experience with a mental health service provider in the past, they were more likely to use services if they needed again. Having strong support networks, including informal networks. While professionals are the formal support networks, what I saw in the literature was that they were more likely to utilize the informal support networks, such as their wives. Having education and awareness about mental health and the service utilization, and that those resources are available. And having certain attitudes toward help seeking. Not all stigmatizing attitudes prevent help seeking. Some stigmatizing attitudes do lead to help seeking, including how a person perceives another person to, or how if they take on blame for their problem, then they're less likely to want to seek out help. But if it's something external, then they're more likely to seek out help. So as I stated, this was a qualitative study. I used semi-structured interviews with 5 athletes. These were all athletes who were interested or expressed interest in providing interviews. And all of them were given pseudonyms. So I'll get to the actual results. There were 3 primary factors that emerged as perceived barriers. Denial and disavowal of a problem. So I selected some quotes which I thought really captured these particular themes. No one wants to admit that they are weak or that they're troubled. People want to keep their personal problems personal. Another one was that denial plays another part, because the thought process would be, hey, I'm just in a little slump, I'll get through this. Adhering to the hypermasculine image. So one quote was, I think athletes are even more reluctant because football players have a macho type of image. There were issues with ego. The ego was mentioned, and a reliance on self-reliance. They would be embarrassed. A lot of guys would want to play a macho role. Internalization of reverence for athletes. So a lot of the athletes said, in fact, all 5 of them stated that the reverence that fans have for athletes play a serious role in how they actually respond. So a lot of fans don't see athletes as human. They see them as superhuman, and that they don't experience problems, they don't experience troubles, because they don't want to be perceived, or they don't want to see them as weak. Fans see athletes as physical beings, as pharaohs, and they don't identify them as someone who has to go out and work just as they do. They're not connecting you as a human being. Because of the internalization, the athletes tend to perform harder, and that can result in hurting an opponent or even hurting themselves. the fans see violence and a sense of vulnerability to viewing violence as a paradox. So one quote was that that fans tend to live vicariously through the athletes. So even though it's not that the fans are actually saying, I want to see this player get hurt, but what they're saying is, wow, that was fascinating, or they'll rewind, or they play the replays over and over, and people really want to see, they watch those replays. And so clearly that's contradictory. There were some facilitators, though, that would promote help-seeking and service utilization. So education and awareness in this study arose as a facilitator. There was a positive reaction to awareness about mental illness, and participants believed that there was more promotion that was necessary. This was also seen in the quantitative portion of the study as well. And then also, there were some thoughts that education regarding mental illness has progressed. Even though it's not where it needs to be, we're making some progress. One quote was, I think that tremendous strides have been made in the past decades with not only identifying mental health issues, but also with treatments and management of mental health issues. So there's help out there for everybody. Self-awareness. It's taking that first step or admission that there is a problem. Knowing yourself and knowing when there are things that when you're acting out of character, when you're acting out of sorts, being able to acknowledge that and confide in somebody else, which leads us to informal networks. So utilizing your informal networks, and of course utilizing formal networks, but also utilizing the informal networks, their wives, their coaches, their teammates, being able to confide in somebody, particularly one of their fellow football players, when something is going wrong or when they feel as though something is wrong. And being able to have candor and speak openly to others when they notice something is going on with their particular peers. If a person, this was a direct quote, you think he's thinking about committing suicide, there's no tactful way, I don't think, to get at it. You have to be compassionate, but you have to be firm. So basically holding each other accountable. Self-reliance emerged in this case as a facilitator. There's this notion that we have to kind of dismiss some of the attributes of hypermasculinity, but in this instance, and in some others, utilize that. If this is what they're relying on, if this is what they're using as a core part of themselves, then hold them accountable for taking the first step, going to get help without having to be told or forced to do so. So there are several implications for social work, including developing intervention strategies that would aim to reduce stigma, promote education and awareness, clarify self-perceptions, strengthen the informal support networks, and encourage particular components of self-reliance. These were the results of my study. Thank you very much.
So I'm here with Dr. Tiffany Victoria Jones from Clark Atlanta University, who just spoke about perceived barriers and facilitators to mental health services and utilization by athletes. So I heard you talking about, the athletes and how they can tend to, sometimes they don't want to participate in mental health services and the barriers that they see. What do you think will be some of the ways in the future that we can really get them to start to embrace the idea of receiving services?
I think part of it would be utilizing their strengths. So what are some core components or key components of their environment? I know that a lot in the literature, hypermasculinity is completely maligned. What about looking at it in the strengths, using the strengths perspective? So what are those attributes of hypermasculinity, especially as it relates to the sports environment, that can be used to promote those protective factors for athletes? And I think just partnering with them, knowing that we appreciate them and that we value them and that we see them, we see their strengths, and that we're willing to offer services to them. Because I think part of it is that because they're macho and whatnot and just viewed in that way, they're typically viewed as people who don't need mental health services. But as the media has shown recently, that's not true. So.
Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. I'm Dr. Diana Rowan. I'm an associate professor at the School of Social Work at University of North Carolina at Charlotte. And we are just a few miles up I-77 from the other USC. We just heard from Anna Chayette. And what I have in your program that I'm going to present on today, the title still fits, but what I was going to present has changed. And by the way, you'll notice I don't have a PowerPoint because I went to a lecture at our Center for Teaching and Learning called Death by PowerPoint. And so I was being real courageous and didn't bring a PowerPoint, but now I'm experiencing death by lack of PowerPoint. But anyway, I wanted to tell you a little bit about this article that had recently had published with a student that was actually one of the data collection MSWs in your study. But I can go over this in 30 seconds because we've reached saturation on these points. Emmett, this is a good thing. And one day we really are kind of preaching to the metaphorical choir and saying the same things over and over again. So I'm going to give you a 30-second summary, and then I'm going to tell you a story. Okay? All right, so social workers' role in serving vulnerable athletes. People in society, I'm sure you agree, don't necessarily think of an athlete as being particularly vulnerable. They're seen as, kind of virile or at least strong. But there is that pressure to perform. There's the pressure to hide physical trauma and hide injuries so that they can stay on the playing field. There can be undiagnosed mental disorders. We've heard about some of the lack of help-seeking behaviors around mental illness. Substance abuse is common. Female athletes are more prone to have eating disorders. Poor support systems. This is interesting. You don't think of an athlete as not having support, but they can be surrounded by fair weather fans that don't necessarily stick there through the times of poor performance or even, being cut from whatever team it is. Pressure to be a role model. It's easy for the media and for society to slam some of the negative behaviors that we see, but really, where did that athlete sign up to be put on such a pedestal? And then the pressure to conform. Some athletes come from backgrounds that are going to be very different from what they're going to find when they are at a Division I school or in a professional sport, and all of the lifestyle changes that come with that. So would you agree we've really kind of touched on all of that throughout the course of the day so far? So what I want to do now is tell you a story that I think brings it all together. What's my time? I have 8 minutes left. Okay. All right. So I want to tell you a story of a person, and I have their permission to share the story, but I didn't necessarily clear it to be shared kind of publicly on the internet. So I'm going to just turn off my sound, just out of respect for that person. Is that cool? Now the sound.
We're good? Hi, everyone. My name's Emmett Gill, and I'm an assistant professor at the University of Texas at San Antonio. And, I want to thank everyone for tuning in today via YouTube to Social Work in Sports 2015, an idea whose time has come. I didn't have an opportunity to present today, but I definitely wanted to talk to you about the importance of integrating social work into social work practice, as well as social work education. When we look at some of the issues that we're being confronted with, whether it's a 25-year-old professional athlete who commits suicide and we learn that he has suffered from CTE, or whether it's a couple of high school student athletes in San Antonio who decide for various reasons, whether it's motivation from their coach or comments regarding racism, to actually tackle a referee. And in the same breath, we had another student athlete in San Antonio who decided to push a referee. Our prayers definitely go up to Lamar Odom, who we found out recently suffered a heart attack and a stroke and is alleged to be dealing with some substance abuse issues. The point being, ladies and gentlemen, is that social work has a place in youth, high school, college, and professional sports. I think we as social workers have a particular unique skill set, that allows for individuals not only for us to provide counseling services, but to also provide case management services to our athletes. It's more than a notion working with both college and professional athletes. It's just more than a notion. And as we've learned from the situation at USC, with Coach Steve Sarkisian, and our prayers go out to Coach Sarkisian, that this is not just about the athletes on the field, but it's also about the coaches off the field. It's not only about the coaches off the field, but it's also about the parents. There was an influx of issues over the past couple of years with regard to millennial parents behaving badly, at sporting events, whether it was indifferent activity towards a referee or whether it was putting too much pressure on their own children to win. And so we feel, and the reason that we came here today in Denver, Colorado at Metropolitan State University at Denver, is to talk about, how social work can be an integral part of athletics. Because when we think about athletics, we think about two things. One, the first college football game was staged to bring communities together. And I was in Tampa Bay last weekend, and I had an opportunity to see the Panthers play. And it was just amazing how, regardless of who the individual was, whether it was male or female, old or young, black, white, Hispanic, or Asian, we had on a Panthers jersey, and it created a common bond. It brought together a community. The other thing that sports is supposed to do is it's supposed to provide developmental opportunities for young people, both male and female. And I think social work has a great part in that, in ensuring that we accomplish those things. Fortunately or unfortunately, sports has become a big business. And sometimes when we're looking out for the business interests, whether it's Upward Bound with youth sports or whether it's professional sports, which is now a multi-billion-dollar industry, sometimes we lose sight of the purpose of sports. But we see a lot of those things here today. Not only have we talked about a lot of the challenges that we face in terms of ensuring that sport accomplishes, you know, the traditional goals, but we've also talked about issues like youth development. We've also talked about the positive outcomes that can come about through the power of sport. But equally as important, we've also talked about a format, a structure, if you will, for bringing sport into the realm of social work education, because that's so important. You see, we have to figure that, you know, in some ways, social work education has always been driven by social work practice. So it's wonderful that we're out there doing those things as practitioners. But now we've got to call on our universities, like the work that's going on at the University of Michigan, like the work that's going on at The Ohio State University and the University of South Carolina. We've got to call on our fellow social work educators, our deans, our chairs, to take a risk and to integrate sports into social work curricula across the country. You see, the idea is that, you know, this is a vulnerable population, and so we have to arm social work students with the special skills to work with this population. I ran a student-athlete wellness center at North Carolina Central University, and I took for granted the reality that one of my social work interns might have a problem working with a 6'5", 270-pound left tackle. And so we have to prepare them to not only work with these student-athletes, but their families. Not only with the student-athletes, but how the student-athletes interact with various systems that we as social workers traditionally work with. For example, the child welfare system. We really have to prepare our social workers to understand some of the unique situations that student-athletes are involved in and how they intersect with these systems. We hear about it almost every day, where a student-athlete is involved in either the child welfare system, the juvenile justice system, or the judicial system. And so how do we do that? Most of all, I want to thank all of our presenters today. They have done an outstanding job. I am indebted to everyone for coming today, and most of all, thank you for tuning in. See you soon.
Actually, just strictly because we've talked about so much other stuff. Okay, so I'm here right now with Dr. Diana Rowan from the University of North Carolina in Charlotte, and she just gave a fabulous talk about the vulnerabilities of professional athletes as well as collegiate. But in the very end, she touched on athletes post-career, and how do you think that social workers can get involved in providing services, and what kind can we provide for post-career athletes?
Well, I think that it's important for us to acknowledge that there's a large number of post-career professional athletes out there that have physical challenges due to injuries on the field, and also mental health challenges due to potential head injuries that they experienced through different types of sports. But I think also we can be of a tremendous benefit in linking these individuals to opportunities where they can be role models for youth. For example, through hosting youth camps and things from their particular sport.
Well, thank you very much. I have a lot of friends who are career athletes, and some of them are from the 70s, and they all their money now comes in from appearances now.
Good. I'm Martell Teasley. I'm chair of the Department of Social Work at the University of Texas at San Antonio. And I'm really honored to be here, and I want to thank Metropolitan College for having this forum, particularly Dr. Emmett Gill, one of my colleagues, actually. And I must confess, I do not do research on sports. Most of my research concerns adolescent development, and I'm editor-in-chief of a journal called Children in Schools, and so I do a lot of research on schools. At best, I'm an armchair quarterback, and probably only one of the reasons I have cable TV is I love the NFL Network. And so I'm gonna do a little bit off script here because I, have a different foray to all this. And when Emmett, talked about this ideal, first let me just say this. When we were recruiting, I recruited Emmett, I did my homework, of course, and I talked to people about him formally as well as informally. And one of the big things I found out about him was that he was a very hard worker. And this just proves his hard work to put on this conference here. And so kudos to him for doing that. And also, one of the things I realized in the past year or so working in him, I was sitting at my desk one day and I realized that actually he's a pioneer. And everyone doing this work, sports and social work, you're all pioneers. And so it's a little rough going at the beginning. So, someday in the future when social work really accepts this and there's chapters and books written about it, just mention that I said that. Anyway, a little bit off the script here. This is about pro athletes. So I'm talking about the Donald Sterling Chronicles, Race and Empowerment for Black Athletes. And part of this comes from a book I read some years ago, developed in 2005 by William Roden, called $40 Million Slaves. And it's a book, he named it after being at a Knicks game in the 1990s. One of the forwards, Larry Johnson, doing an interview, said that he and his teammates were rebellious slaves. And then during one of the timeouts, Larry Johnson was coming to the bench, and one of the fans, as a heckler, said, "You're nothing but a $40 million slave." And so that's where the title of the book comes from. But I want to open by reading something that he has in the introduction here that I thought was apropos to what we're talking about here today, or what I'm talking about. He says, despite their 50-year rise in prominence on the field of integrated sports, African-American athletes, male and female, still find themselves on the periphery of true power in the industry their talents built. In the public mind, the black athlete is still largely feared and despised, in keeping with the history of black Americans, whose success is often seen as an imminent danger. Every African-American accomplishment in sports has, for more than 2 centuries now, triggered a knee-jerk backlash from the forces within the white majority. Strategies of the white reactionaries have become predictable: to take back, dilute, divide, and push back any black achievement in an effort to restore the same balance of power that has existed in this country since slavery, one in which the bulk of the rewards reaped from black talent and labor are distributed to and served to perpetrate white power. Goes on further to say, why are today's athletes so lost? The answer lies mainly in the successions of devastating spiritual loss of black athletes have sustained more than they participate since they began to participate in integrated sports. The most significant of these has been the loss of mission, a mission informed by a sense of connection to a larger African-American community and a sense of responsibility to the legacy of struggle that made possible this generation's phenomenal material success. And so, I read that and I thought about this Donald Sterling thing, and we all know about that happened in 2014 during a NBA playoff. First, I wanted to go over a definition here of what do we mean when we talk about structural inequalities. A big buzz about that between me and my colleagues. Now, we're basically talking about some condition where a group of people are attributed an unequal status based on their category. It's reinforced by unequal relations and roles, functions, decisions, rights, and opportunities. And it talks about a couple of things there you can read for yourself. So basically, my thing is that what we really have with a lot of athletes in pro sports is basically structural inequalities. Well, most of the athletes are on the playing field. They're not most of the managers. They're not most of the owners. If we look at stadiums, they're full of people, mainly our Anglo-American brothers and sisters who paid to be there and watch athletes. It reminds me of the gladiators during the Roman Colosseum. I'm a historian. I love history. And basically, a lot of gladiators were black, and our movies do a disjustice to us. And so it was the same type of thing there. So, Donald Sterling's talking to his girlfriend in a restaurant, and she's really astute, and she records this. And he's basically talking about Magic Johnson. He goes, "Why do you have to be seen with him? You know, this guy is, he goes around, he has sex with a lot of people, and he catches AIDS. He's a filthy guy. And you can do whatever you want to with him. You can sleep with him. You can do other types of things. But don't bring him to the game. Don't put him on Instagram. Don't have my friends calling me." See? And so that sets off a firestorm, okay? And several things happen from there. First, Magic Johnson said these are, repulsive comments, and he shouldn't say this about African Americans. And LeBron James chimes in, Shaquille O'Neal, several people. And they're all having, and I put LeBron James up here. It's really interesting because some time back, he attempts to, when he goes to the Miami Heat from the Cleveland Cavaliers, he does what most of sports writers say, that someone should take less to go somewhere to build a championship. And then they beat up on him for getting on ESPN. Now, LeBron James cannot make ESPN do anything. Who made all the money off of that? ESPN did, but LeBron James took the big hit from that. So we got to think below the surface on this a little bit. And this is a way of keeping them in their place, and this is a way of continuing structural inequalities. That's my argument. So now let's digress a little bit. This is why I call it the Ferguson Chronicles. So in 2003, this is a man who who was filed, Federal Housing Rights Center in Los Angeles filed discrimination against him. And in 2006, the U.S. Department of Justice sued him for housing discrimination. Basically, he doesn't want to rent to Hispanics and blacks near Beverly Hills to apartments. And he says black people basically smell. And he says Hispanic people, all they do is drink and smoke. And he says basically the Korean people that I rent to, they'll take whatever condition that I rent to them in. So basically insults 3 ethnic groups, all at once. And so, and besides this, and so it's really repulsive. And I'm thinking like black community should be in up arms about this, And for me, a person who's steeped in African American studies, I'm saying, what's the opportunity here? And there's an opportunity to break through structural barriers at this time. So, April 26th, this is during the NBA playoffs. The team meets with their coach, and they decide, no, we're not going to boycott it. I think they throw their shirts in the middle of the floor. The Miami Heat does the same thing. They turn it inside out. So it's this symbolic protest. What's that mean? In the 1960s, when the black athletes in the track meets in the Olympics held their fists high symbolically, they were never given their gold medal. So they can throw their shirts in the middle of the floor, turn them on backwards, nothing happens. I guess we come a long way. So nothing really happened. Okay, 4 minutes. So I want to try to get through this. So then the commissioner, says this guy has to go, banned from the NBA, gives him the biggest fine earlier. His wife's declared the person, and they say he has Alzheimer's. He can't be in control of the team anymore. They sell it. He's going to sell it to UCLA announces that it rejects $3 million in gifts. He has to sell a team. A Microsoft computer person buys it, Steve Ballmer, I believe, $2 billion. And so how's this man going to make $1 billion, okay? Half going to his estranged wife, half going to him, by saying these remarks. And so Magic Johnson comes out and he says, this guy is great. Everybody said the commissioner's great. Alvin Silver did a great thing. I said, baloney. Because what was beginning to happen is that the thread was going to come loose from the sweater. The whole thing was going to come apart. Because some very astute questions should have been asked. For one, when he says to his girlfriend, my friends, I don't want them calling me. The next question is, who is your friends? And the friends are other owners, I suspect, saying these same type of things. You see? And so I think that the African-American athletes missed a golden opportunity to break through structural barriers. This was a rare opportunity to cut through structural inequalities. I think they should have treated this as a labor dispute. If I was Chris Paul, I would have said, I can't shoot. I'm just really distraught. I was talking to one of my colleagues in the copy room. She said, what do you mean a labor dispute? I said, look, you do domestic violence research. She says, right. I said, if I attack you for some reason, for one, I'm going to get fired, okay? You might sue the university, but then you may say, I can't come back to work. I'm upset. My peers saw this. I need some time off. I need this, I need that. Why come Chris Paul couldn't have said that? I can't warm up for this guy. I can't shoot a basket. I can't make money for this man. Now, a lot of people say, oh, Mark, you don't understand what's... I understand what's happening. If black folk, if black athletes want to cut through structural barriers, these are the ways in which you do it. These were not poor people. These were not paupers. They had money. They could have shut that down for some time, organized and demanded some things. They missed the golden opportunity. They probably would never come again. So with that, I'm going to drop the mic. Thank you.
Excuse me? So we're going to take a brief break and come back and do those panels. And again, thank you so much for hanging in there. Cookies and some soda outside if you like.
Technology is wonder, brother.
Okay, so I'm here right now with Dr. Martell Teasley from the University of Texas San Antonio, who just gave a great presentation about empowerment of the black athlete. And I love that you brought in, again, I love that you brought in the 1968 Olympics, John Carlos, Tommy Smith, San Jose State alum, and I love how you brought up Donald Sterling. Can you tell me a little bit more? You said it in the end. The ball was kind of dropped in the end, metaphorically and figuratively speaking. The next time something like that comes up, which undoubtedly it will,
Yes.
how should the athletes take that on?
Well, one, they should be organized. They should take some time to think for themselves and basically ask for a timeout instead of letting, say, whatever organization, NBA, Major League Baseball, the NFL, tell them what to do. They should actually say what we're going to do. If you think about Tom Brady, he took on the entire NFL and said, basically, I'm not accepting this punishment. And so if one man can take it on, then an entire ethnic group can certainly take on something that seems very appropriate and right. So I think they have to organize. But then there are two types of organizations. There's the more formal one that we see, and then there's the more informal one that needs to happen. We don't get anywhere without the informal also. So like during the Civil Rights Movement, one of the strategies, the informal strategies, was we're going to fill up the jails until they get tired of having overtime, paying cops overtime, bailing people out, being in the news. We're going to keep doing this until it breaks the back. I think that athletes still have to do certain things, particularly those who have funding. What we're finding, what I didn't have enough time to say, is that basically during college, athletes are basically taken away from any advocacy of self. It's all talk about team. And when one seems very self-centered or mission-oriented in terms of a community, then that's putting on the back burner. Then it becomes individual when you start talking about the community. But when you start talking about yourself as the individual, then it becomes a community of athletes and the team. And so, in short, I think more organization and preparation for something like this. So we prepare for hurricanes, we prepare for accidents, we prepare for all types of things. Athletes also have to be prepared for structural inequalities and what they should do about them.
Thank you very much.
So we've got one moderator
Okay.
for the audience. Just pass out one.
Yes.
And we'll pick everything else
Yeah.
up.
And we'll make sure. Okay.
So are we going to go through your questions that you had, or?
Oh, no, this isn't, someone else is actually going to be doing it. I'll be on the panel.
I didn't have to prepare.
We'll do Brian's going to introduce himself. Your moderator is over there, Dr. Anderson.
No, I've actually been here a number of times, and
I was like, hey, you know.
Athletic departments it's disturbing.
On social work practice and sport, and I just want to say, I just hate to interrupt because I just love the fact that everybody's talking it up about probably sports and the wonderful weather outside of social work. So please continue the conversation in between the panel and into the conference. We have our social work and our sports and social work practice conference. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Brian Anderson, who comes from us. He's associate professor at Jackson State University. I'll hand it over to Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, Dr. Gill. How's everybody today? I would like to first, before we get started, give a little bit about, I actually met Dr. Gill at a conference, and he didn't know I was a prior athlete, and we just hit it off and kept going. He started talking about his involvement with athletes, so I'd like to thank him for the interest and the dialogue early on to bring this type of event together. Let's give him another hand, please. He's getting all these accolades today, right? I would also like to thank the University of South Carolina College of Social Work and the University of Texas at San Antonio Department of Social Work for serving as a sponsor of this event today. Before I get started about myself, I want to introduce the panelists today, and I think I was told that you have the information about them already before you, so I won't, in the sake of time, I will not go over that, but today on the panel, we have, I'm sorry, I've got too much paperwork here in front of me, okay. I've got to be flexible, right? That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Thank you. Thank you. We have Mr. Tyrone Braxton. Okay, thank you. Dr. Larry Curry. Cindy Aaron. Jim Gillen. And Joey Garcia. I didn't tell Joey yet, but I want to get his bow tie before I leave. Okay. Just to give you a little background about myself, I first started out not even thinking about the profession of social work. I'm a prior athlete. I played basketball. And basketball, to me, has really set the foundation for what I am today as a college professor in social work. Even today in our School of Social Work, I've been a program director before, I find myself recruiting athletes because they experience things that are very, very much of what we have in our curriculum in social work. Diversity, advocacy, you name it, group work. So I played basketball in high school and college. I also coached basketball at the Division II level in college, coached high school, AAU basketball on the Adidas and the Reebok circuit, a number of things. A couple of our players actually had gone on to the NBA. As a matter of fact, you all probably know that watch the Cleveland Cavaliers, you heard the name of Mo Williams. Mo Williams was actually, he's from Jackson, Mississippi. He was on the AAU team years ago that we coached in Las Vegas on the Adidas circuit. So the connections draw very close to that field. And one of the skills that I would say before we get into the panelists that I have actually gained from being in the field of social work is coaching. And some folks may say, well, I understand that you are an athletic coach, but what I'm talking about is actually life coaching. Those things that we experience, we learn about in the textbooks in social work, but then we carry out and deal with these clients. So in saying that, to the panelists, first question for you, and it doesn't matter who starts out in answering the question. I have been asked that as you're responding, please make sure you speak into the mic so the audio can actually pick you up when you're responding. First question would be, okay, all right. He's on it, right? Let me allow the panelists first to just briefly tell us what's your connection between the work that you do and practicing in sports, as far as social work and actually sports. She passed it on, right?
This always happens to me as a social worker. My connection is I'm an NFL and an NBA treating clinician. The NBA just started a program about 7 years ago under the direction of Dr. Stephen Taylor. The NFL started with the Players Union as well as the Substance Abuse Program, which met here in Denver in 1994. Before that, I was with the team via a referral by a colleague, which was a social worker and a physician, to work directly with the Denver Broncos. I've also worked at the University of Colorado. My dissertation back then was on mentoring, and I designed a program for college athletes that were mentored by community members. So I was initially a fine arts major that went into all this crazy stuff. Social work messed up my life, and here I am working with athletes to this day.
Wow.
For me, I was a final year graduate student at San Jose State
looking to create an internship within the athletics department, I had came across an article written by Dr. Gill in the NASW that literally changed my life. It put me on this track of social work in sports. I took that internship and I created my research around the similarities and differences between life skills workshops that were chosen by coaches and the player representatives from individual teams. And when I was doing that, I was just like, this is something that's going to be emerging, and I just feel that. So I kept my eyes open for jobs that I felt that a social worker would be really good at, which usually is something to do with student-athlete development, life skills coordinating, student life, and an opportunity in North Dakota had arose, and I just jumped all over that. They loved it. They loved the idea of a social worker, someone coming with a specific type of background of, like we're saying, someone who can, do crisis intervention, case management, as well as, do a lot of advocacy and just turn it into something bigger. So I've been at UND for a few months now. It's been a great opportunity, and I'm very fortunate to be a part of that.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm Cindy Aaron, and I mean, you heard just a few minutes ago about my interface of myself as a clinician and athletics. And essentially, I view myself as a clinician first. That's where the focus of my career has been, is on doing psychotherapy. And as a social worker, in addition to being a clinical social worker, part of our profession is advocacy. And so, I don't know, for the last 15 years, I've been an advocate for mental health and student athletes, and then having collaborated with Emmett for the last 4 years, really found a national voice like we found here. And I think that is so crucial for us as a profession. Additionally, in terms of what I think about most, that the way we can be most helpful to student athletes is around prevention and early intervention. The access to mental health services is extraordinarily limited. The resistance to the treatment of student athletes is extremely high. Athletic departments are really institutions within themselves that have their own rules. And so it's a very complicated endeavor that we must keep pushing forward on.
Thank you. I don't know, my background's a little different from the rest of the group here, but I was a certified athletic trainer for, I lost track of the years. I started out in the high school settings. I was a health teacher and worked with the student athletes and things, which I always found to be the most rewarding part of my career over all the years, is the high school kids, and that's where we're all really needed. Then I was fortunate enough to, through networking, and I worked 5 years with the Denver Broncos as the assistant athletic trainer. And then I recently retired from the Denver Nuggets, where I was the head athletic trainer there for 23 years. And then I'm now currently a little step-down job, a little slow-down job. The only reason I got out of the professional sports was quite literally I was ready to be home once in a while instead of on the road 120 nights a year. So I'm now working here at MSU Denver as an associate athletic director, overseeing this facility and working with our athletic trainers. One thing, and then I'll pass this on to Tyrone. I absolutely believe in all my years of working with professional athletes, we had the sports psychologists and the things of this nature, which I found over the years, so many of those were in it for the wrong reasons. Why I think this group can make a real impact is because you're in it for the right reasons, is to help people and not all the other parts of promoting yourselves. So I think please keep that in.
Hello, I'm Tyrone Braxton, and I recently graduated with my MSW from Metro State University of Denver. But my background in sport is, I played in the NFL for 13 years. Went to a small school in North Dakota. Actually played in 4 Super Bowls, 1, 2 here in Denver. And but when I got into social work after my career, I wanted to go back to school, and I did some research, and I found out that social work is who I am. I mean, when I originally went to college at a small school, I had no dreams or hopes of playing in the NFL, but I wanted to be a high school football coach because the high school coach I had, he helped a lot of us get out of the inner city and become productive citizens. So I wanted to be like him. Well, I got fortunate and came here in Denver and made a career out of it. But then once my career was over, I was like, you know, that was fun, you know, but what did I put into this world? What am I going to leave? What's the legacy I want to leave? And it came back to me wanting to help people. And social work fit in very easily with who I am. And how social work and sport works with me now is before I started working with the Mental Health Center of Denver, I worked at Gilliam, a youth center for detained youth. And one of the main things I used to talk about with the guys there was no passion. They didn't have a sport. They didn't have anything that made them want to leave their environment. And I know sports is definitely an avenue for many people in that same situation. And so I was quite honored and appreciative to you, Doctor, and to invite me to come here for this panel because this is something where, you know, I think this it fits right up my alley. Sports and social work is right there. So thanks.
Thank you for your input and very amazing. I had questions. You all probably saw me writing here and they answered everything I was writing down. So I had to keep asking over and over again. And Tyrone capped it right off. I had to scratch again and put some more questions down. But if I had to ask a question of you and the work that you've done with student athletes or professional athletes, if there's a skill set that really stood out to you that was very essential in working with the athletes, what would it be?
Well, since I have the mic, I guess I'll go on this one and pass along. Well, and we heard a lot from a lot of panelists and a lot of people presenting today as far as, I think, trust and rapport. And I think the skill set that you need to demonstrate with working with the student athlete is going to be patience. You got to be patient enough to be able to develop that trust and rapport, to be able to make some connection and try and help out that population. So for me, I know that skill set is going to be patience by the practitioner to be able to take the time, build that trust, rapport, and be able to help out the student athlete.
I think the thing that I found the most with all the athletes was the trust is the biggest thing. And I think one of the things that lacks when it comes to this kind of care is that, you know, when you first start, everybody's all fired up, we're going to do this, and the head coach is all fired up. And then for about whatever the short period of time is, but as Tyrone says, patience and follow up. You know, an athlete that's struggling or has a trust issue or whatever, if you just talk to him every once in a while, or if you just talk to him in your office, I used to try to catch him on the bus or catch him on the way of the bus or whatever and mess with him a little bit. But they follow up, and keep going and try to have that same passion. And the big thing is that the trust thing is that I'm not going over here to tell the management or coach or the principal or whatever what's going on. It's between me and you.
In addition to developing the relationship and the rapport and relating to the individual, I think one of the essential pieces to be effective is tuning into the internal experience of the person and not making assumptions about what their experience is based on whatever you might think it is or what someone else tells you it is. And that involves patience to listen to their story and not jump in and not make interpretations. But if they experience you as tuned in, and when you're tuned in a way, you're smart because you're understanding them, and then the relationship goes from there.
I think another skill set that I've used a lot is just having a lot of cultural knowledge and cultural competence because when you're working with certain demographics, you know, if we're looking at like football and basketball, which we could have, you know, a predominantly large number of student athletes of color, I think it's important for us to kind of remember, like, culturally where they come from, what type of environment they're in at the school itself, because they may be on a team that may be predominantly young men of color, but they're at a school that is predominantly might be Caucasian. So, you know, really trying to figure out, like, when we're looking at that whole micro, meso, macro, looking at how is it that, you know, you are adapting, or how are you, you know, turning your experience here into a positive one. So doing the cultural knowledge or the cultural competence, I'm really trying to take a time out and figure out, like, who are you? Where are you from? And I give them that opportunity. I mean, Tyrone hit it with the head, though. It's like rapport and building that trust. But the more and more I show them I'm interested in who they are as an individual, not who they are as an athlete, I feel like that is the key piece, because I break that down, and that lets them see I'm looking at you as a person. I'm not looking at you as just an athlete. And if you tell me more, you know, I'm going to sit forward. I really want to hear what you have to say. So I really try to dig in. I make sure I'm reading up on who they are and making sure that I'm tying in all those pieces.
I was going to say all of what each one of them said. I think what's also important is, and we were talking about this before we started with the panel, is not be starstruck. Whether you're working at the collegial level or the professional level, they have so many people. I have come out with a new DSM-5 diagnosis, which is NFL-itis and NBA-itis. And there's also the collegial-itis as well, that everybody has their hand out for something from them, whether it's an interview, whether it's an autograph, whether it's just to be seen with them, whether it's just to be a groupie. And so very often in my office, we just sit and chill. And I say, I know why you're here already. The NFL has already told me, the NBA has told me, or the NCAA. That's why I'm seeing you. But, you know, let's just chill. Who are you? Who are you? And I think as a social worker, you know, that's a major part. I didn't say that in my introduction. The director's here. But I am 22 years retired from teaching in the School of Social Work, and I'm in recovery, and I'm not going to relapse. But anyhow, really just letting them know that you are in their field with them. I don't have to be up with the latest score, but hey, I saw that interception on Sunday. That means something. The college kid, hey, I saw you guys, you know, you won over the weekend when you went down and you played South Carolina, whatever school you played. Just letting them know that you're aware of what they're doing. Being with them means the world and all. And it's so different, I think, for the high school and the elementary perception.
Speaking of follow-up, Jim, you mentioned follow-up, and I guess on a note coming from Mississippi.
Because those are driven by parents. But at the collegial level forward, it's driven by community and perception.
Speaking of follow-up, Jim, you mentioned follow-up, and I guess on a note coming from Mississippi, there's a gentleman by the name of Peyton Manning. Can you follow up on some more protection for him so he won't get sacked so much? Okay. I appreciate it. And Dr. Curry, you also mentioned in one of your statements about being starstruck. Taking that same term, a lot of college presidents are starstruck on academic disciplines like STEM, and look at us in social work as if like, we appreciate your major, but you're tuition building for us.
Yes, we have to lobby more that we're behind your athletes that stay on the field, whether it's academic, whether it's personal, what have you. At the micro, meso, macro level, we know what's going on with them, and we can keep them out there. We don't toot our horn enough. And I love your intro with Manning, because when an athlete is winning, they love him. But in the small captures, they don't realize. It doesn't matter that the offense is not as strong as it was last year. They're 5-0. You can ask any professional athlete. It's the final score. But what really counts at the end of the game is Denver's 5-0. Doesn't matter that the offense is not as strong as it was last year. They're 5-0. You can ask any professional athlete. It's the final score. But our society is always about the win. How did you win? Did you win? Well, just because you lost number-wise doesn't mean you've lost throughout your whole life. So social workers really have to be grounded in helping them to understand they're more than just the win on the field. they're the win in their personal life. They're the win in their community. They're the win in their church. Whatever it is, it's their root and their makeup. So it's our job to really instill that. That culture runs much deeper than just the surface part.
Before we, one more question for the panelists before we get questions from the audience. What could we do to, in what ways can we be advocates to push this whole concept to university administration that social work programs should be enhanced to involve student athletes or the services in our area? What type of advice do you think we can do, offer those presidents or administrations? I'm saying as far as, yes, the schools. Because what happens is, though, right now, as you know, we're trying to build this whole idea of the connection between social work and sports or working with athletes. It's not totally bought in yet. We have a good group here that's saying yes, but it's a small group, right? Can we do to
Invite them. Invite them to any and everything that you do. Our director, where are you, Kristen? There he is. He would invite the president over to awards or programs, our graduation or whatever, and whether he could come out of, actually, the whole last year I remember being here, he was at every major function that we had, whether he was just there for 15 minutes or not. That shows buy-in. Just like for an athlete, it shows to look on the sideline to see a family, a loved one, friends, or whatever. Well, for the social work department, it's the exact same thing. As I said, we don't know how to toot our own horn. We are valuable. We are intelligent people. We contribute not only to the campus, but the community at large. And I think we have to learn how to market more about who we are and what we do. And that was one of the beauties that I enjoyed at the collegial level with a mentoring program, is that I brought the outside people in to be a part of the athlete's life and to help that transition with academics and community. We do major things, but we don't know how to promote ourselves.
Anyone else on the panel want to answer?
I feel that we got to prove and demonstrate the need, that the need is out there to assist the college athletes, and that us as social workers, we're already doing that in the communities. We're doing the case management. We're doing the crisis intervention. We're doing all the things that's needed to help student athletes become better students. And if we can just show them that there's a need, and being able to show that we're doing all these things already, it's a natural fit. I think it's a fit that just goes in naturally. And anyone else?
One little thing real quick, my outside, since I'm not in it, don't get pigeonholed into the thing that, well, we're working with bullying. You know, it needs to be a broader topic. There needs to be a broader understanding of what you bring. We're not just going to help the athletes with the bullying or whatever. It's a broader topic. So it's more maybe, like you said, promoting yourself and maybe educating people to what else, what can you really do besides those kind of things.
So I feel like the first step to create that buy-in for the collaboration is to get the actual social work departments on board, though. I mean, so we have a handful of people here right now, and across the way there's, hundreds of social work, professors and higher education, people who are in positions that would be, great advocates to have social workers involved within the athletic programs. But the truth is that not every program will be able to see or look at student athletes as a possible vulnerable population. It takes that, let's take a look at student athletes and let's talk about, why we consider them vulnerable populations. Because while there's the handful of schools that are here, there's plenty of schools who may not see the true value of having that social work department being collaborative with the athletic department. And if we don't have that, then, we have to have that passion, that drive to go and speak with the deans and go and speak with the president of the university. And if we kind of like go in it, kind of halfway, then they're going to see that. They're going to see how disinterested we kind of are, a little divided. Like, oh, well, half the people in the social work department are interested, but the other half really aren't. So if there's not unity within our own social work departments, then we're not going to be able to go to, the Alabamas and to the, to the Syracuses and all the other schools that have implemented it already. We're not going to be able to do that. We need to get more social work professors and students who believe in this and getting them to rally up and just say, hey, this is something that's important, and let's start to demand that we get more attention to this. And then that's how we can make the next step over to speaking with the presidents and the deans and saying, hey, we're coming to you collectively saying, this is what we can offer to student athletes, and these are the areas that are clearly areas of need. So these are what we can do, and we're ready to do it. Let's make it happen.
I just want to say one thing in terms of the clinical side, that we do need to toot our own horns more. And one of the things that I had the opportunity to do by being invited to be part of the NCAA Mental Health Task Force was work to put together a manual, but additionally, this last fall, the NCAA just put out a best practices for mental health protocol that was sent to every single athletic department, Division I through Division III. And one of the things that I made sure was in there when they talked about who should be part of a sports medicine team is that the word social worker was used. And we're not only underrepresented, we're not particularly highly valued. And that's in general. I mean, we're kind of the bottom of the totem pole, right? But I really love what you said, which is recognizing, I mean, part of why we're at the bottom of the totem pole is because we're doing what we care about. But we also, to do more of what we care about, we've got to somehow advocate for ourselves as a profession.
Okay, at this time, any questions you'd like to share with the panelists? Don't be bashful, please. Yes, sir.
One observation. What you were saying, I'm in the college. We share it with nursing. And nursing gets many more donations than social work does. And my perception is people view nursing as essential and social work as good. But if you have to make cuts, don't cut nursing.
Well, this is the whole point, and that's wrong, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wrong. It's viewed as dispensable. Mental health in general is viewed as dispensable.
You're speaking of nursing. We have a, I'm looking at now creating a pre-nursing through social work. Okay. So it's a business. Some social workers, they argue with me, no, we have to be, but if you look at a lot of articles today and how colleges, universities strive, our survival, and my goal is, I've already had it one time where I had a young lady who came from the sciences, majored in social work, ended up graduating, could have gone to advanced standing, but she applied to nursing school. Yeah. She's a nurse practitioner now. Right. Yeah, so, another hand. Yes, ma'am.
There's sort of an unspoken sense in some places that coaches, we have our own counselors, we have our own things. Don't get in and distract my guys from the game. And getting past that and getting in the door and earning the trust. Advice, strategies, thoughts.
You know, before I got my doctorate, which was in psychology, it was a coach from the university that approached me about coming in and helping with a mentoring program. And he recognized the need. He said, my players need help, and I need help from the community. And I know you as a social worker are trained to do this. I was just like totally blown away that a football coach would come to me with that. But what an opportunity that was. And it was an opportunity for me to lobby for the field of social work. And I think that when it doesn't happen, we have to go to them. People, by and large, people still do not know all of what we can do. I go to the airport sometimes and I say, okay, you know, I can't say professor anymore, so do I say I'm a social worker? The minute I say social worker, people say, oh yeah, my brother's children were taken from him, and they want to go, and I'm like, I've never taken anybody's children. I have two of my own I'd like to give back, but you know, they're grown and I got grandchildren now. But they still have that perception that that's all we can do. So one of the beauties about being at the university is that when someone would come in that pigeonhole and they want to go in, and it's not a bad thing on another department, but we were talking about this in terms of human services, drug, alcohol, or whatever. And I said, but in social work, you can still do those things. And when you get tired of doing drug, alcohol, you can go into medical social work. You can do, and most people don't even know that. So we have to really lobby. And when I go to BPD and some of the other places, you know, I've said that in many discussion groups, we do not promote ourselves as much as psychology, medicine, teacher education, and what have you. And we've got to get better at that.
Well, as you're talking, one of the things I'm wondering, that coach, if that coach came and spoke at CSWE, if that coach talked to his other coaches, if we had the coaches who were our allies talking to the other coaches in the NCAA, should we be doing that? Should they be here next year when we do this conference?
I think we need to reach out to them. And even some of the coaches that are not active coaches, that may not be coaching now, but did at some time, they have still a lot of credibility.
Great point. Yes, over here. I'm coming to you.
So I would also like to address that real quick. So I've also ran into that where, you know, some coaches, whether it's football, basketball, you know, you name it, they tend to think it is a better practice to possibly send their student athletes to the counseling services or a psychologist they may have. But what they don't realize is that that psychologist is not on staff on a regular basis. That is not a face that these student athletes see every day. So when we talk about the trust and the rapport and all the stuff we've been going over, the student athlete that has these issues, they're not going to divulge. They're not going to be as open and honest. It's like, okay, you have someone on staff who is a professional and can do your assessments or be there and do crisis intervention, but yet you would rather let that crisis get a little worse and send them and wait for their 3 o'clock appointment in 3 days, and you're thinking that it's a distraction when the real distraction is the fact that you're going to let the student athlete carry on for the next 3 days. You know, with this issue, you know, but if it was the game the next day, I guarantee you they would, well, please talk to them. Please talk to them. I think that we have to keep getting social workers in positions where the players are seeing them every day. You need to be in the office setting where they see you, just like Dr. Kerr was saying, you know, they're coming in your office all the time. They're coming just to talk, you know, and those small little talks turn into larger talks. You know, and when we're making sure that we're going through the development with them, you know, we're making sure we're covering some of those topics that we know are the ones that are going to be where they are statistically having more issues. So I think it's about trying to break down that barrier of, oh, yeah, it's great to send them somewhere else 3 days from today. No, let's have someone on staff who's already qualified to do that job for you. And that's what we're here for. So.
Just to address specifically what you said, which is the resistance within the departments, I think, it's very real. And I think when you're talking about a department, there's a great deal of resistance. And so that's why, even though I completely agree with you that they need to be on the inside, you're asking how do we go about doing that? And I think what you spoke to, which has to do with individual coaches, is really the answer, because they're the ones that are stakeholders in the system. And so they're the ones whose voice is going to make a difference. And the more involvement, my involvement at OSU has waxed and waned over the years, depending on who's in charge and depending on who wants me. And in fact, I was at USC for 2 years consulting to the volleyball team after the volleyball coach from Oregon State went there. And so I came out twice a year and worked with the team, but that was 100% coach driven. So
one of the things I would maybe say is, when you're trying to get into these programs, don't always go to the top.
Exactly.
Find yourself a soldier, whether it be an assistant coach or somebody like myself, that sees the value in this, and they can be your message carrier. Because many times when you go to the top, you'll get that initial and then it fades. But if you start with that person that's the down lower, a little lever, however you want to say it, they're going to stay with it, and they're going to help you be your advocate along the way.
Okay, we only have time for 2 more questions. I saw a hand go. This gentleman here, and I saw your hand up next. Okay, let's go here.
So one is a statement. I like the model that USC have proposed about how you strategically get people to buy in, and they were doing internships. Maybe that's the same way that we need to approach this matter, is putting it into some type of framework that we can present to coaches or present to departments that is very strategic, that really can tell them about who we are. Being a former college athlete, I would say you run a risk of, once you involve the mental health aspect is now I have a problem that I've been recognized. So it's hard to kind of think about where do I move that from that point once you identify a problem. So there's got to be many different approaches that we need to do. But I think as we are here, and maybe our panelists can help us, is, what is those key frame points that we can put forth and move on with as next steps?
I think it's almost like we have to have a class to do that as well. I was just recently working with a professional athlete that in college took Advil because it seemed to help him focus better. He had already been evaluated by the regional psychologist, and I had a treatment plan. The NFL is telling me this is what I need to work on. But my social work skills looks at the whole environment around him, his behavior, and I'm like, I don't buy this. I could test him again myself, but there's something else going on. Long story short, he has ADHD. So Advil did help him. It stabilized him enough to focus. But once we got the proper assessment and looked at all of his environment and his behavior, he then got on track, and he's doing excellent right now. So I think we almost have to have a course, because I think I can see 10 students that want to sign up to intern, but they're star mesmerized by the athlete. And it's like, can I get your autograph? And you're missing the point, because then the coach sees you as a distraction now. So you almost have to have a pre-educational piece within the social work department that says, this is what athletics is all about. Here's how we work with them, and incorporate all the same micro, meso, macro issues, policy, and here's how we're going to be successful with them. So you almost, I can see everybody leave here and going and have a program next semester, but I think you almost have to kind of condition those students before they go down to the athletic department. The last comment is coaches are very protective of their athletes. And at the University of Colorado, the basketball and track team, many of those mamas would bring their daughters, and they say, okay, here's the deal. Talk to the coach, but is my baby going to be all right when I leave this campus? And you have to ensure that for that parent, and then with the coach, you have to do the same thing. Because the coach doesn't have the time, but they've promised the parent that their baby's going to be okay.
Last question here.
I'm a current MSW student, and I just wondered what your advice would be for students who are up and coming in the profession of how to stay involved with social work and sports, and how to look for opportunities to work in the field with it, since it is new and up and coming.
I'd like to answer that, considering that I just graduated in May, and so first thing is you got to know where you're looking for jobs at. Working in an athletic department at San Jose State, they told me look at NCAA jobs. So I typed in NCAA jobs, and then it popped up. The market popped up, and then I started looking up keywords like life skills, student athlete development. And one thing I didn't do was I didn't care about where I was going, clearly, because I'm like, I'm in North Dakota, everybody, and I'm there for the lovely, and I'm there for the 10 feet of snow and the 30 below. But I mean, the truth is that you just have to be tenacious about it. Keep looking. I was looking every day. There are certain periods during the season or during the year where jobs will be posted more often than not, which is usually after the first semester is over, and then again when the second semester is over. Another thing is, if you cannot find a job, then what I've done is I've reached out to different universities. That every single university is doing some sort of student athlete development or support services for athletes. You just offer your services and just say, a lot of times we have to volunteer. We have to do internships that aren't paid, and you just figure out what kind of red tape do I need to get through in order to do this, and that's the way you do it. I made a little map. I looked around a 30-mile radius. I looked at all the schools that had programs, athletic programs, and I hit them all up. And I was like, okay, luckily I didn't have to volunteer in the end. I got a job, but if I didn't get the job, I would have been satisfied with staying at San Jose State and having done another year of an internship or a grad assistantship. So.
Okay, starting here at Tyrone, if you would, each panelist, as we close, let's take about 30 seconds to give some conclusive comments as we had our discussion today about the relevance, the connection with social work and sports. I didn't put you on the spot, did I, Tyrone, being
No,
first?
no, that's fine. I
Okay.
mean, but I just wanted to continue just that conversation about how can we make that connection. And of course, I talked a little bit earlier about the need, but then, you know, we just have to demonstrate that we have the skills. You know, we have the skills to go out and do those assessments and diagnosis tests on student athletes, but and case management, advising, all those certain things that we can do to make sure that the students who leave their the parents who leave their kids at college are going to be all right. Because, you know, we've seen from all the discussion today about what's going on with the mental health challenges and as far as anxiety, depression, and with that aspect and how to make sure to, you know, we talked a little bit about the stigmatism with mental health, but it's all our communities, it's our whole environment, and I think we have to really normalize the mental health aspect of it, because, you know, in some time or another, all of us is going to suffer some, maybe a mild anxiety, depression, grief and loss and all that sort of thing. If we can normalize it and not make it seem like such a big deal, so we can have the student athletes or the professional athletes come in for help when they need it, and then it'd be okay. And so that's what I wanted to leave, my little 2 cents, and we'll go on with Jim here.
I guess just a couple of things that I always used at the end of the last few years, because this is an aspect that became much more interesting to me than worrying about ankle injuries and knee injuries. I could do all that. It was that. And one of the things, 2 things I guess I would say to you that frustrated me the most, in not just in this area, but any part of professional sports. And I put a sign up in my office. And I think this will be important for you when you're trying to get into these programs. Are we doing this for perception, or does it really have a purpose? So when you take this to those athletic programs, have a purpose behind it, which you do. So it's starting to try to sell that. And I think the thing that I really tried to do the most, that helped me so much, because I came from a small town. I met my first African American when I was in college. Became a very close friend of mine off the football team. Is that, and one of the things I take the most value out of all my years in professional sports is that I was able to learn to judge less and seek to understand a little bit more.
I'm just going to finish up where I started, which is around advocacy, and then I also want to underscore stigma, that the stigma against mental health is huge. We heard it here. One doesn't want to seek it because then you're viewed as having a problem. I always say, you show me someone without a problem, I'll show you a liar. And so let's fight the stigma of mental health.
Yeah, I think a big piece of it is still always going to be, you know, again, the advocacy. I know we keep talking about it. It's going to bludgeon it to death, but I'm telling you that when we talk about the stigma, I mean, we use a lot of the words like total wellness, and I think that when we start framing it in a manner that people will feel a little less intimidated, then we'll find out that there's going to be, you know, a greater response. And I think tying in some sort, I was speaking with someone earlier, tying in some sort of maybe a professional athlete who's dealt with it, and, you know, because that's who they ultimately look up to. We need to have a spokesperson, someone who's willing to say that, you know what, like, I've dealt with anxiety, I've dealt with depression, and, you know, and it's okay, you know, and that will be the beginning of the snowball that we need to get to move this whole thing forward.
I used to tell students in general as practice, not only understanding what social work was all about, but know who you are before you start messing in somebody else's life. And I think that's critical. And I think that even looking back on my life, I remember thinking that, you know, I'm tired of being the poster child for the African-American community. I'm the only black in the class, undergrad, both 2 masters and a doctorate, and only black. And accept it. Life goes on. It's the same thing as a social worker as well. I'm a social worker, and we do a whole lot more than take people's babies. And so I use that opportunity as much as possible to educate people as to what social workers can do. And even at universities, at the conferences, BPD and what have you, where we're supposed to be grounded, I think we want to go ahead too fast, and we don't have a good understanding about the basics. Do our students really know what all social workers can do? Do they realize the power that we have in these systems that we work within? or are they just going through the motions? So I think it's about, we all have to be the poster child for this field of social work, and we have to bridge the connection with athletics as well as medicine, as well as law, and God help the child welfare system and educational system. We need to do a much better job at that. So I'm one of those old school social workers that we advocated hard to get to where we are. Now we forgot what it took to get us there, and we're kind of going backwards.
Okay, let's take this opportunity to thank our panelists. And thank you for your participation during this session. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Right here.
Thank you.
Okay,
That wasn't too bad.
we're going to start our last panel, but I just wanted to say,
You had to be turned around.
I want to give a hand to our folks who've
Okay,
been doing
okay.
our
I was looking
audio-visual
for you,
work
okay.
today. Could we give them a hand? All right. Unfortunately, to the people who are tuning in live stream, that'll be the end of our live stream today. But we are going to invite you to come back and visit us next year when we do this in 2016. Thank you so much, and we're going to start the next panel in a minute. Thank you.
How are you doing? How are you?